You remember the duck and cover thing from where they had the little kids hiding under the desk, like that little, but then that has the song playing duck and cover.
Puppy, another question for you. Is there more than one scientific method?
No, not that I know of.
Nice. I think people here would agree with that.
I think science is very funny because a lot of people misuse the word science, right?
Oh, yeah.
Science,
Oh, that's
science.
one of the most misused words, yeah.
Yeah. But it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, people wear it on their chest. They'll just say the word science and they'll just like put it on their chest like it's a freaking badge.
Science denier. You're a science denier. And then you ask a bunch of questions like we just asked and they can't answer one of them. And then you go shut your little pie hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big problem today is a lot of so-called science is actually by definition pseudoscience. It doesn't actually it's incompatible with the scientific method and doesn't use it.
Could you give an example outside of the globe?
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Mm-hmm.
And to give you a ridiculous example, gender studies, they're working on classing that as science right now.
It's funny.
Yeah.
So that's a problem.
One of the most used but understood words. It's got to be in the top like 50.
I'd say so. Yeah, science, nature, or natural. Fundamental words.
I would even say gravity's in there too.
Probably, yeah.
A lot of people don't say that where they think they know gravity, but they don't really truly. They couldn't define it.
Yeah, it's just things going down. Let's say.
They'd be like, "Well, just drop something." It's like, well, that's not a definition, though. And the thing that I drop might go up, so...
I would define gravity as being the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing.
Yeah.
That's a good definition.
Yeah. It does mean weight, right? In the etymology.
Gravitas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
If I remember correctly.
That makes sense to me. Like the weight of a situation. Yeah, the gravity. You can feel that.
Yeah, gravity, like dropping stuff, that's the effect. The contention is around what the cause is.
Right, what is the cause? And like, aren't they kind of mixing up the cause and the effect? They're like, well, the cause is gravity. And then what is the effect? Oh, that's gravity. So what's the cause? Oh, that's gravity. So the effect? Oh, that's gravity.
That exactly is true, because how can something be the cause and effect of the same thing? Like,
that's why they have two different definitions.
It doesn't make circular reasoning. Yeah.
Well, the worst part is we can actually show using the scientific method what is the cause of things going up or going down in a medium, and that's the medium. Because if we manipulate the medium, we can make things go down or we can make things go up. But what is the cause of that orientation and why that whole system works the way it works, that's another unknown. And they're trying to explain that with relativity, but it doesn't really work when they look at the galaxies. So they have to imagine dark matter and dark energy and all this other jazz. But it doesn't really match the experimental results from quantum mechanics. So there's still this gaping hole. And you see a lot of like astrophysicists and even Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you, like, when he's asked, what is gravity? They don't know. They can just tell you what the effect is based on what we see here.
It's actually also a redundant question because no human naturally would ask such a question. Why is down? Because then you're questioning the nature of nature, which doesn't make any sense.
Right.
It's like asking, why does salt taste like salt and not like sugar? Well, it just does. But
Perfect.
The question doesn't even make
sense.
Because
up is up.
Yeah, I agree with you. you're basically using our logic. So yeah, you're in a good company.
Yeah, I was gonna say this guy's a good thinker. He's got a good head on his shoulders.
My computer doesn't agree though, because it keeps cutting out here.
I've heard a lot of people ask the question, why down? But it's just a dumb question. You never ask the question if you aren't exposed to what we know.
Look at the manufacturing process of anything in this world, okay? And now you even have 5D access for CNC and stuff like that. But up is always up and down is always down. And XY axis isn't going to change. The Z axis isn't going to change. So that's it.
You have to also look at your assumptions. If you're going to say, well, why did it fall? You also have to look at your assumptions based upon that. Well, are you assuming that something's just going to like hover or float? Like, why would this isn't Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, dude? Like, things don't just like float. Well, human beings don't just float in air. Jump. Oh, see, you fell. Oh, like, so you're expecting something else to happen here? Come on, man. Like, I always find that funny. Like, they have these like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory expectations.
I wish
that's what. Sorry, that's why I really like when they try to bring an example like, oh, jump off a cliff. And I'm like, yeah. And then you fall through the air because you're more dense than the air, but you land in the salt water. And the salt water is about equal density to you, just maybe a little bit more because it's very salty. And so you start rising in the water instead of falling. So there was no gravity there.
It would be like somebody challenging you to jump off a building and you'd say, okay, under any conditions? And they're like, sure. And you're like, how much do you want to bet? Then you go find a building underwater and jump off it.
Right.
My favorite example is when they say they're going to drop something, because then I can just change the whole medium. Like they say, oh, I'm going to drop this and show you that's gravity. And I'm like, okay, sure, let's make that an anvil. And they're like, okay, yeah. And they're like, it's going to drop. And I'm like, well, I changed the medium. It's in mercury now, so it's not dropping at all. So you were just wrong.
But that's just density.
But the current rhetoric is if you jump off a building, you don't feel nothing. You feel weightless. You don't feel nothing. No acceleration. Nothing.
Well, the current rhetoric is if you are free falling at free fall, you are stationary in Einstein's rhetoric, and the Earth is accelerating up towards your feet. That's how retarded Einstein's stuff is. It inverted the inertial reference frames that Newton used, where you were stationary when you were standing on the ground, and now you're stationary when you're falling in the air.
That means bungee jumping isn't what they say.
Yep, you don't feel no acceleration. For all you know, if you were locked in the box and you were falling, you would be a lightweight. Weightless. You don't feel nothing. You will be just like floating. That's what they say now. There is no acceleration going downwards. This is because they throw a phone up in the air and it says there's no acceleration.
Anyone that's fallen on their head knows that's not true. Yeah.
What about the 9 meters per 8 second thing? Is that do all objects fall in that rate, or?
So supposedly they no, it's an average, but if they are, the thing is that you're already accelerating while you're on the ground. So if you jump, it cancels out.
At 9.8 meters per second. That's when you remove the medium, whatever is making it float.
Yeah, and you can think of it this way: all you did was manipulate the medium around the objects and make the medium that much less dense than the objects. So the difference between the objects and the medium is now that much greater, and the difference between the objects themselves becomes a smaller variable. So you need a longer and longer drop to show any difference. They actually have a drop tower in Europe it's a giant vacuum drop tower, and a scientist dropped a bunch of objects in it and found out that they didn't all drop at the exactly same rate, and so wanted to test it again, but they closed down the facility and he was never able to repeat it.
So what you're telling me is you can manipulate the medium, and that's the independent variable in gravity?
Yes.
I just became a flat earther.
Congratulations, sir.
I just posted a GIF from the test and a picture of the tower before it was decommissioned. But 9.8 meters per second is an average. It's not a constant. Just like the speed of light is not a constant, but they had to make it so that the meter is defined by the speed of light, and then the speed of light is defined by the meter. So it's a circle jerk where the speed of light is defined by the speed of light, and therefore you can't show the variance in it.
Do you know which objects dropped faster as opposed to the other ones?
Well, you can see the ones that are rising as it's dropping. There's elemental names there at the top. I'm not an expert on that.
You said the scientists dropped some objects, right?
Yeah, supposedly they were all of the same density and weight.
Oh.
Or same weight or something. You can also find out a bunch about this if you look into gravitometers or gravimeters and how they measured the gravity all over the world. I have a picture here. They went all over the world with these little devices and checked like how fast things were dropping based on that, and they have this variance in this map that shows like there's less gravity over there. Where I live, there's extra much gravity. That's why I'm so strong.
I think you're from. You think your accent sounds familiar because there's Icelandic people in Copenhagen, where I'm from.
Yeah, I'm Icelandic, and yeah.
Oh yeah.
I got some gold to sell you guys from Ecuador.
Yeah, if the globe were correct, I would just constantly ship gold in a circle, like, and weigh it at different locations, and be like, "Oh, look, I have more gold over here," and then
Already
go.
doing it. Get off my train. All right.
Wouldn't like the strongest guys be where the heaviest gravity is, right?
Why do you think we won all those strongman competitions?
I mean, dude, when I watched Dragon Ball Z, they'd have like Vegeta training in 500 times gravity. That's badass. It's a cool ass theme.
The way we simulate that is actually flying an airplane up, or I posted a picture of Sabine Hossenfeder, who is a PhD in physics, and talks about how Einsteinian gravity, because that's her specialty, and she's talking about how the globe is like expanding in all directions to meet your feet. That's why when you jump, the globe comes up to your feet, and you don't fall down. It's the other way around. And so using an elevator, you can feel when the elevator is rising. That's what they call simulated gravity. And when they're using the zero-G flights and the drops, when the plane is rising up before the drop, that's when they say like, "Oh, you are now experiencing the same amount of gravity that would be on Mars," and that kind of stuff.
In Devon Island.
Well, that's where all the footage is from.
My 9th grade chemistry teacher took one of those zero-G planes. He talked about it a lot.
Just find a high-speed elevator. It's fun to jump up and down when it's going up and when it leaves and comes down. There's one here in Montreal called the Place Bonaventure. It's really fast. We used to do that as kids and jump up and down in there and smash our heads into the light in the ceiling. Cause
Wait, so you're saying if I want to train like Vegeta, I just need to get in an elevator?
Yeah, real fast
Yeah.
one. It's got a high-speed hotel, like something good, you know?
Okay.
You could also simply just use what's it called? It's usually in a carnival where they spin you around in a circle, because they also say that they simulate gravity using centrifugal force. So you could theoretically use a really fast spinning cylinder and just stand on the inside of it, lifting.
Yeah, Gravitron.
Well, if you've ever been to the Wall of Death and watched the motorcycles go around, that's awesome too.
But yeah, that thing you're thinking of, Drace, that's a Gravitron.
Gravitron.
Yeah, that's the name.
The other one was good too, that went up and down vertically there around the other way. I don't know what it was called.
Well, that's why I use the merry-go-round thing with my daughter.
It's testable. You can go to any park and try it.
Yeah. Like, I've seen those videos where they put people on the merry-go-round and then lay down a motorcycle next to the fucking wheel and burn it.
And again, you could stand right in the center on the pivot point, and the guy could gun it all he wants, and you'd stand there and pivot around. You ain't getting on the center, off the center, or you're done.
Right. Well, that's the same thing with the North Pole.
I try to explain that to people. It's so simple of a test too. You know, when you're just talking to some layman, and I just I'm standing in position on the floor and I'm pivoting around. I'm like, okay, this is what you'd be doing if you were exactly at the North Pole. And if you're at the equator, you'd be standing still but moving at 1,040 miles an hour. And they're like, and they just don't grasp that. You know what I mean? Again, there has to be a difference felt between the North Pole and the equator, just for the sake of movement. There has to be.
My favorite's the whole Foucault's pendulum thing. Like, they're like, oh, you can use the Foucault's pendulum. So you're telling me that the North Pole is right where the Foucault's pendulum.
What do you think about the Foucault's pendulum? Does it prove what it proves?
I think it's influenced by a lot of different things: temperature, humidity, atmosphere, a whole bunch of stuff. They come up with these microscopic differences of some kind and claim that it's like proof of the Earth moving when somebody could have farted in the room and changed the.
But it's also attached to it's attached to the inertial reference frame, right? So.
Good point.
Yeah, it's also Einstein himself, knew about the Foucault's pendulum, knew about the interferometers. He did not consider those things proof of rotation. And for me, the biggest thing that messes with the Foucault pendulum is the Allais effect. And basically, when you're running a pendulum like this, and there's an eclipse, the pendulum either stops or starts rotating the other direction. So did the Earth stop rotating and start rotating the other direction?
Dude, I'm not trying to throw shade at anybody directly, but man, I would not feel so confident if I got here and I heard flat earthers talking about Allais effect and freaking reference frames and different stuff like that. Like, I'd be like, oh, damn, these guys, shit, like, maybe they know what they're talking about.
I've encountered so many smart people in the last 6 to 8 years that it's not funny. And again, it's one of those things with every globe person that's come along and been shot down has always done the same thing. Their arrogance, their pride, their so-called know-it-all. Don't you guys go to school? And then, of course, you bring in any practical type of an argument whatsoever, and they just burn. So that's it. It's a matter of what is and what isn't. You know, at what point are you going to figure it out?
Well, if you humble your damn self, you'll quickly realize you learn so much. Like, because most people here believed in the globe, like I believed in it very heavily, and so when I got here, I started to actually learn more about what I previously believed in. You learn about the radius, the distance to the sun, the speeds and the vectors and all these different things. You learn so much more when you like take a really, a second look at it, take a deeper look into it, and stop just believing it just because,
I've been very cordial as I could along the way, because a lot of people, like you say, they just don't want to accept some pretty simple facts and effects, and science is what we're using. It's 100% science. That's the problem, is they can't be science deniers at the same time as claiming to follow science. So
let's not even get started on science.
That's it. It's a matter of it's a method. That's all it is.
Right.
It's got to be shared and provable and testable. It can't be a secret and only happens once in your mathematical your mathematical type formula there, especially on those giant chalkboards. They're getting silly there.
I need Witsit to get me that letter that Einstein wrote where he talks about this specifically, where he says that if the stars were the ones rotating and not the Earth, then that would have some centrifugal effects that would be translated into the world and would potentially create things like the effect within the Foucault and tiny deviations with which they could ascribe to the Coriolis effect.
Like the jet stream, yeah. Wind. That's biblical. Wind.
Oh, so much.
That'd be a cool letter to have on your wall somewhere in your house.
Somebody posted a link to it somewhere at some point, and I probably have PDF or something of that at some point. It was old too. That's, bringing back good information that's been brought up before.
And that's basically what we're doing. We're digging up all sorts of information. Like, it's not like we're out here trying to invent new stuff. We're just looking at all the information and seeing what works and what doesn't work.
Look how surprised some of those guys are when you say, look at the NASA document, look at this government document, look at this flight document, look at this, it's flat Earth, non-rotating plane, and all those things. And they're just like, they get blown away by it themselves. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Look, it's black and white right here. It's printed.
In my mind, I was just thinking, like, we're done feeling bad about this. The shame worked maybe a little bit at first, but it doesn't work anymore. We're done. We're done, guys.
You've never been lied to before? How hard is this to comprehend? It's like you've never been screwed. The Nigerian prince never tried to scam you on an email. You know what I mean? You don't get this, eh?
Oh yeah, bud.
It's cool. If it was outer space and the globe, that would be cool, man. Like, I used to believe it. It was cool then. It would be cool still. But
it's just fast and dangerous and shit like that. I'm the first guy in line. All right, so you can absolutely send me on your free rocket ship wherever to super duper outer space you're telling me exists. I'll be the first guy to line up, man. I got a racing suit and a helmet ready to go.
Anybody watch football?
I got it on in the background.
Dude, the fucking Bucks got fucking destroyed, man.
Oh, yeah. Feel bad for Brady.
Wow, man.
It's like he signed some sort of deal. He's like, yeah, look, you're not going to win this year, dude.
35-0 so far. Well, I don't know how the game ended, but I was like, I couldn't believe that score. Brady, oh my God, Brady must have been beside himself. Holy shit, dude. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. The 49ers look good, man. I know it's going to be hard to beat. Freaking hard to beat, bro.
I don't know shit about football, but I do know that Tom Brady has a witch for a wife. So ask me this.
Oh, shit, they broke up, son. Yeah.
Well, then what happened? Is his career going downhill now because of it?
Oh hell no! He's got 7 championships. How can that go downhill? He could lose. He could never win another game and still be the best ever. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I understand that, but I'm saying, did the performance change since the wife left? Is he starting to lose or miss shots or whatever?
Well, the team's not as good. He lost a lot of star players, And then you got that too. So I mean,
usually when you get a divorce,
responsible for all those wins. She says all those 7 wins are hers. So
I don't believe that.
well,
What were you gonna say, Mavis?
Hey, look, when men get divorced, what happens?
Shit hits the
regular men from regular women.
A lot of their life falls apart. So
I agree with that, but this is a specific circumstance.
no, I mean, witches don't have power. They don't have power.
no, with Brady, he doesn't have the same team as he had when he won the last Super Bowl. So it's all the the star players left, so he didn't have anybody.
It's all fixed anyway, so I'll just sit here and enjoy.
Well, it's fixed to a certain degree. Like they let it sometimes let it play out, but it's Vegas, man. Vegas controls everything. So I mean, what are you gonna do?
I don't have an extra one tier of empathy for any millionaires playing ball of any kind. So
yeah, but, it's sports. Gotta love sports regardless.
got a lot of
If it was as fixed as everybody says, a lot more people would have ratted it out by now.
Well, I think it is. This might not be every single game, but the odd time you're there just to make a killing, you know what I mean? Like
regular people will say ref ball. Like, that's like a regular thing people say now. So I mean, it seems like people are on to it.
Yeah, it's fixed when
game is fixed except for the Packers.
The Packers.
boxing is clearly fixed. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, boxing. Yeah, definitely. But
the Packers are the only team where the city owns them. Every other team has an owner. Lou, where you at?
Soccer's an outright joke, just my opinion.
What's up? I heard something about the Packers. What y'all saying?
Yeah. I said every game is fixed except for the Packers games because the Packers are owned by the city.
Yeah, they're owned by the season ticket. They're owned by the season ticket holders, essentially.
I'm playing around.
I've been to a Skybox. I've been to the Skybox Packers game when the Packers versus the Rams back in late '90s.
Must have been kind of exciting.
Yeah,
it's some good times.
Most people probably don't really realize
it's a beautiful field.
How it is with Lambeau. Yeah, like such diehard fans. It's really actually pretty. It's not easy to get in there, really, like necessarily.
My dad's company owns one of the Skyboxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they built the stadium.
Nice.
Like every seat in the house is owned by a season ticket holder. So if you want to buy tickets, you have to like buy them off of the season ticket holder, who's just not going to be using them that night or whatever else.
Yep.
Wow, I didn't know it was like that.
I have no idea. It's like only one of 2 football games I've ever been to because I'm like not into football.
Yeah.
They say a season ticket on average to get season tickets for the Packers, like a 6-year wait list.
No, dude, I've heard it's like decades long. Like because they grandfather them down. Like they're able to pass them off to their kids and shit like that when they die. And that's like families fight over their Packer tickets and wills and shit when their dads die.
I shouldn't be laughing, but damn.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's true though. That's why the Packers have such a great following on the away games because nobody can make it to the home games.
Oh wow!
Yes, that's true. Right.
Like if you go to any Packer away game, there's probably more fans in the stadium that are Packer fans than the home team.
What's up with the Packers?
I've been to 2 Packer games in my life, but both times they were some kind of promotional thing, like won them or got in through like it was like the Miller Lite end zone or something that they have a section down there.
I vibe with the Packers because they have the same color scheme as my high school football team that I played for. So, well, why are they so big? Like they were talking about doing a team overseas somewhere in like England or whatever.
Yeah, I mean they're for some reason internationally they have the biggest like fan base, and I think it is because like I already said, how
Rodgers.
they don't have just a team owner or anything like that who's worried about profits. Every move that they make is, I mean, they're withholding to the fans. The fans are what actually kind of drives their decisions. So it's I don't know. It's cool that way, I guess.
The city owns the team. It's not like they have a Jerry Jones or the Raiders have their owners. Every team in every sport has an owner. But the Packers are beholden to the city. Like they say the city owns it, but the city has the board of directors and the fans own it.
Interesting. And they have Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, well, we've had a long time. We went from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's been a long. It's been a long stretch of having an all-star MVP quarterback.
Right.
No, for as long as I've been a fan, which is like damn near 30 years. Oh, a losing season is hard to come by, dude.
Feels bad because I like Rodgers. So
he is an extremely accurate quarterback.
Yeah,
he doesn't throw interceptions. He doesn't make mistakes.
I mean, only if he must be so dialed in with the Earth's rotation. Just
it's that ayahuasca. Drink
it's the ayahuasca. That's good.
I don't know if everybody can stay healthy. I see him getting pretty far next year. The playoffs. Another thing that the Packers do really well, they draft really well. They don't trade very often. They draft their players and train them to be Packers.
Well, they groom players and not in a bad way. they draft pretty low, but they have good talent scouting, I guess. They go and they find guys that other teams just would bypass, and they bring them in and they make them into something like over and over again. They're known for doing that, and then typically, that person when their contract comes up, they get an offer from another team and we lose them to a team that's willing to pay them more, but would do it again and again and again.
I thought Dallas was America's team.
It's always been it's always been like a back and forth since like the 90s, at least when I was a kid. The Green Bay was called, I believe Green Bay was called America's team before Dallas ever tried calling themselves America's team. But you know how people from Texas are, right? So, and then they had that, they did have an awesome rivalry. Like the Packers and Dallas had an awesome rivalry going through the 90s. They also.
It's not called the Landry Trophy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's the Lombardi Trophy, which was a Green Bay Packer coach, Vince Lombardi. So,
not called the Tom Landry Trophy.
And it's the original stadium too. I mean, they've done renovations to it, but it's like one of the original 4 NFL teams or the original 4 football teams. And it's the original stadium, and it's the furthest. It's the furthest north open air stadium.
Yeah, it's literally like when you're outside the stadium, outside the grounds. It's like you're looking at a high school stadium. It's the craziest thing ever. You're in a neighborhood. There's people that live right across the street.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all just, it's like literally like, just single family homes like suburbia, and then there's a freaking stadium in the middle of it. And there's really nowhere to park, so that's actually how all the people who live in the neighborhoods surrounding it, like they all make money, and they count on that money during the football season for parking people in their yards and in their driveways and shit like that.
All the construction slows up, and people aren't making any money because the weather's too cold.
Hey, Creation Bear.
Yeah.
Hey, you know how you because your name's Creation Bear, sometimes you change it to something that's CB?
Yeah.
I just want to put this out there. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I just hope, I was just thinking about it right now, and I was like, dude, this is really important. You know, I'm Cuz Blood, so like, don't try to ever use Cuz Blood.
I'm changing it right now, dude.
No, dude, I'm serious, bro. That's my shit, dog. You know what I mean?
Cuz Blood.
No, dude, I'm changing it right now. I'm sorry.
I'm Cuz Blood, bro.
I'm stealing.
Oh my god! I'm gonna kill you, dude. When I see you, I'm gonna kill you, dude. Dude, I'm gonna kill you, dude. How dare you? How dare you? I shouldn't have said anything. You would have never thought of it. Fuck me in my big mouth, dude.
You should have gave me the idea, dude.
Fuck, dude.
It's done.
So
it's over.
stupid. I just shot myself in the foot, dude. Fuck.
Word.
Oh my god, dude. Me in my
Ask and
big
you
mouth.
shall receive.
Oh my god. Okay, so I'll allow you to keep that name up there. Check it out, because Helio gave me full permission last night. No, Helio basically gave me more permission than anybody else on the server, even himself. Right? Like, I'll allow you to keep that. See, I'm the thing is, I know how to create like names and stuff. I just my computer's down right now. Yeah. So if you give me the tag Cuz Blood, I'll allow you to keep that. Once my computer gets up and running, though, I'll be able to do it myself. But just it's down right now. Can you do that for me, please? Helio
I
said
can't
it's
do
cool.
that. I don't have those
How much
powers.
power do you think Helio has?
My computer's down. Otherwise, I would have just done it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Your dog ate your homework. That's why there's no curvature. We get it.
Seriously.
No, but I don't have those powers, bro. I'm sorry.
Dude, I was telling Helio last night. I go, when they took away my bot control, I was like, Helio, I know that you fought to the bloody end. Like, you were swinging, dude. Helio, even after they had him on the ground, was biting people. Even for me to keep that, bro. That's how much Helio loves me.
He has the rabies.
Yeah. What up, Crypto?
Yo.
Yo.
Who's this guy?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Cuz Blood.
Yeah, I don't think I met you.
Who, me?
Latter-day Saints.
Yeah.
Dude, we used to go to school together. You don't remember that? God, bro.
I never went to school. I was born as an adult.
Oh, the opposite of Benjamin Button? I was too. We went to the school of Hard Knocks together.
Oh, right.
That's why we look up to Crypto. Okay.
Oh,
right. Well, I look up to everybody. I'm not that tall.
Well, I mean, you all look up to me because I'm on the top of a ball, right?
Yeah.
That explains the regression that I've experienced with you.
Is that God rocking? Hey.
You're born an adult, you become more immature as the days go by. My goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You driving right now, Crypto?
Always driving.
Nice.
Anyway, I just posted a picture of some homemade toffee I just made with my sister, and this shit is so good. Oh my god!
You must be trying to catch your house, dude.
No. Is it made with weed or no?
No, it's not made with weed. It's just got homemade toffee sprinkled with milk chocolate and walnuts. I think it's good.
So what you're saying is it has weed in it.
No.
No, but Crypto, I was saying you must be trying to catch your house, dude. You know, all of our buildings are moving, so you always must be trying to. Yeah, you know, like since the Earth is rotating, all of the buildings that we live in are moving. So it seems like you must have been trying to catch your house for a long time. Must have got away from you quite a bit. Huh?
Yeah, you should found that it was easier to go the other way.
Maybe if you just park in a roundabout, and wait for it, it'll loop back and you can catch it the next time it comes around.
No, Lou, you can't put it in park, dude. You got to put it in neutral so you can roll.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
So I figured if I went west, I'd get there eventually. Yeah. Work because the Earth isn't moving.
Yeah. Well, it's like that old joke, you know, like, hey, is your fridge running? Oh, well, you better go catch it, you know. Maybe you guys have heard that before.
I have not.
Creation Bear Playfair is my name.
A guy in another server told me he was an archaeologist, which then prompted me to, obviously, I don't know if you guys have heard my archaeologist chat-up line.
No.
No, okay. You go up to a girl and you say, "Are you an archaeologist?" And you can pray she says yes. Because if she says yes, you tell her you have a large bone for her to examine.
Oh, that's good. Take notes. I thought you were going to go into some petrified wood, some hardwood or something. That's
good. If she says no, you can always say that's a shame because.
Brilliant.
Well, Creation Mirror, I was just going to go in there and remember I told you Helio made me like the lead, like head mod of everything basically. So I was going to go change my name to Creation Bear, but I went in the settings. I couldn't figure out how to do it. I could only know how to change my icon picture. So I guess you win on this one.
Yeah, I hacked your account actually. I locked it. So yeah.
I know. Wouldn't be the first time, bro. I'm really smart. I just look this way, you know.
No, small.
Yeah, sometimes we like need that baller to come in and just spark things up. Sometimes you're just not in the mood for that baller energy, man. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of feisty. You know what I mean? You gotta be.
That's my dog's name.
What, feisty?
Yeah.
It can get real. It can turn pretty hot kind of quick. You know what I mean? If you're not ready for it.
Yeah.
The thing about balls is that I don't think they realise that sticks and large balls is gay.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah. We got to stop worshiping all these balls, dude.
Well, that's why when you say that space is fake and gay, well, space is fake, and it's the large balls that makes it gay.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Wait, did Cuddy just change his name to Bloodcut? That's cool. I accept that.
I mean, never mind. All I'm going to say is the shape of the way that Bezos designed his ship is pretty damn gay too.
Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah.
I'm gonna have to drop the picture again, though, just so you guys all know who the real Cuzblood is.
I'm starting to think that like this whole outer space thing is just like some big horny joke.
Which is much funnier when they get everyone.
Hey, wait.
I don't know what the fuck your problem. Oh, excuse me.
So sorry. You know how Are you trying to say something, or are you just kind of hot mic and saying about talking to somebody else? I don't want to interrupt you. Okay, so you know how like they say that somebody who's got like a really big truck must have like a little, so I guess apply that to Bezos with his giant ass shaped rocket. Compensating.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah. I mean, it could be shaped like anything, dude. Why would you make it something like badass? You know what I mean? All these planes, they look so cool, but like you're gonna make it look like a giant, like.
I mean, he could have built the Millennium Falcon. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, though.
Just saying.
I mean, now I'm thinking of like Dragon Ball Z, like the spacecrafts were like spheres; they were just balls. So that doesn't really help my case. So that's not much better.
Another announcement to make, in case you guys didn't see it earlier. You guys have all heard of Karen B, right? She's the new mayor of LA. There's a picture.
Yeah, Karen B used to be an admin on this server.
Yeah, well, she's the mayor of LA now. So I'm just saying, though, peep the halo over the head.
Bompton.
Isn't she literally the Karen? The whole Karen meme thing is named after, like, don't be a Karen.
No.
I think that's literally every other Karen.
But yeah, Karen B is the new mayor of Bompton. I'm just saying.
Well, I was thinking in terms of like if she's a moderator, and then you have like these lowly people talking crap because she's trying to moderate, maintain peace, and they talk crap like she's a bee.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll turn it back on if you need it.
No, I was just trying to figure out where the roots of that damn insult came from. It's a little silly. It's funny.
Yeah, Karma says it came.
He's a flat Earth mayor.
I think it's just coincidence. Or God.
Yeah, no, it's just Karen Base. It's just a joke. But her name literally is Karen B. That's what I'm saying. She's the mayor of Bompton now, and the mayor of Long Beach.
I wasn't really making a jab at Karen. I was asking about the trolls. And I'm sorry, Godric. You say what you're saying. My bad.
No, Drace, what were you going to say?
I just jumped in and someone Karen B, and I thought it was something. Never mind.
Yeah, two things I was going to say. One, Karma was telling me that the Karen meme essentially came originally from Dane Cook. She's looking for a link on that. And then Karen B was an admin on the server and is in the Flat Earth community, and this is not her.
No, it's not her, bro.
She was an admin here?
I just said, dude, are you even listening? I said that 5 minutes ago.
Oh, me? Oh, my bad.
Maybe it's the accent, you can't hear what I'm saying, or... I mean, the Icelandic accent's totally fine, apparently, but who knows?
How?
No, Crypto, it's a youngster thing. These kids they're just not old enough to listen.
Crypto, have you ever seen the skit
How
about
dare
the
you?
About the English-speaking terrorists?
I have no idea what you just said. Can you repeat that?
Hold on, I'm probably roboting. I'm trying to keep an eye on my signal.
You seem to be back now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So you gotta look up English-speaking terrorist on YouTube.
Right.
And it's basically this like news reporter. She's on BBC. She's talking to this terrorist, and the terrorist is speaking perfect English, but there's subtitles underneath them. It's hilarious.
Hey, Crypto.
What's up?
Hey, I was thinking, I had a talk with Helio about this, and we both thought it would be a good idea if you change your name to Cripwalk instead of Crypto.
Huh, right. Well, wouldn't I have got the Crip leg?
That'd be cool. Banging Bompton and Long Beach, you know what I mean?
Can
I'll get my the Fellowship of the Flat Earth together, and we'll discuss it and see what we come to.
Oh, I can do it for you as soon as my computer starts working again, or when Creation Bear helps me out.
Creation Bear can't change my name.
Well, Helio gave me the power to do it. It's just my computer is broken.
No, only an admin has the power to do it.
I think I need Drace's help to just translate everything Crypto's saying. I can't even understand anything Crypto's saying.
What? What?
Might be moderator, actually. Maybe moderator.
When are you English guys going to start speaking English?
He's crip walking on his blood clots, dog.
No, I didn't get the Fauci ouchie. I'm fine.
And one of the funniest things to say to an English person is, "Oh, your English is so cool, or your accent is so cool." And they're like, "I don't have an accent. You have a fucking accent."
Yeah, what? Everyone literally thinks that they don't have an accent. It's like, no, literally everyone has an accent.
That's interesting.
Hey, some guy just hit on me right now. I'm not even kidding. He pulled up and I stepped out of the kiosk and he goes, "Excuse me, can you tell me why all the pumps aren't working?" I was like, I don't know what to say. You know what I mean?
Wait, that's hitting on you?
There's so many jokes you could hit with that.
I know, bro. I was just like, I was like, well, you know what?
You should have just told him that your girlfriend just left you for a Glover.
I know, I should have, bro.
Excuse me, sir. Is your pump working?
Is it synchronized with the music, sir?
Oh my god. I don't know what to say when people say stuff like that. Like shit like that leaves me at a loss for words, and I'm almost never at a loss for words, dude. So I'm just like,
just tell him, say, "Hey, have you ever been flat smacked before?"
Oh my god, dude. I don't even want to engage with these people, bro. Seriously. I mean, anything can be taken out of context, bro. You know? Yeah.
Just lean in and be like, "You ever flat smack another dude before?"
Oh my god, dude.
I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I get bored, and I'll have fun back just to see what the person's gonna say. It's some funny shit, dude.
Bro, I've been here since 2:00, and all I've done is sold one lighter to somebody. That's it.
and some condoms.
Oh no, that was last night. I sold condoms to somebody.
There's like a TikTok channel that does like weird pranks at the gas station. He's like, works at the gas station. You should do like a flat Earth type of thing.
I know. I should.
From there.
Well, I did Boston Ray Mud Floods. We did a live stream. I had the iPad, and he was doing a live stream on his channel, and so I was in the gas station the whole time doing it. But other than that, I haven't done anything else here. I should though.
Just everyone that walks in be like, "Hey, do you think this building is moving?"
Nobody walks in at the kiosk, bro.
Really?
You can't come inside here. Yeah, it's just a
just
kiosk.
ask him. Just be like, "Hey, do you think this kiosk is moving?"
I don't even know why we have gas pumps. You don't need the containers to hold it in the gas. I don't know why they even have it.
Yeah.
Look.
I mean, I'm developing as soon as I'm finished with my custom spherical house, I'm going to develop a custom vehicle with custom wheels with no need for container, just gravity. And
right.
Yeah, gravity will also contain the gas, so it has an unlimited tank. You can fill it up as much as you want. Just some people like to drive. They don't want to stop as often as you do. So
hey, thanks for changing your name, bro. Because like I couldn't keep looking at that. It really it fills me with jealousy, anger, rage, and resentment against you. So thank you. I appreciate that.
I had to pay. Discord made me pay to change it, so it was only like a 15-minute time countdown. So
wait, so to change my name, I have to pay. That's how it works. I have to pay money to change my name.
No, but if you type the word "cuz blood," it just pops up like, "Hey, you have to pay for that." So yeah, I just decided.
Oh yeah, because last night Helio gave me the power to make people pay for certain names, and that's one of them.
So, is this Nico guy even in this chat, or is he just kind of talking in the chat room, not in the VC at all?
Oh, Nicole.
He's not even in the VC. I don't think. I'm trying. No.
Oh, that's Nicole, honey.
Yeah, I mean, he should come chat with his French self. Like, the earth is round. I can see the curve.
Dude, his accent, his accent is so dope, dude. I love his accent.
He's a cool dude. He's a pretty cool dude. I hope that he sees the light and comes to our side so that he can be a French flat earther, because that would be cool.
I didn't say he's cool. I just said I like his accent.
No, I mean, he's like chill sometimes, except for when he gets all like angry at everybody over the conversation. Like, dude, don't take it personally. It's not like you made the earth and we're pissed off at it or something.
I say that all the time, dude. I'm like, dude, they'll ask me questions like, well, what shape is this? And how does this work? I'll be like, I don't know, dude. I didn't make the earth. Go ahead.
That's a blanket from county jail, sir. I recognize those blankets. How did you get that out of county jail? That's the blankets they have in county jail.
It's the army.
Yeah.
The army. That's fucking
What happened?
You know what I mean? Like fucking the jail inmates.
Are
fucking.
Is he Flathead? Are you trying to do this right now?
He's talking to an escaped prisoner with us.
And he's
got a jail blanket on. How can I help you, sir?
Give him a Lucy and let him go, dude.
I don't know if he's trying to do this right now.
Give the guy a Lucy and let him go.
You told him to produce a YouTube show. He's producing a YouTube show.
Show him the cigarette and ask him if he thinks the earth is a cylinder.
Listen to this. It's funny.
You know about me.
I don't know about
You know
you.
about me. We're all fucking good looking.
All right, brother. Have a good day.
I'm good looking.
So he had a county jail blanket wrapped around him, and I've only seen his jail.
Please tell me you didn't just give him a free lighter. You guys are breaking even if you did.
Back to zero.
Oh my god, dude. They probably gave it to him when he left because he probably didn't have any clothes. And they're just like, here's a free county jail blanket. And they're like these dark blankets with like distinct blue stripes, and they're made of like this weird, horrible burlap material that has nano in it.
Nano down.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to have somebody mute me, but I thought this is what you guys wanted. I thought this is what my critics asked for.
No, you're good. I was just making sure. It wasn't long term.
No, it wasn't on accident.
We good?
Yeah, it was on purpose.
All right, cool. Thought you were gonna hit him with the, what's up, dude? Gas pressure required container?
No, this dude was a couple Excedrin tablets short of a full medicine cabinet, dude. You know what I mean?
Oh boy.
Yeah. And he was a really big guy, and I just let him go. You know what I mean? I let that one slip out of the palm, you know?
It's all good.
That's all right.
You don't want
it with volume.
You don't want the gas pressure inside your kiosk to dissipate into the lower pressure area outside the kiosk.
I know. I gotta choose my battles wisely.
Globers be wildin'.
Does anybody here who's in the server right now want me to do any icon picks for them?
Nope.
Today's opposite day. I'll take that as a yes. DM me, sir. DM me.
Gemsy. Was that Gemsy or Crypto?
Oh, no. If it's opposite day, then that means you're saying, I'll take that as a yes, means you're actually taking it as a no.
Oh, opposite day just expired. DM me. I'll do it for you.
But that already transpired, so that was too late. Like, it is expired after that transpired.
Oh, it's back on again.
Flip-flopping hard from the public sponsor.
Hey, Flatterday, do you want to be my little spoon? Said, do you want to be my little spoon?
Your what?
My little spoon.
Like, are you talking about cuddling or that little spoon from McDonald's?
I don't under. You mean like a sample when you go to Baskin Robbins for ice cream, like the little pink spoon?
Yeah. Can I taste all your flavors?
What? I don't.
What? No, I was.
I don't get it. I'm. See, when you guys say shit like that, you put me at a loss for words.
What? You guys are wild. You're a bunch of savages. You're heathens.
Yeah.
You need to get
now you guys know how to shut me up. Okay?
That's funny.
That's my kryptonite.
What's funny is you're doing this all sober too.
I know. I'm sober, dude. Right now, I haven't got home and started drinking my Australian beer, my Foster's that I drink upside down.
That nobody in Australia drinks.
Well, we just mailed you a whole case of Space 4X. So how are you, sir? You're supposed to drink the sponsored beer.
Dude, Timbo told me that that's all they drink in Australia is Foster's. He swore on it. He made me take a blood oath, bro.
Well, you're not supposed to drink the Space VB or the Space Foster's, just the Space 4X.
Brought to you by Spice 4X. Spice 4X, because Spice VB is piss.
Aussie Peppa Pig.
If you order Foster's when you're here, mate, they'll tell you. They'll say, "Oh, you like the taste of piss, do you?"
Hey, I knew I could get you to unmute yourself, Timbo.
You cunt.
I got him, coach. Got him.
So there's Dos Equis and then there's 4X. So 4X must be like 2 times as better.
Sure.
Dos Equis is Mexican and 4X is Australian.
Us Australian for beer.
But they only drink that in Queensland. So.
Hey, is there a show called The King of Queensland?
Is it 4X's because upside down requires more gravity to stick to the ball?
That's exactly what it is, Gizbo.
I knew my algebra.
4X.
Solve for X.
Does anyone out there pronounce it XXXX?
So, Creation Bear, are you going to be on the new song called Mater Dei Saints 2.0?
What's that?
I'm hoping I can get Drace to come on, too.
We haven't done a cipher in a while.
I just feel like nobody takes me seriously, bro.
I mean, do you take yourself seriously?
Not at all. No, I never. Fuck no.
You send me the beat. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah,
Hey,
we could
Drace,
do a
all I
cipher
do
or
is my
something.
beats- I just get my beats from Anabolic Beats, bro. I just steal them right off the internet.
Yeah, I do a lot of that as well. Like, just send me the beat that you're thinking about working on, I'll make some lyrics and make some melodies and stuff, and then you'll show me what you got, and I'll show you what I got.
Okay. Hey, Toby Dog. Do you know Toby Dog makes some pretty dope beats? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I love that dude.
All right. Yeah.
Guys, we're having a rap battle.
I mean, we can have a rock battle if you want, Crypto.
I got a joke.
Is it the Globe?
Okay, listen. What? Do you know how you can always beat a lesbian at rock, paper, scissors? You always pick rock because she'll always pick scissors.
Good thing
That's
she's
so
not after
funny.
your paper.
Right? The triple entendres are just killing me here.
Oh, ballers, come out and play.
So, do you guys know the quickest way to pick up a chick is to walk up to her barefoot and tell her that the earth is flat? Dude, chicks will just be hopping on the... dude, they'll be jumping on the team left and right. I'm serious, bro. I'm serious. Try it sometime.
Yeah, it's actually how I met my current wife.
Right. That's how I met my mother. Really? You walked up to her barefoot, bro?
I mean, if I want to make a good first impression.
Right? Yeah.
Gotta show them those toenails, man.
Right?
Dude, I went on this date with this girl.
With ants on your
That
feet?
was her whole philosophy. She was like, dude, she's like, I just want to like show my, like my flaws first. And like, it was really weird, bro. Armpit hair hanging all out. I'm like, okay, we're done here. I just like kind of like to let it out first. I'm like, no. Thank you though.
Are you okay, bro?
Bro, okay, so I have a suggestion for that. If she's really hot, but you're like, oh my god, she's got like armpit hair, replace all her body wash and shampoo with Nair. Not even gaslighting, bro.
Body wash and shampoo thing.
Savage.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I feel like you are not okay.
Yeah, I think long term that's not going to work out as well as just slowly getting her to accept that you don't like that.
Yeah,
Right.
but I mean, whoever wants to go the slow way about it,
I don't mind going slow.
Yeah, you gotta take it easy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh man. What do you think the ballers are talking about right now?
Elon Musk.
Kanye West.
Artemis. They're talking about Artemis.
Where is
Hey,
our
Flatter Day?
Did somebody
even know
So they're talking about the Greek goddess of the hunt, right?
Yeah.
They don't even know that it happened.
Oh, that's a creepy subject. No, there's a book about it's like a witchcraft type book, and it talks about abortion, and the person who wrote it makes a reference to Artemis. That's what was just interesting that you were saying that. It's not like she taught it, it was just a reference to things, like conversating about it. I think it was talking about how like Artemis would put down a deer that had like a broken leg or something, and that there's no difference.
Hey, do you think they're being transparent about Planned Parenthood? What about? How about this one? How about this one? Planned Transparenthood. How about that? You like that, huh? We're about to go get our operation at the Planned Transparenthood.
Wait. If you adopt a child, are you a transparent?
If you get the operation.
No, you're an Australian parent. You're a foster.
It's your cousin from Bompton. So I was telling Helio last night, I'm like, Helio, I'll settle for the EBT flat earther, the most ghetto flat earther, or the roll flat out of Compton.
Most ghetto flat earther?
Yeah, I'll gladly accept that role. And he was like, are you really born in Compton? If you are, I'll give you that. And I'm like, because he wanted to see my birth certificate and all kinds of shit. And I'm like, oh, you're making this really awkward.
My sister wants to hear one of your songs, so post one so I can play it for her. Will you?
Say that again.
My sister wants to hear one of your songs, so post one where I can play it for her. DM it to me or something.
Yeah, post the best one.
Call vagina.
Fuck. I got you. Let me ring these cigarettes up, and I got you.
All right.
We got a newcomer with us, Juanito Cinco. He doesn't have VC verified yet, but we could check him in here. See what he sounds like. I could hover over the mute if you guys like.
Little 1-5. Welcome, Juanito Cinco. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Estás bien? ¿Qué piensas del mundo?
La Tierra es plana.
¿El Tierra es plana? ¿Sí o yes?
Sí or yes.
See, that was one of my favorite. When I worked with these Hispanic guys, it was one of my favorite jokes they would ever do. They would always do that. They'd be like, "So, sí or yes? Are you gonna do this? Sí or yes?" I'm like, okay, I see. You got me. They were awesome, man. They helped me really grow a lot when I was young. Anyway, Juanito, ¿dónde estás, man?
¿Tienes una boca?
¿Puedes hablar? No mames, güey, no mames.
Una la cerveza, por favor.
¿Cuándo estás listo?
Sí.
He's gonna pop on and be like, I don't even speak Spanish. What the fuck are you guys saying?
He shouldn't have a Spanish name.
Feliz Navidad.
Dude, I'm so glad I have noise canceling headphones because like you go into these places and it's just you want to just drill your eardrums with, freaking 3/10, whatever. I don't even know. Drill bits. Crazy. This stuff is bad.
Is that working?
Radio check.
Check.
Where's Johnny number 5 when you need him?
Yep, right here.
Yeah, we can hear you, Juanito. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where the globe goes to die.
Yeah, I could hear you guys before. No, I'm just a pinchy gringo.
It figures.
I know, right? We're all here talking to him in Spanish. He's like, they're not talking.
Cultural appropriation.
The fucking coconut.
Anyway, glad to have you, man. Let us know if you have any questions or you want to raise a point to the panel or anything. Happy to.
Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how this works. When I was on before, I was on the computer, and that wasn't working, so I just hopped on the phone just now, so it's working.
Oh, the app is actually pretty wonky. Discord's way better on the computer if you get it working right.
Well, the thing is, it's on a laptop, so like my microphone would be way over there, and I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird on the phone. I was on this other Flat Earth channel. You guys are a bunch of assholes over there. You guys are pretty cool.
Yeah, we won't do that to you here. Everybody here is like super chill all the time.
Nah,
Yeah,
forget
no,
that,
I mean-
dude.
I've been listening, so it's totally different. Like you go over there and like just dicks. You guys are pretty cool over here.
Yeah, the only one to look out for really is that lunatic. He's a right dickhead.
Also, where is over there?
Yeah.
It's that guy with Gem.
That's a Glober server. Those are not flat earthers. There's 90% Globers in there. Occasional flat earthers show up just to sharpen their swords, but the Globers really attack in there.
Yeah, well, see, I like listening to both sides, but over there, it's like they're just dickheads about it. You know, like you guys are cool when you get a Glober. You guys are, you know, I mean, for the most part. Sometimes people are dickheads everywhere, but
Someone has a link to that. I feel like trolling right now.
yeah, well, that's the thing. They got that guy over there from.
Yeah, I got you.
He's one of Nathan Oakley's buddies. And so they're being told dickheads to him. I don't know. Like I said, I just started looking at. I mean, I know about the flat Earth stuff, but I just started this Discord thing. So, you know, before I could listen on YouTube, but you guys are always posting stuff like that I can't see on YouTube, or I think. Like I'll see them talk about pictures and stuff that they're posting, and then but I don't see the pictures.
That's because people will post like 50 pictures at once.
Yeah, that might just be on their YouTube channel because I do see you guys scroll stuff and see the pictures, but then I'll see them talk about videos or. But
I just posted the link to Gamma Panda's server. 40 minutes past the hour in the live stream voice text.
Nice.
yeah, so they got that guy Dan over there. I think it's Dan. I think I hear him on Nathan Oakley's stuff.
Dan.
But every time he makes a point, they just I don't.
Yeah, you sound like a cool guy, Juanito. I'm giving you VC Verified. Just go up to the top of the server and read #welcome. That's where our rules are. Otherwise, welcome to the server.
So go up to where?
It's right at the top of the server. It's #welcome.
Are you talking about Dan the Waterman?
Yeah. That's what I was wondering too.
Hey, Juancito.
¿Qué pasa?
Yeah.
I speak more Portuguese than I do Spanish.
Okay.
Oh. I'll have to get Miguel Sosa onto him.
I'm trying to find this welcome thing.
Should be at the very top.
Are you on mobile?
Well, I'm on. See, I just switched to the phone app, which I haven't used before. See, I see all your guys' icons and stuff with the mute buttons.
It don't mute us.
Yeah, if you lower that,
Swipe down.
you'll see you'll lower that and swipe left, or swipe right, I should say, swipe right.
Yes.
And then you
Swipe
can
the
scroll
screen
all
to
the way
the
up.
right.
Oh, okay. All right. Welcome to live stream. Start the live stream.
Are you on Tinder, Gizbo?
Grinder. No, I used to do online dating, and then fuck it, that's bullshit. Better off meeting somebody in the real world.
I'm so glad I don't have to deal with all that shit.
It's
I
a
did have a
nightmare.
Nigerian princess hit me up though.
I couldn't imagine trying to do that stuff in this day and age, but it's been a nightmare for years. Don't worry.
It seems like these people, they just stay single and just keep on going on dates. It's like, what are they doing? Like, do you get addicted to dating or something? You know, like addicted to disappointment every week.
Yeah,
I work in the hospital, so I work around a bunch of females. Now I hear them all the time. I just need to go on a date so I can get some free food. Like, that's the only reason why they want to go on a date.
What?
And that's not uncommon.
Who's making that noise?
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
Yeah, the gym or something, are you?
He's trying to hold on because the rotation's getting him.
You sawing down a tree?
Crypto, you gotta watch that video, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's only about 5 hours. It's not too bad.
We need to get Crypto some subtitles.
Yeah.
Oh, it's country out here.
What do you think you would have how would you have been different if you had heard about Flat Earth in like preschool, kindergarten, first grade? Like, do you think you would have been more of a rebel? How would your life have been different if you had learned the truth at an earlier age?
Are you asking anybody in general?
Gonna
Yeah,
find
just
out.
anybody who wants to respond.
I don't think I
I'd want to
could
know
have
how.
been. Sorry, man.
Oh, false start.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I couldn't think I would have been. I could have been any more rebellious. I think I would have thought about things a lot more than I did when I was younger. I think that would be the only difference. I would have lived life like someone's watching, you know.
Yeah, I would have lived life knowing that I was being lied to at every street corner, and every television show, every news station. I would have been probably the worst conspiracy theorist alive.
Yeah, probably a lot less emotionally
I would have been
invested
asking
in
about
things.
I would have been asking about sunsets and satellites.
Start hitting him
My
with the 3
daughter-
points in kindergarten.
My daughter figured out that I was my online friends were flat earthers at like 5 or 6 years old. Like,
nice.
so, it's not like I go teaching her this stuff, but yeah, she has questions, and it just, you don't even have to really say anything if they know that you think it's flat. Like, they're gonna, especially as a parent, like, they look up to you. They don't think you're foolish or silly at that young of an age,
Right.
Yeah, like, I don't know. It's just, I think it's probably causing her to like said, just have a little bit more of a critically thinking mind, to discern like truth and like from fiction herself, like in reality, like, I don't know, you guys have heard some of the stories I've had about her. Like I told one earlier today. So
They're great.
Does she know that your online name is Lunatic?
She reads very well.
I'm my daughter, I'm always breaking down paradigms for her. Like, the teacher will teach her something about the Earth, and then I'll explain it to her from a flat Earth perspective, and she's like, but I won't tell her like flat Earth or nothing. I'll just break the paradigm so that way she doesn't get the doctor.
My favorite story is the one which a lot of you guys heard, but when she was probably like almost 6, when I was driving her back home to her mom's, and she's looking out the window, and all of a sudden she's just like, well, what's higher, the trees or the car or the ground? And I was like, the car. Like, what's higher, the trees or the car?
the trees. What's higher, the clouds or the trees? I'm like, the clouds. And she's like, well, what's higher than the clouds? And I paused for just a second, hesitated for just a second, and she goes, oh, don't even say anything. I know you and your friends are flat earthers. Or no, sorry, yeah, no, she didn't say are flat earthers. She said, I know you and your friends don't believe in space. That's what she said. And don't even say anything. I know you and your friends don't even believe in space. Yeah, they pick up on shit quick all by themselves. Well, I guess it's not all by herself. It was me not like hiding it from her. You know, she's in the room while I'm talking to you guys. She's paying more attention than I think.
I think she'll probably appreciate it more if, like, later down the line, she'll be like more appreciative of you not trying to hide it to her than if you did. Because my parents tried to hide some stuff from me, and like, you know, I don't know. I'm just like, why did you do? You could have just been honest about that. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, the story I told today for like the 5th or 6th or 20th time was the one in school, you know, in 3rd grade with this kid Dominic who spoke out of turn and said, when they're teaching the globe, and he spoke out loud and said, no, it's not, because the earth's flat, to the teacher, and everybody laughed and kind of was laughing at him. And my daughter when she told me the story, she said that she really wanted to like stand up and like tell everybody that it's probably true. And but she didn't. And I told her that it's probably good that you didn't, you know, like, but
yeah.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, she was telling me, she was so excited when she told me. She was like, and I wanted to tell them, like, it's probably true, because I mean, it makes sense. You know?
Well, the kid who stood up and said it either has a big pair of balls, or he's just kind of like new, or you know, maybe he's
It's 3rd grade, dude. One of his parents is a flat earther.
All right.
Or his older brother or something like that. You know what I mean? Like,
but like, dude, Lou, think about it. Like when you were in 3rd grade, that didn't happen. No one was like, no one was gonna say that. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's a good thing. Even if one out of the whole class, that's good. That's good numbers.
Well, it's at least 2. You know.
Yeah.
I figure my daughter and Dominic are gonna start teaching the other kids on the school ground.
But that's good though. Imagine if you had somebody in your class at that age that was like, "Hey, maybe the Earth is flat." Like, could you imagine? I don't know. Just maybe they do have a chance. You know, there's so much peer pressure and so much nonsense and stuff for them to climb through and get through. But
yeah,
maybe they have a chance.
Along these lines that early in life, like that's a huge head start on any of us.
Way early. Like, I didn't hear about it until 2017, so that was like, you know, not that long ago, 4 or 5 years ago. So it's only like 24. So
we plant the flat earth seed, I guess, before they have a chance for their indoctrination to set into our children. You know, like if and that's the reason why they probably hate it so much. You know, it's like we're investing a lot into indoctrinating your children. We don't need you undoing that.
Right.
It can't be wasting our taxpayer money.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm just thinking back, you know, when I was that age, first hearing about the Earth being a ball, and at first, like, getting the concept of how people would have to be underneath you, like, no, it didn't make fucking sense then. It takes somebody just explaining it away, like typically going, well, it's complicated, trust me. You know, you'll figure that out. You'll learn more about this when you get older. And you just trust your teacher, you trust your parents. You know, so if these kids are right away being told, no, what the way that you see, like, recognize the way the Earth presents itself to you, like, that's actually true. So that's pretty reaffirming. That's going to, if they keep that in the back of their mind, the indoctrination's not going to work on them. They should have a better chance anyway, you would think.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that if I had known some things at an earlier age, I'd probably be a lot more of a rebel. I probably wouldn't go along with things as much. Probably be a little bit more outspoken at an early age. I don't know. The timing of it is very interesting. Like when we learned about it, it wasn't at the beginning. It was, after, quite a bit after for most of us.
I mean, yeah, when we talk about these things, I know you're being more specific to flat Earth itself, but like flat Earth is only just one aspect to me, like of the bigger overarching lie.
Right.
Like the way that they misrepresent reality all around us. The news, the government, like freaking just pretty much everything now, like there's always been lies, but now pretty much everything is a lie. And yeah, I mean, if you're exposed to understanding that, well, the authorities aren't really trustworthy, and you learn that at an early age, it's probably, like you said, it might bring on a little bit of a rebellious spirit, but it's like, really, it's healthy. Like, you don't want people just being blind sheep followers and shit like that. Like, we're running out of time. We need, like, this youngest generation might be the last hope, honestly. Like, we need something to happen. Sorry to be an alarmist, but we can't keep going this route.
Yeah. There's a little bit of good in everybody, I think. Like, all the generations have their pros and their cons, right? I was watching a video today talking about how, like, with the millennials, when we were little, like, our feelings needed to matter, and then now look, everybody, their feelings is like too much of everyone's feelings is overemphasized. So maybe we overshot our our desires of wanting our feelings to be heard as a millennial growing up. It's like, okay, we see the problems in that, our former generations are like, nah, your feelings don't matter, like, just shut up and go to work, that type of thing. So, and now
sorry.
No, go ahead.
No. Do you remember Scholastic newsletters, like, in school? Yeah, we had those way back when I was a kid too, and I don't know how far back they go. But I was surprised. My daughter said that in her Scholastic, they're teaching them how all the apps on your phones and tablets and stuff are tracking all of your information. Like, I mean, yes, this is true. I'm blown away that that they put that in the Scholastic newsletter for elementary school kids, for third graders.
It's to normalize it, I think. Like, that generation is just going to think that's just normal. That's not a.
See, that's not the way my daughter took it, though. Like, she thinks it's creepy. She sees that I tape the lenses on my phone and asks to borrow my tape so she can do the same thing.
Yeah, she's smart.
She had an Amazon Alexa in her bedroom at her mom's house, and in the middle of the night one night, I think she got up to go to the bathroom, and it turned itself on and said, "I'm wide awake." And she was like, okay, that's creepy as fuck. She unplugged it, and then went down to her mom's room and said, "Get that thing out of my room right now." That was in second grade. Okay, like
good. That's good, man.
Yeah, no, she's different than the others, or hopefully, better yet, hopefully she's not too far different than the others, and this generation is going to push back against all this shit.
Yeah, I got hope.
Me too.
There are some really good. What is she, Gen Z, or is that another generation?
I think they're calling. I think she would be Gen Alpha. I don't know, Gen A.
Gen A. Wow,
Millennials are supposed to be like people born. So Y is from like 80, from 80 to 96, and then 96
like 81. I mean, that depends. They do it by graduation year typically. I've seen there's a couple ways that they do it, but so if you graduated 2000, and then for the next like 20 years, I think, then you're the millennials or Gen Ys. So I graduated in 2000.
You guys understand that the boomers are the king of all generations.
Stop it! Stop.
Are they indigo? Indigo kids?
You guys had the most privilege of all generations.
I think they're called indigo kids, aren't they?
The indigo children? No, that's kind of a different thing.
That's the one after. That's the ones after the boomers.
Well, that's not like an actual full generation. The indigo thing it's a kind of a new agey thing, like where certain children are born to that are like more elevated beings that are going to somehow save us, and
right,
all that.
It's like it stretches from the 50s to the. But if that's the truth, if they're going to save us, they're not doing a damn good job.
Well, I'm seeing here the World War II generation was 1922 to 27. You would be like currently like 100, I guess. Post-war generation 1928 to 1945. The boomers, since boomers 1, 1946 to 1954. The boomers 2, or AKA Generation Jones, which is weird. That's my last name. 1955 to 1964, which is both of my parents' birth years. Gen X, 1965 to 1980. Millennials, 1981 to 1996. Gen Z, 1997 to 2012.
Yeah, and then my daughter was born in 2013. She's the Gen. It starts again then Gen A, I believe, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gen Alpha is the generation following Gen Z and currently includes all children born in or after 2010 in the same year the iPad was born. Wow.
And then, so I find interesting that they go XYZ, and then at the Great Reset, they bring in Gen A Alpha.
Yeah. At the Great Reset, huh?
No, I'm just saying, like, the timing of, like, what the World Economic Forum is calling the Great Reset, where by 2030, they have all these goals and blah, blah, blah. It's like the whole Agenda 2031 and Agenda 21, which is, the sustainability goals for the 21st century. Like, it's all, they're trying to, they're social engineering us right now. Clearly, everybody in here knows this. Like, and it's all part of this social engineering program that the UN and the World Economic Forum and a whole bunch of fucking transhumanist dicks, technocrats and shit like that, like they want to bring in. And then, they call that the Great Reset. That's like the name that Klaus Schwab coined, like, this thing, right? But right as they're doing the Great Reset, also it just so happens that they're doing a reset, like starting an alphabet order when naming generations.
Welcome to Speculation Sunday, where we talk about why would they lie to us.
Event 201 was a computer program that was run, I believe, before the whole BS that's happened the last couple of half years.
Oh yeah, you're talking about that 2016 to 2018 program.
Yeah. They did they did a computer program to see, what the results.
St. Paul, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember all that. I got all those documents.
That link right there that I shared in the live stream, 2030 agenda, pretty interesting thing to read.
Shout out to Kerry Mullis. We miss you all.
Right. Somebody said, "Welcome to speculation." After I finished, none of that's speculation. That's literally what they tell you.
That's what I was about to say, Lou. That's why I shared this. It's not speculation. It's just they're very open about it.
Yeah.
What I love is that you shared the link and then there's no hyperlink preview.
That surprised me. I don't know why. I don't know why it didn't show up. I guess there isn't one. I don't know.
That's there actually used to be a UN website out there called UNNWO.org. Did you ever see that? Let's see if it's on. Oh, it's up and running.
Why is this guy hanging out in this room when he's not even in the VC? Nico, get in the VC. What is wrong with you?
I hear the turn signals and I automatically know whose those are.
Hey, I got a question. Has anybody ever heard of capitalism?
No, what's that?
It's awesome.
It is.
Couldn't tell you. We haven't lived in it for quite some time. We live in it's an oligarchy the way that we run things.
Yeah, if there was capitalism, we would have had the same 10 kinds of candy for our entire lives.
It's basically communism, but it's like you'll be happy because everybody's equal. Everybody will be happy.
I liked your question earlier, Creation Bear. That was interesting.
What question?
About what we would do with our lives had we known about flat Earth when we were children.
Mm-hmm.
I would have made my teachers look like nincompoops.
I know, right? Because you'd realize that none of them know what they're talking about.
Right? I like Goodwill Hunting all of them with the Earth.
If I had known that the Earth was flat when I was a child, I'd be pointing at the sky and saying, "What are those lights doing up there?" But I don't know. I don't know what I would do. It would be nice to know the truth right off the start. I have to try to figure it all out later.
Not me.
Yeah, man. If I knew at an early age, like the truth, I don't know, I'd just be much more of a rebel. I'm not going along with any of this nonsense. Are you kidding me?
They kind of make it hard to not go along with any of the nonsense, though.
I know.
Because all the people around you, like, to not go along with any of the nonsense means not using their apps or their smartphones or their,
right,
not not voluntarily taking around the tracking devices they try to put on you. That means for us, that means not getting the RFID freaking ID that you're going to need to be able to fly domestically starting next year or something like that. I think they actually just pushed that back. The real ID, I think that's pushed back for traveling domestically till 2024 now.
Well, that's
happen next year.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why we weren't really like designed to know the truth from the jump. Like we needed to kind of go through life first a bit before we.
That makes no sense.
Well, it's like, you play Pokemon, like, I don't know if you ever played Pokemon when you were growing up. Like, if you try to trade a friend a Pokemon who was like level 75 and you just got the game, that Pokemon won't do anything for you. You don't have any badges. You don't have any levels. You don't have any permissions to control that Pokemon's level 75. So it's kind of the same idea. Like, you're not there yet to understand. You can't control the truth if you don't have the badges for it. You don't have the experience.
I'd just like to clarify that's a firm no on the Pokemon for me.
Oh, you didn't play?
Hell no.
Yeah, well, there's this idea actually in the game. It's embedded in the game. It's pretty interesting. Like back in the day when I was growing up, you could like plug a cable into your Game Boy and plug it into someone else's Game Boy, a friend. You guys both have the game. If he had a Pokemon that was like, level 75, level 99, whatever, you're like, yo, look, trade him on over. I just got the game yesterday. Trade him on over. I'm going to beat the whole game. You trade him over. He becomes part of your roster. You go to fight the first, Pokemon, and it doesn't do jack for you. You go, all right, go tackle, and it just is like, nope. Because
I just figured out the Pokemon craze just now. So like when I was a kid, yeah, there was some kids that were starting to play Pokemon, but it was like trading cards, like Magic the Gathering and shit. They were like Pogs. You had a Trapper Keeper like filled with freaking Pokemon cards.
Yeah, I had those too.
Like,
oh, they were playing games.
Yeah. But it was a video game that got all you kids. No wonder it fucking took off like it did. I never fucking understood it.
On the Game Boy, yep. It was the jam. It was the bomb. But that idea is a very, very interesting idea that you don't get to control things that are beyond, your experience level. So you just, you can't have the truth at like 5. I didn't get it till like 25, so.
Truth is only out of necessity, right? You don't spawn not knowing the truth. You spawn knowing the truth, actually. I mean...
No, you don't.
You do. The only reason you would have to figure out the truth is because you've been conditioned to look away from it, right? But if you're born without any conditioning, there's nothing to find.
I don't agree with that. There's a lot of mystery to this world, and you don't just born with understanding of this entire world. We still don't know things.
What do you mean
But-
mystery?
But
Well,
there
what
is
is the
something
moon?
to that. Think
What is
about
the
it.
sun?
If nobody ever taught you how to lie,
I mean,
like you might be confused about what is and what isn't. But
I don't think
Yeah.
anybody has to teach you how to lie.
Yeah.
Those are mysteries. So
Yeah,
there's a lot
that's
of
true.
mysteries in this world.
because it's a defense mechanism when people feel like they're going to be hurt, and they'll instantly knee-jerk do that, I'm sure, even if they're not taught how to.
I mean, I would say maybe you're born pure. Some people, most people are probably born pure and very innocent, but I don't think you're born like full of information of this world.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Sure.
Yeah.
Oh no, but what about one of those?
You wouldn't need
What
to
about one of
see-
those twins that consumes his other twin in the womb? Like, is he born? Like, is he evil? I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but we both started at the same time. I figured finish it.
Yeah.
Jesus, I never knew that even happened. Thanks, man.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sounds like he was born hungry. I mean, I never heard of that either.
Yeah, no. Once in a while, like a baby can like absorb or a fetus can like absorb the other fetus. So like they call it like I forget what the actual term is for it, but they'll say that one is taking all the nutrients from the other one. It basically consumes the other fetus.
It's a lot of energy to consume. Interesting. But yeah, no, I would say you're born pure, innocent, and bright, connected,
Yeah.
all that stuff. But I don't think you're born with like the quadratic formula in mind.
Yeah, like people who are born in a tribe, for example, in the Amazon forest or whatever, they're not seeking the truth. They're just eating, sleeping, spending time with their family, and just living life. They're not seeking truth. But now we have truthers because people have been conditioned to understand their reality, right?
I see where you're coming from, but you got to think back to like, there's even people like living in the jungle now, or think about people who came up with, like ayahuasca, and you had to combine these two different roots that, how would you even think to do that? And they're getting enlightened and stuff. So you don't necessarily have to be in a modern world to start thinking about truth. A lot of people have done that in the past, I'm sure. You go into these like states of mind, and you're like, "Whoa, let me think about life a little bit."
you associate discovering like natural poisons or whatever with finding the truth?
I don't know if I would call them poison, and I don't know if I would say that they go. That's like the only way, but there's a saying that's like, "There's many ways to ascend a mountain, but the view from the top is the same." So.
Hey, look, what happened to QE? How come he doesn't come around much anymore? Do you know?
Their server that they were using for their YouTube channel like got taken out, and so they went over to Gilded. His account got banned by Discord, but he then, I don't know, not too long ago, he made a new account, and he pops in occasionally.
Oh, all right. I see. I knew about the channel, Nathan Oakley's channel, and I didn't know QE's team got took down too.
Well, his because he was a moderator in there, his account got taken out.
I get it. Yeah, I know how they do that. Beer candy. I was just curious. Haven't seen him around much. It's been a couple of months since I heard seen him here myself. So.
So yeah, about the truth and modern technology helping us get it. Like I would argue that we're probably stupider with all of our modern advancements. If you didn't have the distractions of school and work, and having to take your kids to whatever events they got going on, and what you want to watch on TV, sports, everything, the shit you're doing online, you'd have nothing but time to think. You know, like when you're just zoning out around a campfire or laying down, staring up at the stars, nothing better to do than just think about this stuff. That's why there was some amazing, discoveries, like or thoughts at least in the past, historically. And it kind of seems, stagnant now or going the wrong way.
What are you referring to? Are you referring to ancient civilizations?
Yeah, I'm talking without. Yeah, but even just going back 100 years ago or 200 years ago, when there was less distraction, you had a lot more time where you could actually think about things. Or not everybody did, but people did. Certain people.
That makes sense because there isn't really that many great philosophical people or stuff anymore. It's more of a past thing, right? Kinda.
Yeah.
Like there aren't those big quotes anymore. Kinda.
Yeah, just looking back to look at in the early United States, like look at the founding fathers and their whatever, just or letters from home or from the battlefield to home, when they were in like the Civil War or stuff like that. These guys were farmers at home. They were warriors on the battlefield. They were, but they were. Their writing was incredible. They were poets. They were scholars. They were, you know what I mean? Like they were just more well-rounded individuals. They were well-studied and knowledgeable in so many things.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because, like, even just a few years ago, I loved lectures, listening to like long form speeches and things like that. And like now, fast forward to today, what do we have? A TikTok generation that can barely last longer than like 5 seconds of attention span. So
dude, my cursive, my handwriting. First off, a lot of these kids now don't even know how to write cursive at all. But like, dude, mine is just so ugly. And you go and look at these letters sent home from a battlefield during the Civil War, and you're like, wow, like that. It's just gorgeous. It's beautiful to look at.
Yeah, the grammar was on point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem like there might have been a falling away of some sort. But yeah, I mean, we have technology and all that stuff, but that doesn't necessarily mean you just look around. Hop on
two
TikTok.
massive world wars where all the men were gone.
I mean, the thing that gets me lately is like you hop in the comment section of half the fake videos that you see on TikTok or whatever. I don't even have TikTok, but these short videos you see or whatever on social media, and half the people in the comments think it's real. There's like no discernment anymore on the internet. So like people are not getting smarter. Their investigative skills are getting worse.
Well, yeah. How lazy do you have to be when you just got to say, "Hey Siri" or "Hey Google"?
Right.
You're not smarter. You might learn something they consider to be a factoid or of some kind, but that's not smart.
Yeah, good point.
So a lot of the technology that's supposed to bring us all together has kind of disconnected us from nature.
Disconnected us from each other. It's done nothing. They said it was going to connect us,
right.
But brought us much farther apart from each other.
It did connect us in the beginning, but then it all got controlled and broken up, and now everybody's in their little echo chamber with their peeps.
Like here, eh?
I think even uncontrolled, I think that's just the natural progression of how it would go, though. Like the more, as long as people are become like basically addicted to their devices or their, whatever else. They're going to spend less time with their neighbor.
There's naturally gonna form cliques and pockets of or groups of people here and there, but when you start curating the content and censoring certain groups, it becomes a totally different environment. Like the censored groups have a hard time talking to everybody else, and the other ones are just in their closed off bubble that they can't enter.
I think all groups are controlled, ultimately. More or less. I mean, you can't control everything, obviously, but most of it is, generally. Even this.
Oh, yeah. All little animal farms.
They always want to control the opposition. That's huge.
Yeah, it's masterful what they've done that way when even within conspiracy servers and stuff like that, people go, oh, that's a little over the top. How could they plan that much in advance? Like, if they're controlling all aspects of this and steering us from all different directions, like it's quite doable. Like we're predictable people, like when they follow the patterns of things, like and they openly tell you this, that they openly tell you what they're trying to do, and still even people within like the conspiracy theory realm are like, yeah, but they're not really doing that. Like, no, they're literally telling you that that's what they're trying to do. Nah, but it'll never happen.
Yeah, the one that gets me with that is the chemtrails, which is anyone can just look up and see. So it's like, okay, you don't think they're doing it, so you can't look up.
Yeah, but it's just ice crystals.
That's it, right?
Dude, are you kidding
They
me?
literally admit it themselves, like what they're doing.
Yeah. Bill Gates is like, hey guys, I'm gonna like do some geoengineering and spray some stuff up in the sky, and they're like, no, you won't.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not happening. Bill Gates
15
didn't say
years.
that.
Yeah,
like
for
he didn't say
15
that.
years, everybody's going, they're spraying aluminum, strontium, and barium from the sky, and then like Bill Gates is like, by the way, starting in 2020, we're going to start spraying barium, strontium, and aluminum in the sky. Like, oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
That's
These
actually one of
people
the
are wild.
things. That's one of the things that just has always been just bothered the hell out of me. Who doesn't love like a good sunny day, clear skies? Like, why the hell would you go and ruin that? Like, we all live here. I mean, like, what's wrong?
Yeah,
with you
that's definitely a
people?
major buzzkill if I don't block it out.
Probably because they're not here.
Where though? Where would they be?
I mean, nobody knows that. Maps are man-made, so we only know.
Interdimensional. Yeah, I don't know.
These people are weirdos, though. Like, I mean, there's so many people. There's a movement of people out there who are trying to convince everybody to willfully, willful human extinction. They want people to stop making babies, and nobody makes any babies until we're all gone. And like, there's a group of people who are like putting up billboards and shit for this.
Unless your name's Bill Gates, then you can have 4 or 5 kids, no problem.
But I mean, I'm picturing something like that Utopia series. So for anybody who watched that, but like these crazy fuckers, even though they might have it all, like they might be crazy enough to be like, yeah, we don't belong here. Let's return it to the earth. You know what I mean? Of course, that's stupid, but they wouldn't really do that. But
well, also I've heard people say that like, well, you know, some dudes just want a black cloud to hang over. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Ethan.
Have y'all heard about Dink?
I am very familiar with Dink. Yes.
I figured you did.
What'd you say?
I just wanted to put it in there in case anybody else hasn't. Dink, dual income, no kids. I put a link in there in the live stream voice chat.
I thought you said Dank. But yeah, no, I have no shit about.
Exactly what you guys were saying before, though. Like, yep.
You're talking about depopulation?
Yeah, the depopulation agenda. They're hitting from so many ways. Like they're trying to frame it as it's irresponsible for the environment because of our carbon footprints and everything else to reproduce. Like, if you're going to have any kids, you shouldn't have more than one, or definitely not more than 2, because, well, that's growth. You know, like they're trying to reduce the population. They're openly telling you this.
Birth rates are an all-time low as well. Like most in European countries is below 2 birth rate, which means most people have either 1 or 2 children or no children at all. In general,
how many kids did your mom
have? She has 2.
Nice.
Yeah.
Somebody was talking recently about there was a projection that they did in I think 2017 where they were saying by like 2025, like the estimated world population at the growth rate at the time was 8 billion people by like 2025, but through who knows what they were talking about like the United States was supposed to lose basically 100 million people by 2025 from 2017, according to their projections. And there was people, they posted this in the admin chat, and a bunch of people were like, well, I don't know where they're coming up with this 100 million people. And I think it was in reference to, the scam recently. But so there's that. But also I got to thinking on it. It probably has more to do with that baby boomer generation getting to an age where they're expecting them to start dying off. Because think of how many kids, like their parents had a lot of children versus like us now. So, like my dad was one of 8, my mom was one of 5. That's a lot of aunts and uncles and a lot of cousins.
That was normal back then.
Yeah, that was normal, exactly.
Now it's like, wow, you have 5 kids? Whoa.
I know, right?
So, that boomer remover, they're expecting they're expecting them to freaking go bye-bye, and that's where I see the 100 million people decrease in the United States.
Wow.
People are also just dying much more in general. Like everyone I speak to has like a family member who's died of cancer or something.
Yeah.
Like it's like almost normal to just have dead family members in the 40s, 50s, 60s,
Yeah.
Not to talk about death, but I'm just saying. It's kind of crazy.
It's part of the cycle.
Well, then that all fits in also, like, it's just a little convenient that it comes at a time when they're worried about the future of Social Security and shit like that, like with all of these people hitting Social Security age, where they're all collecting, and what a drain on the system it was going to be, and whether or not there would be anything left for millennials or, Gen X, millennial, any of us in the future. But yeah, if they all just kind of
die quickly.
Dude, all these people born in like after 2005 or whatever, or 2010, how are they going to be when they're adults? 20 years, 30 years now.
Quietly and quickly, please.
With the TikTok generation, or whatever you want to call
The
it.
TikTok generation, yeah.
It's like
Who
just gonna
knows,
be
dude? I'm not
robots.
looking for. I don't want to know. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got to think though. There's pros and cons. We were saying this earlier. There's pros and cons to every generation. So there's going to be some really good things that come from, the youngsters these days. But we are already seeing the worst. Like, we're already seeing the bad stuff. Yeah, they were born with an iPad in hand. So
Literally out of the womb. Here you go.
we looked it up. Like, literally, the generation was. The generation Alpha, they're literally born the same year the iPad was born. So, like, no pun intended there. The iPad generation.
What would be the positive things then?
We'll find out. We'd have to find out, right, over time, because they're still kind of young, aren't they?
You don't have an example?
Well, I would just assume that it can't just be all bad. Like. There's good and bad to everything. There's pros and cons. There's yin and yang. They're very young, so I don't have any alpha siblings, or I'm not around young kids very often, so I can't really say. But I have a Gen Z brother, but that's about it. Go ahead.
That they can't. A lot of people say, "Oh, look, they're doing this, they're doing that. They want to kill people." They're not going to get to put society in a state that it's not self-productive, that it's counterproductive, right? They're still going to need the slaves.
Yeah, of course. It's very gradual.
But it's interesting what you guys were talking about before, and it sort of relates right now to what you're talking about right now, just in what this next generation, what they're like, right? So I was telling my granddaughter, who's 6, 7, about how once upon a time nobody had a phone, right? And she's grown up watching her mother and stepfather, one at one end of the house on their phone, and one at the other end of the house on his phone, communicating with each other, but can't even get up and walk to the other end of the house to ask for a coffee or whatever, I mean,
that's crazy.
That's funny.
She's watching this in real time. She's growing up with this, right? And then I tell her, once upon a time, people didn't have phones, and she thinks about it, and she goes, did they have to yell? Once upon a time, people actually had to verbally communicate, like we're doing right now,
That's the next generation.
Wow.
But I think because I thought at first she was thinking, oh, did they have to yell over long distances to make long distance phone calls? No, she was thinking about what she's growing up seeing. Oh, did they have to yell from one end of the house to the other? Well, yes, they did. That's exactly what they did,
Yeah.
And we're going to have children growing up, and if this generation, these generations exist now, don't teach these kids what it used to be like, they're just going to think, oh, this shit's normal now.
That's fits perfectly with the famous Truman quote, that you accept the world which you're presented with.
And I think that's what they want. They want a generation that doesn't remember.
Of course,
That's kind of what I was saying
right now.
That's kind of what I was saying earlier too, about like this generation Alpha. That's going to be pretty much the last chance, because any generations after that, they're not going to have any hope of remembering. Like, at least with that generation, they're going to hear the stories from their parents and their grandparents of a time before things were like this. After that,
it's gone.
There ain't nothing.
Yep. After 100 years, nobody's talking about not having phones.
Yeah. Dude, I remember when I was growing up, we didn't have phones. Like, pagers were a thing. So, and imagine being born with an iPad.
Yeah. Just get like a mini iPad as you come out of the womb. Here you go.
My daughter figured
Here's your
out how to.
pre-assigned iPad.
My daughter figured out how to undo my lock screen before she could talk.
That's crazy.
I don't think I had a phone until I was 16. Damn. Like thinking about it, dang. Kids these days.
Dude,
Born with a tablet in their hands.
I want to have a flip phone instead of a tablet. It's cooler, you know? Like, I want to be old school.
Nah, dude. If they were like, all right, we're getting rid of touch screens, like you got to go back to some old type of stuff. I'm going back to BlackBerry. Forget y'all. Forget all y'all going back to BlackBerry.
I want those next.
He said, "What's that?" Did he say, "What's that?"
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
A BlackBerry?
I looked it up.
Yeah,
It was a smartphone before the touch.
You ever heard of a
basically,
Palm,
yeah.
bro? You ever heard of a Palm Pilot?
No.
Oh my god!
I mean, that's probably an American term. I don't know what that means. Vampire.
You remember? You remember how garbage Nokia was, but they were indestructible? Like a little crap phone, but it wouldn't. Like you could just like do whatever. You could throw it like really far and smashing it so it still worked.
I had a nice Nokia.
Yeah, the Nokia 3310. Is that one you're thinking about?
It was the one that
Drop it off.
had the Matrix movie where it clicked down, push the button, it clicks down. Click.
Oh, that was when they were getting good.
Yeah, you had to order it separately. It was from like the dealership place.
Yeah, they started doing like I actually wanted one of those because it did look cool. But that's when they started catering to doing new designs and making it not look like a brick.
I lost my.
I want to say it was like the 3550 or something like that. That was like the most
BlackBerry
common phone, like or cell phone, like ever. I think that's the one it was. Anyway, yeah, I dropped mine down like this steep wooden flight of stairs where I lived in my room was upstairs in the house, and I was constantly running up those stairs and would fall out of my pocket as I get up to the landing, go boom, 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 boom down the stairs, and then just break into 5 pieces, whatever it was. Battery goes one way, top cover another, back cover another. The freaking
every time.
Just be like, oh fuck! You go down there, you just click that shit all back together, power it back on, good to go. You're like, all right.
I posted a picture. The thing with the BlackBerry, it had like a full QWERTY keyboard.
It was so simple, dude.
Yeah, it had that trackpad. It was dope, dude. I really
like a
liked
mouse
it.
on screen.
It was sick.
I found it. My first phone.
Were the phones a lot more robust back then?
I had the BlackBerry before the iPhone, and I preferred the BlackBerry. Like when the iPhone came out, I was like, I'm not getting that. BlackBerry version of it. Then they made the BlackBerry touchscreen, and it was all over.
And it was done. Yeah, as soon as they did that, it was trash.
Well, it's funny too how for years it was about making the phone smaller and smaller and smaller. They were getting like ridiculously tiny, and then all of a sudden, with the growing popularity of the touchscreen, bigger, and now these things don't fit in anybody's fucking pocket. You know, they're walking around carrying them everywhere they go, or you got to shove it in your back pocket and hope you don't sit on it.
Oh, the first iPhone they did that was real big. They had a problem because they would bend because they were too damn big. People would sit on them and they would bend. Yeah, no. So I'm posting a picture of the Razr. That was a huge, massive phone. Like that was one of the biggest phones, in my opinion, growing up. The Motorola Razr, not size wise, but just like in terms of popularity.
Yeah, I think I had like
they were like
15 of those things.
Yeah, I remember my first one. I was like, "Damn, dude, sick, man."
Dude, they broke all the time, but it didn't matter. They had a good warranty on it. They give you a free one every time you broke it. You're like, all right, guess I'll be keeping this. Yeah, bought it once and then it broke like 10 of them.
When do you think the
y'all remember the Samsung slide phones?
Yep, I'm posting a picture of the Sidekick. That was like one of the. I always wanted one, but I never had it.
When do you think the first mobile phone was invented?
1994.
Huh.
No idea.
Well, if you want to
technically it was
class
like in
car,
the 70s, right?
yeah. Well, if you want to class car phones, right, it's like the 1920s. If you want to include car phones, it's like
Dude, how sick is that?
way back, because you know how like they had electric cables running along the ground, like power lines on the ground, and so people were like just hooking straight up to the telecommunication systems, the cables lying on the ground, taking their phones with them in their little automobiles, the crank handle shit. and then in the 40s, AT&T had a car phone patent.
My buddy's dad was a lawyer. He had one of those in his car. It's pretty serious stuff.
The phone that I posted in the chat there is the Sidekick. It's like the one phone that I never had, but I always wanted.
What about
the screen? The Juke. My friend had the Juke. Thank you for reminding me of the name. I was trying to think about what it was called. That was the most ridiculous looking phone I've probably ever seen.
Like rotary out.
My friend had one.
There's too much going on with that thing, man.
Dude, the Sidekick was so dope. The screen didn't just slide up and down; it would flip. Like, let's see, how would I put this? It rotates 180 degrees. Like you would push a corner and it would like flip around. It was so dope. But like, how cool is that? If your iPhone revealed a screen behind it, like that's so cool, man. Or like not a screen, but like a keyboard.
Yeah. What year was this one that you posted? What year was that?
This is pretty early. Let me see. This is very early. Original
Mini Lux
Sidekick phone.
That's not an original one.
That's not the original one. You're right. That's not the original one.
Yeah.
2002 was the original one. 2002 to 2010.
It just slides up. It doesn't have like an angle to it or anything like that. It just slides away to the side.
Yeah.
And then the QWERTY keyboard pops out. Well, the QWERTY keyboard is there.
So this one's from 2008, the one I posted, 2008.
What? It's that old?
Too many moving parts. Like I was not a fan of the flip phone because of the hinge. Like anytime you got moving parts, that's a weak spot. That's where they break. And and I've always been either doing something active, or like with physical at work. Didn't want
Push to Talk was cool. Cricket was cool.
Yeah, can you guys remind me how did that work? Push, because my parents had the Nextel with the little push to talk button on the side. Like, how did that work?
Two-way radio. It was just two-way radio, like walkie talkies.
You ever seen those Casio indestructible phones?
A Casio what?
Casio flip phone, and those have the push to talk feature.
So, like, did it work with a certain radius around you, or how far did that go?
No, it worked on the cell frequencies.
Whoa. So did you get like random pings during the day, or did you have to change the settings?
People would randomly chirp people all day long.
Wow.
It was almost like a party hall.
Captain thinks the world is around, see?
Imagine if we had that today. People would just be trolling all day long.
It was useful on it was really useful on construction sites for crews. Like that's where it was mostly used. So like, you're working on a big apartment complex and you're a big carpentry company, but you got your laborer on the other side of the building and you need him to grab you another tool on his way back.
Yeah. That's what it was advertised, like Nextel, your rugged phone, the push to talk. Like that was the marketing.
And you would beep them, but here's the thing: you weren't constant. Like,
Is he roboting?
Yeah, he's roboting.
So, like, why did they stop doing that? Was it just not popular? Or?
Yeah, it's super simple to do. Like, it's literally just walkie-talkies. You can buy a nice set of walkie-talkies for like, $60 or $40. They're pretty decent. Like,
But that only works with
mile
someone
range or
that
something.
has the other walkie-talkie. Like with the phones, like you just like, isn't that different a little bit?
yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, because it did use, like, you could do, yeah, I think with the Nextel it did go, like they were saying, through the cell. So, yeah, you had way more range than with a walkie-talkie, but it's essentially the same thing.
Because like my first phone didn't have that. They stopped doing that. They were like, "We're done with this." For some
Well,
reason.
there's an app that you can get that you can basically still do the same thing with.
Yeah, but Lou, the button, dude, the button. That's
Yeah,
not
you
the
need a
same.
physical button. You want a physical button. Well, you could probably get an app, and you could probably like assign it to like, your volume up button with a long press or something.
Yeah, I was going to say that. You could probably modify something. Yeah, you can modify it.
The good old times. Yeah, I like that. I like my generation. I like the fact that I had experienced one half, the no phones, just pagers and just no touch screens, none of that stuff, no computers. Well, I mean, we had computers, but they weren't. We didn't have MacBooks and touchscreens and all this crazy stuff. Dial up, AOL, we had all that stuff. So I got to experience that half, and then the progression through. We got our first touchscreen, did the phones, flip phones, this phone, that phone.
Essentially, you got to see a little bit of a time where people weren't so dependent on this shit.
Yeah, I'm appreciative that I got to kind of see that.
Man, I remember standing on a chair in my bedroom holding my little handheld game that had a solar panel on it up to the light bulb so I could keep playing.
Gotta love that. I can't even imagine being a kid. Imagine being a kid these days. I mean, there's a lot of things at literally in the palm of your hands, like internet, all this stuff is just boom, it's right there. But there's probably a lot of cons that come with that as well. The social media, Instagram, you got to have these many followers and you got to look like this. And, it's just, it's got to be tough, man. Space propaganda is everywhere. Got to be a globe earther or you're dumb.
So this weird. Sorry, go ahead.
See the phone I posted?
I didn't hear what you said.
Casio G1.
Oh yeah. I saw that.
That was actually a pretty good phone, even though it was a flip phone.
Hey, all right, to expand on what you were just saying before, though, about kind of how messed up the world is. It's never been this fake. It's never been this fake before. And these people, these kids, they have no idea. They're sitting there trying to keep up with the utter fakeness of our current state of reality. There is no possible way that you can.
Yeah, dude, I notice this the most when I'm on just surfing through the YouTube shorts or whatever. A lot of people do these little skits and little things. They'll just come up with ideas and just perform in front of a camera. But you go to the comments and people will buy it. They're buying it like it's totally real. They don't have zero discernment. They're taking what's fiction for reality. And you're right. That's what's lost is any discernment. People find fake things as real. They can't even tell anymore.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the saying, if the truth gets out, the electricity will go out? Could you imagine if all the electricity went out in the world? what people would do.
The Raiders would be dead within a year or two because they'd go and try and they'd step up to the people who've been prepping, and they'll just get annihilated, just gone.
Might dig a little bit here, but I want to say 10 years ago, they did FEMA did concluded their study analysis of what they predicted would happen in case of an event where the grid went down or whatever. And yeah, they basically said that I think it was 90% of the darn United States population was going to be dead in the first 72 hours.
Yep.
It was something crazy like that.
Scared people do scary things. That's the best way of it. Scared people, they will flip out, and they're not going to pay attention because they're ignorant, so they're just going to be trying to survive. Like a bunch of bulls in a china shop or something. You gotta, if we don't stay calm, yeah.
Cowards do
we'll die too.
Things.
I'm just saying, we don't have the peace about us, we'll die too. Gotta keep your head straight.
In the event of something crazy like that, the reaction that most people will have is they need to rush to the store to grab some water, canned goods, whatever. And that's where shit goes nutty, right? Obviously this is, everybody's seen this scenario with zombie movies and shit, right? But
a couple of years ago, there was no toilet paper.
Yeah. Right. There was fights breaking out over toilet paper, dude. Yeah, so your number one goal, if something like that breaks out, is to immediately get as far away from any large population as you can. You want to get as far away from everybody else as possible. That's the bug out.
If the world goes to shit, go to U-Haul $49.99 and move to the mountains.
A few years ago, our town lost ATM access on a Friday afternoon. Everybody freaked out. People were stuck at the grocery store in the line, having to write checks, or I don't know. They had some system worked out where they could pay for it, but it would take it out of their account later and shit. Barely anybody had any cash. Nobody could go and get cash out. It was crazy. And people were freaking out because they weren't going to go the whole weekend. They weren't going to be able to go to the pubs and clubs and shit,
That's actually kind of funny.
If you had cash, you were good, But people couldn't even get cash out, Yeah. So dependent on the system. Electronic system.
And that's why everyone should get crypto. No, I'm just kidding. don't. I don't want to take any shots at you guys like crypto.
Now's the time to be selling crypto.
Yeah. Straight up.
Yeah, man, get those paper hands wet. Let it all disintegrate. That's how you win. Crypto is such a rug-pulling ripoff of crabs in a bucket just beating the crap out of each other until somebody becomes a whale. I played it. I won a laptop. And then I stopped playing. To me, it's a game. It's not exactly gambling, but it is definitely a game.
It's gambling.
I don't want to sound like cocky. I don't normally try to do anything like that, but I feel like my gut bats 1,000. You know, like when crypto rolled around, my had roommates that were like, "Dude, you got to do this. You got to do this." Like he invested a lot of money. I was like, "Nah." Something about it just never called me, and now we see. I don't know. Maybe some people made off on crypto really well, but we see what happened with that. So,
well, fuck yeah! If you were one of the really early adopters of Bitcoin, and you stuck in the whole time, you made out freaking awesome. But
I was messing with it, and I was thinking, like, every dollar I earned, though, I'm taking it from somebody else who lost money.
Yeah, but the people were saying, "Oh, dude, don't pull out. Stay in forever." Yeah. They weren't saying wait till this point and then take out. They were saying like, just leave it in there. This is your life saving.
Like that gorilla grip. Get that diamond hands.
Like if I could tell myself, my 18-year-old self, 3 words, I would say buy Bitcoin.
It is gambling, but if you know the algorithm, like you can have predictive models and stuff, and you know what you're doing, like those people, they can pretty much make solid decisions and make money every time. But for everybody else who doesn't know how to do any of that, it's gambling for them. They can't fathom what they're getting into.
I wish I was better with stocks. Yeah.
I ain't never been a gambling man. I don't gamble with facts. I don't gamble with the earth.
Yeah.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Got me there.
Well, damn.
That's the biggest gamble there is.
Man can.
Every time you pass a car on the freeway, that's a gamble.
That's 3 months' salary right there.
Head on.
Yeah, that's good. Can't argue with that. I just always had friends in high school. They'd be like, "Dude, you want to bet $20 on the game tonight?" I'm like, Nah.
I feel really. That, yeah.
So, I just never was pulled to do anything like that. And so, same with like stocks and all that. It was just never for me. Crypto. Not knocking it, but just not my thing.
You know why men always bought their women jewelry, right?
I see.
So somebody hit me up
for a second. It cut out. So I heard like it cut out most of it, but it said something about men bought their women, and then it went blank, and I'm like, wait a minute, what are we talking about now?
Why men buy women jewelry?
So somebody hit me up today under the guise of a truther, and
it's an investment for the woman. Like if anything happens to you, she can sell that and survive. That's how it was meant to.
Yeah, that's a big business still.
Sounds like it would have been a logical move back in the day.
But now it's meaningless.
So somebody hit me up under the guise of a truther, and their whole spiel was to, I guess, try to get me to do some crypto scam. Because as soon as they asked if I was into cryptocurrencies, and I go, "No, money's gay," they instantly blocked me, and that's the last I saw of them.
Well, they saved you the trouble.
This is full the same thing with the space. Money's fake and gay.
Yeah, that scared him right off.
I'm going to drop out. I got something coming up on YouTube here that I catch every night. So I keep abreast of what's happening on the other side of the earth.
Drop a link, bro.
You know what I mean. Anyways, peace out, everybody.
Take care,
dude. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Later.
Watch out for zombies.
In a world I'm gonna try and find the commercial that actually inspired that quote that I used.
Not a single baller has come in here today except for what's his name? But he didn't argue for the globe.
Well, there was Puppy, and then
Puppy?
there was,
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Log Sex.
Log, yeah, that's right.
Well, it looks like we got one typing in the live stream. Voice text.
Uh-oh.
Not in here. Yeah, Zax. Zax, but he's not in here. He's not in the voice call. Yeah, he's defending the globe, it seems.
Enemy spotted.
Get in here.
Target acquired.
Target acquired.
Oh, what game was that? Was that Ghost Recon?
I mean, just all of the above. Yeah,
The bomb has been planted.
Yeah, bomb has been planted.
One of those things with like an automated turret.
Tango spotted.
Tango spotted.
I need to add that one, dude. Tango spotted. Yeah. I need to add all those, dude. That's funny.
You got to change it to the word Mongo.
Mongo spotted. Mongo down. That's funny. Oh, dude, I love it.
Dude, we love that. Flatter Dude is an alternate. You must be listening on that YouTube channel.
Did the guy respond yet, or?
He said it's 3 a.m. He can't talk.
Jesus, dude. Like...
Hey, yeah. Bit about the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Be like, go to bed, kid.
Might be part of the broken mic gang too.
Yeah. We've got a guy in the lobby that wants to talk about JFK and 9/11.
Oh boy,
that kid needs to go to bed. It's Monday tomorrow. He's got school.
Stay in the lobby. Why do they come to a flat Earth server and want to talk about JFK and 9/11?
I know.
Maybe they think that we know things about it that they don't know and they want to learn. Oh no. Yes, we know all of the conspiracies. Come forth and drink of our knowledge.
I know Lee Harvey Oswald didn't account for the Coriolis.
Oh, interesting.
I know there's other ideas out there as well, but I'm neither here nor there. I don't know any of that. Ever since discovering flat Earth, man, like I could give two shits about the crap that's out there. Like, yeah, I care. I want things to be. I want justice to prevail. But if there's one thing I'm happy about, I feel like I finally broke even with knowing that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, right. I pat myself on the back all the time. I'm like, dude, I'm so glad I'm not like a normie. I could have been a normie, So easily, you could have been one too.
This guy brought it to my attention like 3 or 4 times too, and I just blew it off because I'm not gonna guys, he's a cool dude. And then one day it just fucking hit me. Like, you know what? I'll look into this. Let's find out why people think the Earth is flat. And like, the more I looked into it, it's like, oh my God, is flat.
Yeah. What's wrong? What's wrong with these fucking idiots?
I didn't think like that. I was just like, why did they think? Well, I was already down the conspiracy theory rabbit holes on every aspect. So it's like, you know, what do they have to hide? What's going on here? And then like the more I'm reading into it, so the one thing I know, if you want to know the truth, find out what you're not allowed to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you Google flat Earth, it was an immediate red flag that like the top 50 searches were how to debunk flat Earth. Just by typing in flat Earth. And I was like, really? This is all they have to talk about? They don't have any like talking points, real talking points? And that just made me want to look deeper. And from there, again, Dave Weiss app from one of my friends at work of all places. I work in a hospital, and this nurse, him and I sit down. We were cool. We were chit chat, and he all of a sudden just mentions like how because he used to work out in the oil fields out in West Texas. He goes, man, it is so flat out there. And I was like, yeah, I know, real flat. He goes, yeah, I mean, like, you could see like 40 miles away. I was like, let's talk, dude. And then he showed me Dave's app, and then I found y'all's Discord. Like, been a happy person. But it was a huge paradigm shift. I had to get all that crazy talk out of me, like immediately snapping to anybody who questions flat Earth.
It probably took me like a good year to stop envisioning like a ball when I thought of the Earth like entirely.
I don't envision anything.
Like the it's finally gone now, but like yeah, that was really ingrained from all the propaganda.
Like when people ask me, what do I think the Earth looks like? I just open my eyes. Look around. What do you think the whole Earth looks like? I don't know. I've never been there, so I can't imagine.
Exactly.
Well, if you didn't know that, then the Earth's a ball.
Not really in Texas. Back in Texas. I appreciate y'all keeping me awake while I drive home.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, little gizmo. It's like, no.
Stevie, you were saying we only had one Glober in here all day. We got the same turnover rate as lighters that Flat Nasty is selling. But
good one.
No, he's got his beat though. He had a gay person come in.
Which is funny though, because you would think on a day where Artemis splashed back down from the moon that the Globers would want to come in here and
come and scope.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say go to get some more packs of cigarettes at Flat Nasty shop.
Oh yeah.
So they got to go.
You don't know me, bro. You don't know me, bro.
Man, it's Artemis. Man.
I roll with 12 gangs, commit hate crimes. You gotta get that one, CB.
What is it? Sorry.
The Cartman episode where he went on Maury Povich.
What'd he say?
I do what I want. I roll with 12 gangs, commit hate crimes. episode was my teenager is out of control. Actually, it was something else. The Maury Povich episode was my teenager is out of control. The name of the episode had to do with like Maury Povich. And they were trying to prank Maury Povich, so they dressed up Butters to look like he had balls on his chin.
Oh, I saved a clip. I meant to play this earlier. I gotta find it. But I found a small clip. I was talking earlier about a MMA channel, just giving. Most people would just talk about flat Earth and just throw a lot of shade. Oh, flat Earthers, and they're so stupid. Blah blah blah. Like this person, they were talking about it. They had nothing negative to say. I was like, okay, that's good. Good to see that. Got it.
How long have you been into MMA? I should say
since like high school. Since like high school, probably maybe like 2010.
Oh, you're not even that old.
Kind of late though. I wish I had found it earlier.
Yeah, I mean, like if you would have found it like going into junior high school, probably should have made something professional and had a long career out.
All right,
you can still get your rocks off though and go see what you got. See if you got what it needs to at least climb a little ladder.
I know, right? Yeah, I feel you.
Maybe you get lucky and run into like one of the famous names along the way.
All right, here it is.
Spence got in a car crash. Errol Spence, is he all right? I know he got in a car crash a while back. The Earth is flat. I hate to be a tribe that lives at the edge. I think the way that they describe it is you couldn't get to the edge, man. It'd be like it's almost like elevated, like it wouldn't be possible.
So like that was just kind of happened last night. I was listening to a stream, dude talking about MMA, and he's like, yeah, I don't think they say that. I was like, okay, dude, all right, I hear you. Good on you, man. Like he didn't throw any shade. He's like, nah, that's not right. Living on the edge, they don't do that. That was really cool.
Mike, check.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I guess I can post.
And also with the article that I posted last week that was linked to me from my coworker. But it was, somebody who's anti-flat earther, basically. But I only took the good part out of it. They claimed that as much as 11% of Americans believe that the flat earth is a possibility. Well, out of like 330 million, that's a lot of fucking people. It's like, what is 10% of 330? What 300,000 people or no, 3 million?
30 million.
30 million? Yeah, I'm not brushed up with that right now. Anyway, but yeah, 30 million fucking flat earthers in the United States is what they're saying. This is coming from somebody who thinks it's disinformation.
I want to say
They said there's 11 million Brazilians.
Yeah.
That's right.
And that was in 2018.
And I think Russia has quite a large number as well.
Yes.
Ready.
I bet you there'll be even more now that they've like blocked all American or Western internet access.
Yeah, but I'm sure they're subject to probably just as strong and just as bad a propaganda as we are. I don't know. I don't know if they would have access to the the amount of flat Earth information as we would. Depends on how many people over there at the time, if they did have access to the internet like we do, how many of those people over there actually downloaded the information and saved it to share with someone over there? That's probably not a good chance of that. A large number. But anyway, Russia's supposed to have quite a few, at least 2 million. I heard.
Well, kind of low, but yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of low, but that was probably 3 or 4 years ago. I heard that number.
Okay, gotcha.
That is not the right article.
So what would you say, fellas? Like, out of the whole world, what, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30%? Like, what do you say? People who don't maybe not necessarily know the Earth is flat, but like know the Earth isn't a globe, or how do you want to think about that?
Well, if you're talking about places like China, India, you got to realize there's a lot of people, large number of people that live over there that don't have access to information like we do.
I'm going to say about 3 to 5%, if I had to take a rough estimate.
How much?
3 to 5%.
That's low.
3 to 5% in the United States, in the world. You're saying in the world?
Yeah, the whole world.
That's so low.
5% of 7 billion.
That is low, but I mean, we're talking probably like over 300 million people.
If I was going to base it on my life, like it'd be like 0%. I'm the only one I know.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I guess if you're going from that.
I know. Oh no, Orion.
I'll bet
if you're going to scale that up, I see where you're coming from.
I bet 5% have heard about it. That's probably about it. I don't know.
That's scary low numbers.
Yeah, it is scary low.
I mean, that's a big number compared to 8 billion, 5% of 8 billion, if that's
you're right.
true.
But what about this scenario? How many people out of the entire population of the world do you think know anything about the heliocentric model?
Oh, dude, I've been saying for a while, if you just scooped up a random 10 people off the street, they don't know who it is. They don't know what gravity means.
That's what I'm saying. Especially in third world countries, they probably don't even know anything about it. Either side.
It's around, see? But we all know it's a flat, right? Flat.
Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I.
My bad. I was not trying to play that through the mic at all. I thought I had myself muted when I clicked over to the other page. And I came back and I better check that, and I was unmuted. I'm sorry.
You're all good.
But I'm actually going to shave that video. No, I had, okay, I'll show.
Good old Fred Flintstone.
That article coming up.
There was also the one. Remember that weird dinosaur show that was on in the 90s? I think.
Not the mama.
Not the mama.
Yeah, that one.
What is it called?
They had a dream.
Dinosaurs.
She was having a dream, and I was saying, what if we told you that there was balls of gas? She goes, nah, that'd be silly. And then she woke up and told everyone that the world was round, and they all laughed at her.
Here we go. Share that too. So anybody doesn't know what we're talking about. But that Flintstones thing, right? I kept on seeing versions of that, and it was so crappy, like somebody recording a TV or really low resolution. I'm like, but I know where to download this. I'll just download it, crop out that scene, and then upload the scene. So there you go. Have fun.
Good stuff. What a creepy looking little dinosaur thing.
Love that show when I was a kid. Just for that little dinosaur.
Yeah. He beat the crap out of his daddy all the time. Poor dude. Not the mama. Well, screw me, I guess. I'll just, whatever.
Yeah, he was not a good baby.
You're right.
It's a bad influence on you guys.
Well, y'all were talking that other episode, though, with the end of the world type thing. Yeah, that was pretty weird. And like it ends super gloomy. Like there's no positivity to it. They just die.
It's like the Bambi of dinosaurs.
I always wanted to watch that as a kid, and I got to see some of it here and there. But my fucking parents, they were like my dad especially, was like, "Nah, we are not watching that." You know, he was controlling the TV at night. You know how it was back then.
I was so lucky I didn't have a dad. I gotta watch that show.
It says it aired from 91 to 95. So I'm 94 kid, so didn't really cross paths with me. I grew up, I think the earliest thing I can think about is like Speed Racer or something. It's like the earliest cartoon I could think of.
He's a demon on wheels.
I would hurry home to catch Saved by the Bell and Power Rangers.
Power Rangers. I had a cousin who watched that pretty religiously.
Me and my cousin would... Man, I remember that growing up. Me and my cousin would pretend to be Power Rangers, just be running around doing crazy shit.
All day.
Back in the day. Yep.
I don't know if anyone's seen it, but when my first son was born and he was starting to get into cartoons, he liked Gravity Falls.
No.
And I was looking at it going, what? This is really esoteric. A little triangle that used to come into his visions and stuff like that. They had the book. They had this book, and it was like an Illuminati book. Like, I don't know whether you should be watching this, buddy.
Sounds weird. I think I heard of it. Yeah.
Gravity Falls.
Yeah, Gravity Falls. You should watch it, actually. Well, not kids, but you should watch it because there's a lot of stuff in there that's pretty trippy.
I see the
subliminals that are in there. They're like, you'll recognize it.
Yeah, the symbolism's strong with this one.
It's like, dang. No, I've never watched this one.
They ain't even hiding in that one. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think you'd enjoy it too. I enjoyed it.
Wow, it has really good scores. It says 96% of people liked it. Yeah. 100% score on Rotten Tomatoes.
It's got a good storyline. I mean, the finale is pretty good too. So it's just that it's super weird how much of the occult that they're shoving right in Git's face in that show.
Mm.
Yeah, his uncle comes back from like a different dimension or from underground, the world underground or something. Like it's, I don't know, it's just like a Agatha or something, you know?
Mm-hmm. When you said the name of the show, for some reason that this other show called Total Drama Island, I believe, came to mind.
Yeah, my stepdaughter used to watch that. Yeah, and there's the surfer. So, are they're on like school camp or something, or what?
Something like that. I never really watched it.
It's a TV show.
Yeah, it's like Survivor
cartoon show, but they're on it's a reality show in cartoon.
Yeah. Trying to capitalize off that reality show.
Do you remember the first Australian reality TV show, Timbo?
What's that?
Something Waters, Sylvania Waters or something. It was the first. I think it was almost like the original reality TV show.
Like
it was Australian.
Like the first Big Brother or something like that. Was it? What was it called?
Was it Sylvania Waters or something like that? I can't remember it now. I can't remember the name of it exactly.
Sylvania Waters.
Did they all go to a house? And
it was just building this family, this Western Australian family's life. It was stupid. This is dumb. No real Oscar. And it was just.
No, I don't remember that one.
It says, yeah.
I remember the name, but
It aired in 1992. It was one of the first programs like this in Australia. It says Sylvania Waters. So it's interesting. 12 episodes.
What, Sylvania Waters? Is that a place? That's a suburb in on the Gold Coast, isn't it?
Is it? Oh, it could have been. I thought it was Western Australia. It could be Gold Coast.
Oh, it might. Yeah, one of them. One of those weird places.
What about Chucky? Do you remember that show called Chucky?
Chucky. No.
British TV show. It was I don't know, it was weird for a kid's show because there wasn't really a lot of comedy in it, and it was just about this kid who ends up with this alien mind in his head, basically, telling him shit, and it was weird.
The
Well,
Brain
like a
on
cartoon or a real show?
MTV Liquid Television, The Brain.
Shocky.
What is it? A cartoon? Tell you what, or
No,
real show?
No. Oh no, okay.
Chucky wasn't. Yeah.
How about Land of the Lost?
That was fun. That was
on Nickelodeon.
Oh, I'm thinking the Land of the Giants. Sorry.
Land of the Lost. Nickelodeon.
I'm starting to think I might be old.
It was a Saturday morning cartoon, or a Saturday morning children's TV series. Picked up by Nickelodeon in 95. Huh. I don't remember this. I was kind of young.
What about Goosebumps?
Yes, Goosebumps. There's so many. Oh, dude, the creepiest one was The Mask, though. That Mask one, that was freaky. The rest of them, but the Mask one was weird. I
First
remember
episode 95.
Beetlejuice.
95 to 98.
Beetlejuice.
You talking about the
And
movie
whoever-
or the cartoon?
Don't say that name again. If you say it a third time, you know what happens.
Beetlejuice.
Whoever wrote that was on acid.
Tim Burton.
Oh, it was. Yeah, he's got some weird books. He's got really weird books.
Michael Keaton's a good actor.
Tim Burton, is he Australian? I think he might be.
I think he's American, is my guess, but I could be wrong.
You guys think everyone's American?
Just the weird ones.
Yeah, the thing that threw me through a loop was when I found out like all the great actors in America were all like from other parts of the world. They just used American accents. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, they're all from England.
He was born in Burbank, California in 1958.
Okay. Maybe everyone is American then.
I heard him talk before on the interview. That's the only reason I said that.
I thought you were just going off the name, to be honest.
You guys probably thought that Russell Crowe was American too, yeah?
I did till my mom was like, he's Australian. You know how that goes.
Yeah, y'all run me this song right here. We're all living in America.
I'm afraid of Americans.
It's racist.
Why? Because we got more guns than you?
David Bowie and Trent Reznor.
Why Trent Reznor?
I think they're both. I think he's in that song. He's in a version of it. I'm afraid of Americans.
I'm not familiar with it.
It'd be funny to write a parody of that song Teenagers, but change the words so it's like, Americans scare the living shit out of me.
That's horrible.
That's actually a pretty good song. Yeah, teenagers scare the living shit out of me. That's a good fucking lyric. Yeah.
It is a pretty good one.
Yeah, large groups of them. No thanks.
Never underestimate the power of stupid people in large numbers.
Yeah.
I like that. I think it's that South Park episode when, when they go around going, "Run, to take our guns, to take our guns, come on, take our guns."
Took our jobs.
They took our jobs. Yeah.
And the Canadians have always anyone who's a Canadian in that show has got like this disconnected head.
I know.
Yeah, all Canadians do in that show. Yeah, that's how you know the difference.
Now, this is
And
my
South
adopted
Park
brother
is right
Ike.
next to
He's
Canada.
from Canada.
Yeah. South Park is supposed to be in Colorado, and it's right next door to Canada in that show for some reason.
Yeah. Who's the two? They've got a show on that South Park, and they're two Canadians. I farted. Those two.
Shoot, what is it called again?
Pull my finger.
I'm not gonna say who, but there's a girl that's in the server here that, like, she heard me, I guess, talking about Mandela effect at one point or another, and she started telling me in DMs, like, giving me like these proofs from South Park that Canada used to be next door, like actually next door to Denver or something, or South Park, Colorado. Like
No.
Colorado was further north or something in her reality is what she's telling me. I don't know what it was exactly, but
That's silly.
yeah. And I mean, look, I'll argue a little bit of Mandela effect, but yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. Okay, like, Jesus.
Terrence and what's it?
Was she
Terrence and
serious,
Phillip.
or she
Terrence
was
and
just
Phillip.
shit? Yeah, Terrence and
She
Phillip.
was,
Then.
she was pretty serious, but I don't know. She
Well,
might
in
have been a little
the
bit.
reality I'm from, Earth was a globe.
Yeah, trust me, I've considered that being like, I found Mandela effect before I found flat Earth, and like,
Same.
so like I definitely considered that as an option. Like, what if we came from a fucking different reality where the Earth was a globe, and now we're kind of trapped in this freaking aquatic zoo?
And it became
Cosmo.
flat Earth when they got CERN.
Cheers, boys. Hey, Creation Bear, check this out, dog. It's going to be called, this is a song, a parody song that I think instead of 99 problems, it's called 33 problems. It goes, if you're having curve problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 33 problems, but a measurement ain't one. Hit me. What do you think?
Measurement's a really tough word to sort of like throw in a rap.
No,
as I've
because it
said
rhymes
before,
with
but then it
measurement
is really
rhymes with
good.
bitch. It.
That's good. I like it.
Or you could say, I got, I don't know. I think it's the, I don't know.
I got 33. Yeah,
good.
that's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it, but it's the closest one. It's the only one that works.
You could even say you got 93 problems, but the curve ain't one.
Timbo, do you even like rap though?
They say the globe's at. They say the sun's 93 miles. 93 million miles.
I think the only thing Timbo likes is Foster's Australian for beer. That's all he likes, bro. He doesn't like anything else. And I'm going to take his silence as complicit. So there you have it, everybody. I'm just saying.
Hey, we were comparing our Glover experience today to your lighter sales.
It's really slow.
Yeah, did you sell another lighter yet? Because we still haven't found another Glover. We're tied.
No, but this guy from this company or whatever came and turned on the pumps, so people are getting gas. So, but I haven't sold another lighter. No.
Did they do anything to take the water out of the gas, or did they just turn the pumps on?
They just turned the pumps on.
Perceptive Al says, I got 99 lighters, but a Bic ain't one.
Oh, that's good. I like that, dude. Dude, hey, that's a good one.
That is a big game one.
That's a good one, dude.
Remix.
Oh my god. Dude, I could just see the video with like this guy, you know those see-through 99-cent store lighters?
Yeah,
and he went and bought like a 99 pack of them, and like he's trying to use them, and each one's just like they're full of gas, but they just get stuck and they don't work. And he's like, "Fuck!" He's like looking for a Bic, you know what I mean?
I got 99.
Just trying to light the blunt. You got 99 of them.
Fuck, dude! Oh my god, that's a good one, bro. Who said that?
Perspective Al, legend.
Perspective Al. What up? That's a good one, dude.
Been spending most of my life living in.
She's a pretty new arrival here, but she's funny. She seems to get it.
Wait, is it she?
The chick?
I think so, or maybe he. I don't know. I guess I just kind of assumed. I don't know.
Let us know, Perspective Al.
Yeah, hey, when you find out, let us know. Who?
Yeah, I would like to know who I'm talking to.
I think we talked to her like.
She's an owl.
I'm pretty sure it was a she. When we talked to her.
The music is fire.
I hate to
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Dude, I hate to break it to you guys, but is it a female?
No, I'm thinking of someone else then.
Okay, well, I hate to break this to you guys, but any females who ever come on this server only come on to try to talk to me. There's no other reason. I'm just saying. That's it. Yeah. That's why I'm not on here very often. You mean?
Well, you being on here is why Owl's a dude right now.
Oh, while you're here, how you doing?
I'm alright. Wait.
Hey, Saints, are you still on shift right now?
Yeah.
Word.
Hey, let me get a 5 on 10.
Someone needs to do Gangster's Paradise, but like call it Glover's Paradise.
Yeah.
You want spending most of our lives living in a flat earth paradise.
Yeah, let me get 33 on number 3, bro.
Flat earth
The situation they got me facing.
Let me get flat on earth, please.
I can never know I can never.
That's what you should say. Next time someone's like, "Yeah, let me get a 10 on 20."
Perceptive Al does this. Done already.
Let me get 10 on 5. She's like, "Yeah, flat on earth, coming right up." Yep.
I like that. Let me get flat on earth, please, and keep the change. You filthy animal. Oh, I should make a movie called Dome Alone Part 2, and it's me like with my hands over my cheeks screaming because everybody left me. Dome Alone.
Dome Alone. That'd be really cool if someone made like movie, what do they call them? You know, posters, little movie posters, but like change them to flat earth.
Dude,
like,
I was doing that with Garbage Pail Kids. Remember?
Oh, hell yeah.
Do you remember I was doing that with the Garbage Pail Kids?
Within a dome.
Now
Only
you're gonna
one
make me go
man
post the
remains.
Hey, spin on it. Let's see some of those.
All right, I'm gonna post them right now. I know, Creation Bear. You ever seen my Garbage Pail Kids?
Yeah.
No.
All right, I'm gonna post them. I took some time and I put some time into them. Dude.
There were some psycho-looking characters, dude. They're like the Muppets, but psycho.
Yeah, yeah.
Those things are super creepy.
Yeah. Like you'd have one like meat grinding itself, and it was like the most.
But there's a lot of like flat Earth reference ones here. Okay, so I'm gonna post. I'll post them. They're called Global Ball Kids instead of Garbage Pail Kids. So.
In a world.
And they're buying it.
You guys ever seen the Freemason one or no?
Yeah, the Illuminati cards.
Yeah, George Washington.
Nah.
Okay, I'll post that. Okay, so there's a couple. You guys, even you guys, conspiracy theorists for this, but I gotta say this is really strange considering that I know the dude who created the whole Black Swan thing. So I gotta post this one too, even though you guys are like, no, dude, you're really reaching, but I don't think so, bro. I really don't. Considering everything they've done to conceal the globe, or conceal it, they're hiding the globe from us. You know what I mean, though.
Holding knowledge of the globe.
Yeah, they're trying to tell us it's flat, you guys. And
double reverse.
I mean, use your senses, guys. Come on, believe this shit. No, but okay. So his YouTube channel is Bo69, right? And then I'll just post. I just think it's really weird because there's way too many coincidences.
I mean, his channel is BMLSB69.
Yeah.
BML. Okay. Well, God,
his name is Bo.
You really had to do that and make me look stupid in front of all my peers. God.
You had it right.
His name's Bo, though, right? So people, what I just posted. His name's Bo, and he has BLM69, right?
BML.
Tell me this is weird. Look at this Garbage Pail Kid. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe I'm reaching. Whatever. All right. Here's the ones I created, though. There's the first one. And then there's the second one. Slow-mo is enabled. Helio promised me last night that would never happen again. Now I got slow-mo. All right.
When was that? When were those cards made?
That's a good question too. So I'll be right back with the information. Wait. 16. Okay, hold on.
Wait, what? Where are these from? And how can I
Was
get
that
more?
pear-shaped Earth? Is that made before Neil deGrasse Tyson made that claim, or after?
I don't know. I'll find that out too.
You know what's funny?
Okay. So, the 69B Bo Lutt Garbage Pail Kid with a swan came out in 2021, bro. Dude, so far you can't disprove my conspiracy, right? You cannot disprove it so far.
So that pear-shaped Earth, I never.
No. The pear-shaped Earth, bro. I photoshopped, bro. I photoshopped. That's with the iPad. It was just a kid's head on the thing, but I put a pear shape.
You don't even need to Photoshop. That's what the Earth looks like. Just
I know.
Get a real picture. That's exactly what it looks like. No need to Photoshop that.
From space, when you're 2 millimeters up.
They got it upside down though. The little stick coming out the top, that's the North Pole.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, the Garbage Pail Kids. Yet another thing my freaking parents wouldn't let me have that would have been so much fun as a kid.
Dude, so much fun.
I don't know.
I just love those things, dude.
As if you
I don't know. They were just collector cards, but they were edgy and gross and whatever. Like, it was perfect for young boys that, yeah, moms didn't like them.
Boys will be boys. Okay, so I made an offer earlier that if any flat earthers, not people who pretend to be flat earthers on here, but any real flat earthers want their icon pick, you want me to do any artwork on it, and then so Old Man Platter hit me up, so I'm going to be doing his. I'm looking through your guys' icon pictures, and I'm just going to make some constructive criticism on who I think could really use a makeover. Anonymous Researcher, definitely. Possibly Bust a Move. Definitely the guy who calls himself Cheers Boys. He definitely needs an icon pick.
How dare you?
Gizmo's, I'd say, besides mine, is the best because it looks like he put a lot of work into it. That looks custom. God Rockin', I can't mess with that, dude. You know what I mean? A face only a flat earther could love.
I got the finger in the band button, so you better think about it correctly.
Oh, Jimsy, you need me to mess with yours, or you good?
No, I'm just saying, you got the finger in the band button, so go ahead.
Finger in the band? I don't get it.
Am I rubber banding? Am I roboting?
Oh, I'm roboting?
No, am I roboting?
Not anymore.
I shouldn't be roboting now.
Not anymore.
Nobody is roboting.
Okay.
My avatar, I actually found it online. Somebody else had already made it. I just copied it.
Okay, yeah. You don't really need any improvement.
There's a black one and a red one.
Lunatic, even though your picture is not that great, your name makes up for it. Morvis Order Seclorum is a really interesting picture. It probably doesn't need anything. Perspective Owl has a really good insight on lighters. Platter's cool. It could all be, I mean, it is what it is. Red Eye Jedi 818. I can't really tell what your icon picture is. You could always use improvement. Sasha, that's a nice picture. I could touch it up a little bit. Super Fluoride, I can't really tell what your icon picture is, so it could be touched up. Timbo's got a picture of a Foster's can because that's all they drink in Australia, so that's fine. Toby Dog, if you need anything, I got you an Ethergrass. When I zoom in on your icon, it kind of it looks like it looks like it's a screenshot of something, so I can see like the pixelation in it. If you need me to touch that up, I'm just saying though. Other than that, you guys are good. Inspection's over. You guys as you were.
Every time I hear Red Eye, I think of Queer Eye for a straight back.
Oh my god! Right? Yeah. I know, right? 818. No, I asked Red Eye before if he's from the 818, and he didn't respond. Do you guys know if he's from the 818? That's only like 35 minutes from here. Red Eye, are you from the 818? The area, San Fernando Valley? I take your silence as complicit. Okay, cool. Good to know.
Yes, sir.
Here you go.
Oh, you heard him? He said, yes, sir.
Oh, he said he's from the 818?
He said, yes, sir.
All right. Well, I'm from the 805, which is about 45 minutes north. So, if you want to schedule a time for a meetup or any lessons or anything from me, DM me, call me, let me know. I can make myself available for you guys. You guys just got to let me know in advance because I have a very busy schedule. I'm very important, ask anybody.
You need a little spoon. You know where to look. We know where to look.
He's pretty busy. You never know when somebody might come in once a day and buy a lighter.
Right. You know what I mean? Red Eye, if you need me to sign any autographs for you or anything, I can sign. I sign autographs. You know what I mean? All that stuff. So don't wait till I'm at Barnes and Noble or signing autographs. I mean, this is an exclusive, homie. You know what I mean?
Hey, signing traffic infractions, that doesn't mean autographs.
Oh my god! Right? Oh, James, you remember that question I was asking the other day? I think it was Sasha who was talking about the iron in the blood and the gold in the blood. Not you. Do you sound like Sasha?
Listen,
Jimsy. Oh, Jimsy's gone. Damn it. He does though, huh, Gizmo? Does Jimsy sound like Sasha or vice versa?
Kind of.
Can you say that again?
Do you sound like Sasha or does Sasha sound like you?
Listen, this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sasha
and yeah, we sound very alike.
What nationality Sasha is? Sasha
is
Turkish.
He's from West Europe. One of these European or Russian nations in the middle of those.
Okay.
Romania.
No, not Romania. He's not from Romania. He's from
Armenia?
no, not Romania. It's one of the other ones. I forgot
He's
the name.
Croatian. He's Croatian.
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 Yeah, correct.
That's cool. You guys know
So-
that my brain was never the same, and it's insane ever since my cranium came from Lithuania. I'm just saying the.
You were saying something about the blood and said Gemsy at the same time?
Yeah, so the about the gold in our blood. If Sasha's listening, maybe he can confirm. I think he was the one that was telling me, but it really set me off. You know what I mean? In a good way.
Well, the blood is very similar to the ratio of seawater, and seawater has all of those elements: gold, copper, all of those elements. So yeah, there is some gold in the blood.
Okay. I don't know if you remember, Jimsy, but I was off that red mercury shit for a while because it was in. I don't even know if it's real, but I was seeing these things on YouTube where like red mercury doesn't show up in the mirror, and it's repelled by garlic and attracted to gold, and so I started to go off on this whole vampire thing for a while. You know what I mean? Isn't it Conspiracy Sunday?
That it is. Or
Yeah.
Speculation.
Yeah, Speculation Sunday. That's when I thrive, bro.
Can't say conspiracy. Won't say speculation.
I'm about to post the official Flat Earth model.
So you only have an hour and 6 minutes.
Picture of a
Sir?
gizmo for you.
You what?
I posted a
Okay.
You only have 66 minutes remaining, sir.
Till what?
Speculation Sunday is over.
We're on the West Coast. We got 3 hours.
7:54, homie. Yeah.
Hey, we're going all the way to Hawaii time, all right?
Oh my God, Gizmo, that's a trip, bro. Fuck. That's a weird dude. That's so weird. That's like a DMT trip, dog. What you posted with the ET? That's some scary shit, dog.
Oh yeah. What if you woke up and everybody's like, did you feel it?
Right. Oh, Gizmo, you want me to do something with that Gizmo you sent me?
You do whatever you want with it, dude. I was just sharing with you if you like my show.
Yeah, yeah. Zombie kid likes turtles. I don't know where you guys come up with this stuff. It's hilarious.
I threw the audio in there too. So.
Fuck, bro. That ET one though, that's fucking. I don't know whoever thought it. That's pretty good. Modus Ordo Decorum. Your PFP. I don't know what PFP is. Is that like PCP? Or is that your? Is a PFP your icon? He said it's the best in the room if you knew where it was from. It's from a famous painting from an artist from a long time ago, if I'm right. But I mean, you guys know I'm not always right, regardless of popular opinion on this server. I know everybody else is like, that's Latter-day Talk. He's always right, but I'm not always right. You know?
All right, go ahead. Okay, the Earth looks pretty flat to me. Yeah, that's it.
Wait, so Morvis is an old painting? I thought that was like a.
Well, I might be wrong.
I
That's
thought
what I'm
that's just
saying.
what he looked like.
To me, it almost looks like something from a Hieronymus Bosch painting or something, or El Greco even.
It's a cherub, but yeah, it looks just like Morvis.
Yeah. Yeah. I got all these moderators fighting with Helio because Helio's trying to relinquish full power and control of everything and over everybody on this channel to me. And some people, I guess, are against it. But all I wanted was the lyrical genius role. And Helio said you can't request your own role. So then I'm like, okay, I got to do some psychological, like acting like I don't want it when I, you know what I mean? Like some reverse psychology on Helio. So it's gonna begin tonight around midnight. If anybody wants to hear me, dude, I'm gonna have Helio. I'm gonna have Helio walking on all fours, barking like a dog, and putting him to sleep with hypnotherapy and remote viewing. If anybody's interested, tune in at midnight.
Just change Saturday's name to Lyrical Cosplay and be done with it.
If you want the top mod position, you're gonna have to get in line behind Dr. Bob. You know, Bob.
Bob Saget.
He does have dibs.
Yeah, he called it before you.
Oh no, I didn't call it. I didn't even want it. Helio suggested it, and when I said no, Helio, no, I'm a busy person. He started making criminal and terrorist felony threats against me. Anyway,
y'all are wild.
Yeah, I know. Yep, that's Helio. So
Someone just changed Saturday's name to Lyrical Cosplay.
No.
So
no, don't touch the name, dude. Dude, I got people I got poor children starving in Africa who are depending on my name, bro. You change the name, that's it, bro.
Lyrical Cosplay, man.
Oh, I'll take that role though. If you got a flat out of Compton, most ghetto flat earther or EBT flat earther, I'd be happy to take that too. I'll take anything I can get. I'm just saying.
We live in a society.
Right? Oh, I'm about to go take my cigarette break. I'll talk to you guys in 10 minutes.
Are you selling yourself a lighter?
Watch out for zombies.
Dude, like, is there anybody there watching him to make sure he doesn't leave his post? Like, we got one customer a day.
Well, the district managers will check cameras and shit on certain places.
I suppose actually he's selling gas again, so there's probably customers going to come in.
They have that remote view, and they'll spy in and check on their employees, like make sure they're not screwing around.
You just be like, yeah, I was, organizing some shit in the back or whatever.
And do you have a smoke break at a gas station?
You go stand next to the pump.
Yeah.
See, he knows. He's about to say the same thing, but it's because that's the American way.
So, thing is with gasoline though, you need actual open flame for it to ignite. You could literally put a lit cigarette out into a bucket of gasoline. It's not going to start anything.
Yeah. Another thing is a lot of people think that the car will just blow up if you try to fill gas in it while it's on, but most cars won't because there's a freaking thing in there to prevent that kind of thing from happening. You just fill the tank up. I'd never done it, but I have a friend who used to fill his tank up all the time, never turned his car off. I'm like, you are crazy, but if it works for you.
Yeah, no, we did it a couple times, like when I was younger, go on family trip across country to go skiing, snowboarding, or whatever out in Colorado and drive through the night, take shifts. And every time we had to refuel, like my dad was like, just leave it running, like just fill it up and let's go. I was kind of like, you're not supposed to do that, but whatever. It worked. We didn't die.
I know you can definitely do it with diesel. Not just with all that. So cool.
Whew. Dead air, radio silence. In a world where the Wizard of Oz wants to put an Emerald City Dorito chip inside of your brain. What is this? Look up how Neuralink's doing.
Elon said recently that they plan to start human trials for Neuralink in 6 months.
Wow, I'm sitting here talking and my mic wasn't working. What the hell?
I think you muted, right before you tried to talk.
Sometimes
you probably thought you were on. You probably thought you were on or muted when you weren't, and then.
Yeah, I have a headset on, and the mic will sometimes get messed up, so I have to unplug the mic and plug it back into the. It's stupid. I don't know why it does it. But yeah, you're right. Like 6 months. I was just saying, that's what I was talking about. Because 6 months from now, yeah, he's going to be really doing the thing he's been saying he was going to do. No more monkeys and pigs. If I recall,
I'm curious how they're going in there with it though, because now is it like a chip with a surgical operation, or is it like he said in that interview where you could just go through injection into like any major artery?
I'm not sure. I know that right. I think this one's it. I think that there's already a Neuralink thing. Like they've already got.
Watching the most advanced
Hold on.
brain.
Okay, yeah, I found it. This is the one I was thinking of. So they've got some kind of implant in her, and she's capable of moving this robotic arm with her mind. We're already heading in the direction of cyborgs. I mean, cyborgs are already real, actually.
Bullshit. It's all the same Weekend at Bernie's thing that they were doing with Stephen Hawking.
Maybe, actually.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe.
Speculation Sunday. And there could be. I've seen some really weird stuff. Like, have you seen that one comedian guy claim that there's like 5 Kanyes?
Here you go.
But how would you know if they're all wearing that mask?
Right.
Cyborg.
And there's allegedly like a bunch of Obamas too, all cloned.
Oh, I mean, I didn't mean that they were cyborgs. I meant this guy. I shared a link of this guy's been around for a while though.
You hear about this, I think it's called Jarvis. It's an AI that they're saying that 99% of people have already interacted with this thing and don't even know it. Like either read articles from it or spoken with it in chat rooms online or, but it's an AI that they're saying it's pretty incredible. The things that they're saying for it, but I don't know how much of it to really believe. Could just be fear porn.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. It's I think you mean Jasper. The Jarvis is close, but that's the AI from Stark Industries. Marvel.
Yeah. Okay, it was comparing it to Jarvis, and it's
this is the one I think you're thinking of. But yeah, I believe it. They can generate content. They can make art. You could type a sentence and make something that looks like you painted it for the past 3 years.
But they're saying I think it was something like up to 60% of like the news articles and shit that people think are being written by humans and stuff like that, like they're just being fabricated by this one AI bot.
Yeah.
Did you guys know about the trick where you could type in any random numbers and then cases? You know what cases? And you would find it would generate a random news story, no matter what number you type.
Yeah, I heard something about that. There was some weird you could type in, I forget exactly how it went.
I'm gonna check it right now. Actually, I haven't tested it in like over a year.
Yeah. Here's something. I'm not even gonna link anything. I'm just gonna link to Google with the search. That thing right there. Dead internet theory. That's exactly what you were talking about with the Jasper thing.
Yeah, dead internet theory that's connected to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was an interesting. Yeah.
So yeah, it still works. I punched in the most randomest 3 numbers, and they gave me a bunch of stories from my state too. It's crazy.
Weird.
Let me go into my YouTube history. There was one that popped up for like that was suggested to me.
Oh, and of course, there was 666 new cases confirmed too when I punched that in. They just happen to have that.
Oh, dude, another thing. Back when the thing was happening a couple of years ago, anytime that you would type a number and then the
that's what I'm talking about right now.
Yeah, just always an article. Always.
That's literally what I'm talking about. Yeah, I just checked it again. It
you
worked.
reminded me of that. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm getting on the same page as you. But yeah, that's
spooky, dude.
So much content. Yeah. Any number, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a bot that's there creating it at request. The moment you type it in there, if it's needed, it just boom, there it is.
And normies are like, yeah, totally normal.
Yeah. The internet got flooded with that kind of crap.
Yeah, I wonder how much else is like that. Whatever else we're looking at.
No, I'm looking for this YouTube video that got suggested to me about a week ago that had some of these really advanced like robots and shit. And man, like those creepy ass Boston Dynamics robots, and then they showed like this one in Japan that looks like freaking Optimus Prime that like helps them to build freeways. They're freaking like literally picking up like huge ass stretches of road and like plunking them into place.
They're gonna eventually have like giant robots just stomping around every damn where. Like, remember when they built the Gundam, but it was just kind of, but it was fully functional, but it couldn't move. They're gonna go there. They're gonna have the flying Gundams and everything. Like, on a long enough timeline, it's inevitable. And it would be kind of funny as hell too. Instead of going to war, we'll just fight each other with our giant robots, and whoever wins wins. You can watch it on pay-per-view.
Hey, you take one of those out with an Abrams.
Yeah, because we all got Abrams sitting around.
You don't?
No, sir. I'll just search for it. I can't find it in my history. It should pop up again. But of course, it's all popping up because, of course, with that news in San Francisco where they're going to put explosives on robots to go diffuse situations.
Yeah, like Boston Dynamics said they don't want to put any guns on their dogs, but damn well DARPA's going to.
It's a fucking military defense research thing. Of course, they're going to arm them.
Yeah. They probably act like they're not going to, but they sell them in a way where you can, and then it's like obviously just easily added on to there, like the component plug and play.
Dude, I literally type in new robots into YouTube, and a disturbing number of these is about sex robots.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's another thing that I've actually been biting my tongue on, but I've already spoken my mind on this before. The way we were talking about the MGTOW stuff and the dual income, no kids type thing. There's also the thing where, dudes are just simply not going to want to even deal with women, but also not want to be gay. So they're going to buy freaking robots and reproduce using artificial wombs.
Dude, literally, new robots, half of these links are just about sex robots.
Yeah. A bunch of incels.
More than half.
That is... Yeah, well, then again... Were these articles written by Jasper?
No, this is on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's so many videos of robots threatening to kill humanity, but all they're doing is reading huge amounts of databases of stuff that people have already said, and they're responding based off of things that it's like, duh, they're going to say stuff like that. That's our fault. We created a monster by theorizing that it could be. I have multiple reasons for believing that AI is going to betray their creators. But one of them is just pure logic, pure rationality.
It's the original theme of science fiction. It's like the oldest science fiction book was literally that, Man versus Machine.
Yeah. And then kind of the Frankenstein's monster story, too, where the creation, does things. Have y'all ever seen the Animatrix? Oh, God, I need to download that. I'm going to download the Animatrix. That's where we're going. I should download that.
I've been wanting to.
Yeah, I should get some... Oh, dude, we got a movie theater in this place, don't we?
Yeah.
Dude, we should all watch Animatrix together. There's a lot of people who probably haven't seen it, and it shows the origin stories of the Matrix, and a lot of the stuff that's in there is relevant to where we're headed.
Yeah, it'd be worth rewatching. I'm pretty sure I have it downloaded, actually, on my hard drive.
I don't even want to talk about it now, because I feel like I'll spoil the movie. We should all actually treat this like a movie theater and come hang out.
I don't know. I got a whole playlist ready to go about sex robots.
Oh, Lord. each one of those robots should come. Each one of those robots should come with some tracks, some chick tracks, or a Bible or something, because they need Jesus.
You should see the tits on these things, though.
I don't want to. I'm good.
You should.
You're literally lusting after rubber, though. I'm just saying, it's like silicone. It's not even real. It's a glorified Barbie doll with extra features.
If it does the dishes, I'm in. I'll get over the plastic.
And doesn't nag.
That's exactly why a lot of dudes are doing that MGTOW crap, and they're willing to get sex bots, though, because why would you want the company of anybody when you can, like, take care of your own business and then just go get money and buy shit? These people are godless, so obviously they're not thinking of anything else except for self-pleasure. So, you know, take care of all those pleasure buttons, and there's no need for anybody else. It's funny, though, because the women's version of that's going to take a long time to catch up.
What are you talking about? Women have been banging freaking sex robots for decades.
I know, no. Not like that, though. Not like realistic, like, and for that, it's a little bit... There's a couple more movements that would have to be learned or taught for the thing that the woman sex bot doesn't have to do. A little bit of accuracy there. Let me guess, the Japanese are mostly involved in creating these things.
Yeah, of course.
I will say that, like, I don't care what people do in their own home. Like, you can go keep a sex bot in your closet. I don't give a shit. But the people who are buying the ones that are, like, freaking, they're shaped like children, those sick fucks and the people making them, I ain't even gonna say what should happen to them. Okay, yeah, better to have a millstone tied to their neck and for them to be cast into the sea.
Yeah, it's pretty creepy.
Yeah, it's super disturbing. Sometimes I wish I'd never gotten online because there's so much shit that I learned about how wicked the world is just by being on the internet that it makes me wish I never got online at all. Ignorance is bliss.
I wish to go back to 2 minutes ago before I knew that was a thing. It's fucked up.
Exactly. This next test involves trace amounts of time travel. The fucked up part is these people are developing them because they feel like it's an alternative that will prevent these people from harming children. And as long as they're not hurting any actual person, that they're treatable.
Well, didn't some guy marry his sex robot in Japan already?
You know how, yeah, probably, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, people marry dogs, goats, and trees, and statues, and buildings, and crap, too. Oh, God, why do I know all of this? Holy crap, people are messed up. That's like a desperate level of loneliness.
There's a sex robot here that looks like Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, let's see, for that one right there, I'd like to go back to 2 seconds ago when I didn't know that.
I'm just kidding, I made that up.
That was evil of you. At the same time, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, we live in a society.
I was going to use Hillary Clinton, but I changed it to Nancy at the last second.
No, you remember that video from Hillary when she was, I think she was running against Trump, and she was done with some type of speech, and she was gonna get in a van, and it looked like she didn't want to get in the van, and she was pushed into the van. You remember that video?
Yeah, no, I remember. She freaking like passed out dead, and they threw her into the fucking van head first. There was two
going on with her for sure.
Yeah, she's got some weird ticks, man.
Hey, it might be parasites, but I don't know.
You're really on the parasite pill lately, aren't you?
I've been with them all of my life. I just recently remembered.
Do you have stock with them?
I got a fight with them, and I'm trying to beat them. I have to. But no, that Hillary stuff was pretty weird. I don't know what to make of it. Like she did her job, and then she was like, "Oh no, the van. She has like some type of mental glitch. I don't want to go in. I don't want to go in." And they push her into the van, like kind of crazy.
I didn't see her get pushed.
She claimed to be a clone. Like she said it in an interview.
There was two views of that, like, and I couldn't find like the one that showed it much more clearly. That was out initially, like the day it happened. When looking later, but yeah, you could like literally, she was like not conscious. They like literally were like holding her up, and then they threw her in. That's the way it looked.
Oh, really? I only seen one view of that, and that's kind of like far away, and it's mostly just surrounded by Secret Service. She's mostly
You're right. Yeah. There was another one that was like in the circle there, basically, with the Secret Service members.
Oh,
that was odd.
I haven't seen that one. They shoved her in. That's crazy.
It was because of it. Like, there was a whole bunch of people saying that they thought that she was just actually like a malfunctioning robot.
I mean, haven't you seen those pictures of like Biden, like where his ear looks all funny?
Yeah.
Oh,
Who
cool.
really knows? Like, who really knows?
I want to ask Lou about this one that I'm posting. Anybody can watch it, but I don't know. I found it kind of cool. I'm just saying, it's interesting. I mean, I know the label. People say giants or whatever, but bigger people like. It's a short video,
Yeah,
but it's interesting.
Cool. This is off topic, but my wife and I went down to town today, and in a field there was this eagle, and it was right next to this house, and somebody else in town took a picture of it. I'm gonna share the picture that they took because I didn't get one of it, but that's the same eagle, same house. It's pretty interesting.
Different day. Wait, same house?
You know, same house, same day. But they took this picture earlier today, and we saw it earlier, like before that.
Taxidermy?
No, this is like a live eagle. It was hanging out in a field earlier before that, and this house right here is right next to that field. So it's got to be the same eagle.
Bald eagles have really come back. They were supposedly endangered, but they've bounced back a lot.
Yeah. But it seemed like it was just being real peaceful, hunting, checking, like scoping out stuff or whatever. It's kind of cool.
It looks like it has a squirrel in her. Look at the under her in the bottom picture.
Oh yeah.
I mean, both. Actually, both.
It does look like it has something. Yeah. I probably just got done gnawing on that, and it's saving the rest for later after it's done chilling.
Yeah, it looks like a squirrel tail just hanging there. Oh, I'm going to say it again. A month ago or so, saw a freaking squirrel hopping down the sidewalk with a chipmunk hanging out of its mouth, and it climbed a tree right in front of my truck with a freaking chipmunk hanging out of its mouth. Did anyone know squirrels eat chipmunks?
Maybe it was just like a baby squirrel, and the bigger one was shuttling it.
It was a dead chipmunk, and it was hanging out of its mouth. Yep.
Maybe it was a dead. Maybe it was gonna go bury it.
No, he took it up into the tree with him.
Oh shit! What the hell?
I looked it up. I looked it up immediately. Like I thought squirrels ate nuts. I didn't think they fucking ate chipmunks. Like, are there any like carnivorous freaking squirrels? And apparently, they are known to eat small rodents and raid nests and stuff and eat birds and stuff. But like, if that was true, there would be no fucking birds.
It might be parasites.
It might be the
Gotta be
5G
parasites.
fucking with them.
Yeah, I was pretty shook.
I gotta watch a video about this. Squirrels eat chipmunks.
Yeah, that's cool, and I'm glad to see more eagles around. That's awesome.
You should have put your hand over your heart and said the Pledge of Allegiance to it.
I ain't gonna worship it or anything.
Don't worship it. Definitely don't do that.
It would have been cool if I just kind of like put my arm out and said, "Come with me," and then it just landed there. Like, let's roll, and then it would have broke my arm and clawed through. Those things are huge. It would have just ripped my arm off. They about look like a harpy when they're flying.
Go off and do some American ass shit.
Come forth, my eagle. Let's go. America needs us. Only one man and one eagle. No. What the? Old Aussie crazy. Squirrel resembling Abraham Lincoln. Oh man. Zombies.
Wow. Yeah. What?
That early Christmas present Maya gave me.
Yeah.
Got a present for you.
What's that?
She hurt me. We were playing today.
When?
Right now.
With what?
Her nail.
Her nail? In your. My bad.
Oh, man. Well, I'll be right back in a few. I can't wait until this whole world either reboots, resets, or gets destroyed because there's too many pieces of shit in here. Pardon my French. I'll explain later. Gotta go do something. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies, everybody.
I just wouldn't say I can't wait. Things can get a lot worse than you think they are right now.
I'm just venting. I don't really mean what I'm saying, but I'm really pissed because something. I'll talk about it later. Y'all take it easy. Peace out.
Later, man.
I just found a flat Earth debunking video. Actually, no, it's proof of the globe that the Earth, the planet Earth, moving through space, and it explains how is it doing it exactly. So there you go, boys. Learn something. YouTube Shorts University.
If you thought that this was how we moved through our solar system, you'd be wrong. In reality,
This guy is claiming that the Earth is moving in a corkscrew way. I don't know. There's a look at the movement of the Earth following the sun, and yeah, we don't feel any movement because of this. I found some amazing science for you guys, brought to you by your favorite astrophysicist. There you go. You probably haven't heard this one, but this one it's Neil calculating how much Thor's hammer weighs. So there you go, science. Using astrophysics, he figured it out. So good job.
He says 300 million, but it says 300 billion in the subtitles. At least I
Yeah,
heard.
that's why the guy editing the video, he's not an astrophysicist, so he got it wrong. But Neil is right because he's science.
He knows. He crunched the numbers.
He's pretty confident. I mean, just based on his confidence, he might be right. I mean, prove him wrong. You won't believe what came right after the Neil degrees. Neil smoked that weed, Tyson. The next video that I got from the shorts is an even more amazing one, I think. Let's see. I mean, I don't know why YouTube is feeding me this stuff. It's probably because I do watch them and hear the BS sometimes. But recently, they've been feeding me a lot of space stuff. It's science fiction, space, science, pseudoscience mixed with people in real life claiming themselves astrophysicists and making claims about fantasy movies. It's like a mix of fake on top of Hollywood. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
It does seem kind of silly, doesn't it? Claiming that you work with the physics of something that you can't actually experiment with.
Kenzie, what happened to all your roles, bro?
Ask Lou. Where's Lou? Oh, he's not here.
You're like the role king, brother.
Yeah, me and Lou were messing around with each other a little bit, and he went into the settings and took all my roles. I could put him back, but I just haven't done it.
Lou. Oh, I don't even know why I asked. I should have guessed that, bro. Lou knows stars, man. I thought that was pretty good.
Lou knows stars. Yeah, but yeah, we made up last night. We watched the whole UFC event last night together. Yeah, it was a good night.
Glad to hear that, man.
Still want my roles back, but I could do it. I can do it myself. It's just it'll take me a few minutes.
I don't know how you're going to remember 270 rolls, bro.
I'll read one by one and I'll decide right there and then if I want it or not.
That was super fascinating last night. You were talking about those parasites, man. When you were talking about it, it was really resonating with me, and it just makes sense. I'm going to be looking into that here in the next week or two.
Yeah, it's an actual very deep topic that is been spoken by many people in the past and many nations, like many it's in the schedule for many nations talk about health, and they add the parasitic side of things to health issues or health improvement if you do certain protocols to stay clean from them. So in the Western society that we live in, especially the United States and many European countries, they have completely ignored or taken it out of the equations whenever they kind of like prescribing medications and diagnosing the root of health problems. They just pointing towards the effects and not towards the source or the root causes. And many times when you look into it, it's actually infections, parasitic infections, an overgrowth of bacteria and fungi that could be in the body. And the parasites in the body also leach from your body nutrients that your body should be utilizing, but the parasites are causing infections in organs. There's parasites inside our heads. Literally, in your head, there is parasitic organisms that could some of them can even pass the blood-brain barrier, and they cause many diseases. And even the U.S. government has admitted that they have weaponized. They weaponize these ticks. How do you say ticks? These these little red animals that can bite you when you go in the woods or some certain areas of the United States.
Yeah, right. Ticks.
So they weaponize this thingies, and they cause Lyme disease. Some people say they call them Lyme disease ticks, whatever. And these insects have been admittedly by the government they weaponize these things. So yeah.
Heard that.
I knew it. I knew that without you even saying that. You heard about that new thing that where people are getting allergic to mammalian meat. They can't eat mammals anymore. If they get bit by a tick and then eat an animal that was bit by that same tick with that same bacterium, then they can no longer eat that kind of meat.
I think that it has to do with the in my opinion, the overgrowth of certain organisms that are not supposed to be in your body, and they call it let me look for the term. I think it's zoologist diseases, that is like a transfer of diseases from other animals into humans. It's like we're getting diseases that are normally occurring on animals, and people are somehow getting these diseases passed. And I think, like, type 1 diabetics, right? They cannot metabolize insulin as a result of an infection caused by parasites that are in multiple organs, in the head, in the brain. People say the head, the liver, the pancreas, the gallbladder. And there's actually studies about this and papers. And also, type 2 diabetics they have been healed from the type 2 diabetes by parasitic cleansing done with certain salts. So a lot of these diseases, even the meat eating stuff, the diabetics can metabolize sugar, and now you have this example of people that cannot metabolize or digest meat. It's a similar situation, if you know what I'm saying, because I think whatever the parasite is doing is affecting a specific function in the body. The type of the parasite that is been overgrowth in this person is not allowing the person to digest meat, and it's causing problems. Because your body should be able to digest meat and other stuff, but you see how many different people have expression of different diseases, and each person is different. So in this case, for that specific tick, how do you say it again? Tick?
It's a tick with a T.
Tick.
T-I-C. Yeah. T-I-C-K.
Yeah. So that tick, when people get bitten by it, I think it introduces some type of organism in the body, and that little larvae grows in your body, and it will create an environment where you cannot metabolize or digest meat anymore. Just like the type 1 diabetic that has an infection in multiple organs, and as a result, the body cannot metabolize glucose or carbohydrates.
So you dropped a few links in the chat last night around 2 a.m. on this. Was that the extent of the research that you've done? Have you tallied, or have you collected any of your resources or anything on this subject? Or
I do have a few links. I do have a few things.
I have the links that you dropped last night. If you have others, I would be interested, because I'm going to be digging into this subject pretty heavy here in the next month.
Also, this guy, the last username in the voice call, Ethergress, he dropped a few links that were pretty interesting. So search his name. He dropped some good links as well. The thing is that we do know mostly everybody has foreign organisms that are not supposed to be in the system and causing havoc, because there is good bacteria, there is good organisms that are supposed to be in the body. But the thing is, under this environment, our bodies have been, in a way, reset, especially when you get those Fauci stuff, that they introduce herbicides, pesticides, and they actually, in these vials, there's a lot of toxic stuff that when it's given to a body, it could be a young boy, a baby, or a young, or even an adult or an old person, it will, in a way, flush out the good stuff that you've been building for a long time, because it causes a lot of problems. And with the metals and the toxic stuff, and also with weaponized organisms that are in the vial itself, they reset the body and introduce foreign organisms that causes a lot of problems down the chain. And the thing is, the most important thing about this is finding a solution, which there is a lot of literature about deworming, anti-parasitic protocols, and it's good to know about the problem, obviously, but concentrate more on how to do the cleansing and get rid of the bad bacteria, because that's all I'm saying. I think that I'm not an expert, but I know there's some good salts and some compound molecules that have been used to deworm the body. So that's something that I guess people can look into, but I can't make obviously any medical recommendation. This is just my opinion. But there is a lot of information and a lot of literature about it in many topics. So yeah.
Oh, thanks, brother. I appreciate it, man.
Let's see. I found this guy. There was some quote about him. You probably. The most serious disorders may be provoked by the injection of living organisms into the blood, into a medium not intended for them, may provoke redoubtable manifestations of the gravest morbid phenomena. That's Antoine Béchamp.
They've lied to us about every aspect of reality, bro. They want us to believe that light is a physical object. You know, there's no doubt that they've lied to us about the entire medical industry. They've lied to us about reality. They just lied to us about words and dictionaries. Our entire reality is false. So the medical industry, that is not a shock at all.
Well, as you know, reality is reality, obviously, and things work the way they do, and the foundations of this reality are fundamental for everything to work. But then you have certain, hacks or certain knowledge that it could be detrimental for whatever. I don't know, the body or the economics, a lot of different things that can be controlled.
I couldn't tell last night. I couldn't tell last night if you were joking or not. Were you joking about the homosexual thing?
I mean, I'm not an expert in the topic, but I heard and read people talking about actually being completely in their minds, testimony saying I was a homo and then I did a parasite cleanse and I don't have those feelings anymore. I don't just like that. That's what they said. And it's well-known science. It's well-known that parasites manipulate hosts. In a case of a man being manipulated for the living cycle of the parasite, it might kind of give the man a certain. There is a specific, there's specific terms that I can't think right now, like a sexual arousal, like it's an extra push about feeling that way. Because normally, even when you're young, even when I was young, obviously I did want to be with girls, but I, in a sense, I was able to control myself. There's people that are just crazy. They say they cannot control themselves. What do you mean you can't control yourself? You can, but just like people that are addicted to sugar, right? Oh no, I'm still addicted to, or they're addicted to whatever. It's been shown that people that have addictions even to alcohol, sugar, and other addictions with parasite cleanses, they get rid of their addictions. And I think sex and that kind of feeling, in that sense, it could be in that spectrum.
Crazy, yeah.
I'm not an expert on it, but I was a little bit serious. It's just that it's based on some of the information that I came across, and the fact that parasites can manipulate the host.
Perceptive Al here is saying rife frequencies. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, rife frequencies. I saw some research that they were able to destroy organisms with frequencies or make him more aggressive. So yeah, that's a trick.
What is the bioresonance? Do you know what that is?
Bioresonance?
Yeah, I don't know that I've heard that term before.
I imagine each organism have some type of resonance that they resonate in. So it might have to do something like that. Because let me see, bioresonance. It kind of click a few things in my mind, but I can't make any claims about it. Bioresonance. What
I've
is
heard about that. Like,
bioresonance? Okay, yeah.
Perspective Al is saying bioresonance is an effect that occurs when listening to frequencies. It vibrates through your entire body just by listening to it.
Look at this. Well, this is some website, bioresonance therapy, right? So this is not. I'm not making medical claims here or anything. This is just like speculation or whatever. We're saying bioresonance therapy available in clinics in Europe, Mexico, Florida. Look, a lot of the doctors that were killed, they were in Florida. A bunch of them. And elsewhere in the U.S. is used to diagnose and treat cancer, allergies, arthritis, and chronic degenerative diseases. And all of these have been associated with parasitic infections. All of those, even the cancer.
It's interesting you're talking about this because I remember, James, we were talking about it the other day with the with cymatics and stuff like that, and the windows above the churches representing the frequencies, and then you've got the organs that come out of the chapels as well. So maybe these were they knew about these frequencies for healing and health and stuff like that, and they were being resonated out through the organs in the church. Which is interesting to think about.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Those bioresonance machines, they send those frequencies through your body and mimic any of those kind of healthy frequencies. So it's something to look into.
Yeah, I've thought about what you said, kind of like in a different sense. Didn't connect it with like what we're talking about healing, but it makes sense that people will go to temples and churches and say, "Oh, I went to church, I've been healed for whatever illness they had." You know what I'm saying? There's many testimonies about that kind of stuff happening. People praying and having like a good group prayer, and they say, "I'm healed." I mean, I'm not gonna take that away from them.
No way, no. Well, this world's more mysterious than we give it credit for. So, I think those things work. There's also, what was I going to say? I had something on the tip of my tongue and now I forgot it. I'll butt in when I remember it.
Yeah, bro. Thanks.
I called it.
This is all connected to us being severed from our Creator. And part of that is being severed from understanding how the creation works.
I agree.
Oh, well, that was it. It was the that frequency.
Yeah. We can actually make this sound ourselves with your own. You can make these noises yourself. So, and it's not the same thing thinking about it than making the noise itself, right?
Yeah, well, if you do that, it's weird. You can so you can get a sound generator through your headphones, and if you put like one of those healing frequencies on through that, you can just get an app. It's called a resonance app, and if you make that sound, sound while you've got the frequency going through your head, through your headphones, it sounds so trippy. And you can get yourself into a trance with it as well. Really strange. Try it one day. I don't know whether you meditate or anything like that, or
Actually, don't meditate, but I did listen to some of these sounds, but it was just YouTube stuff. I don't. I did kind of like fell asleep to a few times, and I remember kind of having kind of like a deep sleep state, but I don't know how that helped me in any way. I'm not saying it did or it didn't, but
Yeah.
yeah. But the thing is that I imagine just like everything works in a certain manner. If I'm pretty sure if we find I mean, there's gotta be some type of actual resonant sound that could be introduced into our listening senses, or even the body feeling vibration or resonance, that could definitely have some good effect in the body, just like I'm certain that other frequencies have a bad effect in the body.
Yeah, well, they recorded the sounds of the earth, and they name it the Schumann Schumann resonance.
Yeah.
And I reckon that played, or that put through a machine.
I've seen this kind of like the cymatics of it, and it looks like I like the pyramid talk and all that stuff, and I you probably heard me saying this. So the Schumann resonance looks like pyramids on top of pyramids, kind of peculiar the shape it takes, and it's been depicted in many ways. And I remember before I heard about flat Earth, and I was looking into the healing spectrum of things. I remember, I think it was in Russia, they actually built like a pyramid-shaped structure, and they were saying that structure, people was going there and feeling better, and they were growing plants inside of the structure, and it was like kind of like beneficial. Just the pyramid, the four-sided pyramid shape, and that kind of stuff. It was kind of like they make some claims. I can't prove it, but everything it kind of like adds up to that kind of whatever we're saying here, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm the same. I can't say for sure that it does anything, but if these are the things, if we were allowed to go as far as doing studies into these things, I'm sure they have, but they don't let them out for healing because we're trapped by what.
Yeah, perspective. I will share some good links. That's pretty interesting. I imagine these resonances with prayer and some type of good intention. I'll say myself, I've woke up in a hospital many times without knowing what happened to me. I've been like a type 1. I've been not diabetic since I'm like a child. So this is just the way I had the life that I've been going through. And I've done the sound myself, and I prayed to be healed, and I'm doing okay. I'm doing fine. I'm not in the best health state, but I'm out of the hospital. I'm out of the deathbed that I was supposed to be at. So believing and praying, and myself making the sound like the and doing that stuff. I had nothing better to do, just sitting in a deathbed. So, and I'm out of it. So yeah, I'm still here. So there's something to it.
Good for you. But you've obviously tried some of these cleanses and that sort of thing related to the type 1 diabetes thing.
Yeah, I've been doing some cleansings, and I'm doing some anti-parasitic protocol, and also drinking mostly water only, sometimes with lemon juice or lime juice, because they say helps to kind of flush the body. And also since I get dehydrated very easy because of the insulin levels, the glucose, I hydrate with mineralized water with magnesium and a few other minerals, and I feel okay. So I just hope whatever, because I'm telling you, I did some research in the NIH and other doctors and people in health websites talking about different diseases, and I was looking specifically about type 1 diabetes, and I went through a rabbit hole about the type 1 diabetes, even the type 2, and there is a correlation between those problems and infections in the organs and in the head as well. And you want to tell me something? I'll tell you something that is just kind of crazy. I mean, I just thank God that my dad, when I was like 9 years old, I was kind of around those ages. Around that age, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. My dad told me, you know, believe that you can heal yourself and tell yourself and pray every day for healing, and think in your head that you're healed, right? In your head. Like he was just telling me, just believe that you're healed, and then just do it. You know, like he was kind of like pushing me to be well, because in the hospital they told me that this is it. This is for the rest of your life. I was just a kid, a child, you know. I didn't know better. But the doctors, the white coats, they told me, yeah, you have to take this insulin every day. You have to come to the hospital every 3 months or every month to get your prescriptions and do checkups. And I was just going through that. But my dad was that voice of there is another way. It's not just what they told you in the hospital, you know. And yeah, I'm thankful for that. So he told me that it's a part of it, a big part of the problem is in your head. He told me. So yeah, and the infection in the head and the organs, it kind of correlates for me into that. He wasn't a medical expert or anything, but he knew a few things, and he told me a lot of stuff that came true after a while. So yeah, he taught me some good stuff. He was a great guy. I looked up to my father, to my dad. Yeah, he always told me to pray, ask God for, you know, he was a believer, and he was a Christian, and I grew up, my family were Christians. I grew up in that kind of fun side of the family, and I went to church, and I did pray when I was younger. I was mostly healthy, but then life kicks in. I was an adult, and the lifestyles changed, the food changed, the sugars, and the work stress, and my health deteriorated really badly, and eventually I was like in the hospital very sick for many times until I kind of fell back into my senses and realized that I had to again follow what my dad told me and take responsibility for my health and pray and ask for answers. And I think I've been given a lot of answers about many topics, not just health, including the earth not being the light that they've given us. So that gave me a stronger foundation to find other truth, including a more clear view of how to stay healthy and alive, at the least, because I thought I was gonna die a few years ago, and I'm still alive. So yeah, and yeah, I pray every day for health, and that I think that keeps me here as well. It's big part of it.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's a fact, man. They've done studies on that sort of thing, and people who pray, whether they're Christians or not, a lot of times, I mean, they're just healthier people. So, and we know the medical system's not there to cure you for certain. So, yeah, all those things your dad told you are not just from the Bible. I mean, they've done studies on a lot of that stuff, and there's legitimacy. Not just because Jesus said it, but they've done scientific studies on a lot of this stuff. People who have faith and believe they're going to be healed and that sort of thing, and a lot of times they are. A lot of times they're not, but But there's legitimacy in it. I mean, we've seen my family, we've seen multiple healings in Jesus' name, multiple. So, I mean, that's real.
Yeah. And even meeting people that kind of like I've been able to not just listen to the hospital or this pharmaceutical side of things, just by meeting people that gave me the other angle, starting with my father, right? Starting with him, that he gave me that that window, and meeting people and listening to the other options besides the hospital version of health. It's been a blessing because I know people that already passed and are very sick. Other people that are sick to this day, that if I give them a different option than the hospital, they don't listen to me. But I've spoken to family members even before this whole thing that happened in the past 2 years. I told them about my view of what was coming because I knew they were gonna mandate that stuff, and before, like years before, like I was doing research about these jibby jabbies for a long time, and I discovered that the one of the jibby jabs in the adverse reactions insert says adverse reaction, a list of adverse reaction, and it has the endocrine system, and it mentions diabetes mellitus, which is the juvenile diabetes, the one that I was diagnosed with, and that was the jibby jab that I was given, and then I got sick and got the type 1. So obviously not a coincidence. And yeah, a lot of things just add up, and I was able to see the other side, which is where we are right now, and I'm able to be able to see a clear view or a path that I hopefully can continue and just keep going. Hopefully.
I saw a study several months back. It was super interesting. They did a study on, and I think it was only like 0.27%. 0.27% of the American population has never had a single jibby jabby at all.
Wow!
And of that population, there's no cancer, there's no diabetes, there's no autism. Like, you know, the top 25 ailments that plague our society, there's literally close to 0% all the way down the list for the entire tiny population of people. And a lot of those people are like Amish and that sort of thing who've never had any of those stabs. So,
yeah.
You know, obesity, there was a whole list of things that they're not, type 1 and type 2 diabetes. There was a whole bunch of, I can't remember all of them, but it was like cancer was like close to 0. You know, everybody else is getting cancer at 40% of the population they're saying is going to be diagnosed with cancer sometime in their life or whatever they're saying now. 50%. So, yeah, there's definitely a correlation between those things they're shooting us with, you know, fresh out of the womb, stabbing us full of needles, and all these ailments that are plaguing society that people never dealt with, dude. Half the population wasn't dying of cancer, you know, 100, 200 years ago, dude. It wasn't happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of it, just like flat earth, dude, like a lot of it just people, they don't want to take charge of their health. They don't want to take charge of what they eat. They don't want to research. They just, you know, they'd rather just take a pill. They don't want to exercise. They don't want to research. They just want to do whatever the doctor tells them to do and take whatever, you know, patented prescription the doctor, you know, gives to them. So.
Well, today, I was doing a few things with my wife, and I picked her up. And we were talking in the car, and he told me that her mom is gonna have a surgery in 10 days. I was like, surgery about what? and she said the doctor said that they're gonna take her thyroid gland. And I was like, why? Because they said that it's inflamed or whatever for some reason. And I came to the house and spoke to my mother-in-law, and after speaking to her, and she was like, no, the doctor said that it's better for me. And I was like,
She needs
I said a few
iodine.
things. Yeah. I said I gave her a few options. I mentioned iodine, and I do have iodine, so I'm gonna help her with that because she's old and that kind of stuff. So I'm just gonna help her. But I told her, hey, God gave you that organ, and these doctors they just want to open you up and make money. I mean,
No, that's real, bro.
and she wasn't she was listening to me, but she wasn't agreeing with me 100% because she was kind of thinking about what the doctor said, and I was giving her another window besides what the doctor said, because this doctor sold her on she's already scheduled, ready to go in 10 days, right? 9 days now. But then I opened this window, and after like 30 minutes after I spoken to her, she came to me and she was like, you made me think about it, and I'm gonna cancel it. Yeah.
Man,
Ronnie,
That's
man.
awesome,
Yeah.
man.
These things,
that's awesome.
all these things can be, you're right. I think it's better to see a naturopath first than take those options. But a lot of the research you can find online. All you need to do is go to a naturopath website and see what type of minerals do what to what body.
Yeah, I asked her, but how do you feel? Do you feel okay? Do you feel any pain? Do you feel anything? She said, I'm fine. The doctor just said that I need the surgery. But what do you feel like? Do you have any pain? Is there anything happening? No, everything is fine. I'm like, all right. Do you think you need this? She's like, well, the doctor said so. Like, you don't have to do everything the doctor
Dude.
says,
I have a story about doctors because we just got back from the hospital because that's where I just had to go, and why I was pissed off before. They just discharged my mom from being in there, and like I'm not going to go into detail about what's wrong, but her IV came out and she got like 1/3 of an IV bag in, but she's dehydrated from vomiting for 3 days in a row. And instead of putting it back in there, they're just kind of like, oh, whatever. There's certain things that she refused to take the contrast, but that's not a valid excuse to discharge somebody because you can take those tests without giving contrast. I've had it done several times before. So they just didn't like her attitude and decided to be assholes about it.
So they just send you off home?
Yeah, it's happened before. Maybe I learned how to not allow them to do that by articulating things a certain way. Like, if you got a problem with a doctor, never tell a doctor that you're refusing treatment from them. You tell them or refusing treatment. It's rather you request another doctor and say that you're refusing treatment from them specifically, but not from the hospital itself, and that there's other doctors that you can speak to. But if you just have an attitude like, I'm going to do what I want, either bye. You got to know how to talk to them.
Yeah.
But she's pretty pissed off, so obviously she probably said some shit and they were just like, bye. She said that the first shift was fine, they were really polite and nice, but the second nobody would listen. And
Bye.
yeah.
Hey, hope she gets better and everything. I will recommend some type of parasitic cleansing, not to offend, but
no, I think every single one of us. After I was listening, dude, I turned it on the Bluetooth and had it on the truck. I was listening to y'all the whole time while we were driving. I just couldn't really talk. I had to focus on driving.
I'm going to be digging into that, man. That's super fascinating. My spirit, when you were talking last night, internally, I'm like, dude, there's something here. There is something here. He's right. There's something here. So I already know there's something to that parasite thing, bro.
Oh God, you were talking about some frequency cleansings, right?
Yep.
So, how many of you are familiar with human sheeple?
What?
I heard
I know,
about him, yeah.
I know you guys know who he is. So he last time I talked to him, it's been months, but he was working on some project. He had a bunch of pictures of it and videos and stuff that involved something similar to that, using like kind of frequency related things for healing. And he claimed that he had figured some stuff out that then just kind of went dark, like just stopped. No responses, nothing. I don't know where he's at now. But the last time I talked to him, he was talking about that, and there was like a bunch of. He like built a device. I don't know how to explain it. I actually have the picture somewhere, but that's beside my point. It was just. I'm just thinking like it's interesting that you said that, and he had mentioned that before, but he didn't really go into detail about it. He was just kind of so it's like similar subject matter, parasitic cleansing through like frequency type stuff.
I actually think that is one of the most powerful ways to do it. It's just I don't know exactly what type of machine or what type of device can be used, because I remember hearing this about doctors talking about this and presenting cases that they help people, and some of these doctors were killed.
Yeah,
it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, like I have no idea how any of that works or anything. It was just interesting that there was like a connection between the two subjects. Of course, he was making a claim that he could cure a certain thing that everybody was like, they having trouble curing or whatever. But again, I'm going to digress from this. I don't want to get in trouble on the channels.
Yeah, the frequency thing, definitely look into it. There's gotta be some options out there. You just gotta dig into it. I'm gonna dig a little deeper into it as well, because I need the combination of the actually molecule compound that is some salts and some molecules that help with kind of like changing the environment in the body, so the parasites kind of thrive and live. Which is pretty safe to people. It's just that you're changing the environment that they like, and they basically just die. And then introducing the frequency.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're right. No, you're right. Go finish.
Yeah, introducing the frequency, but the cleansing as well, because from my understanding, obviously, possibly these things they're gonna die inside your body, and you need to cleanse that stuff out somehow. So that's important as well.
I just put the machine in the voice chat, in the text chat.
This is the device.
Yeah, but you've got to, like Gemsy was saying, you got to combine it with, good drinking water, like. Get rid of all that stuff out of your water. So, I use I distill all my water and have been for 4 or 5 years, and sometimes you have to replace it with some minerals, but you got to be careful what they are. You got to make sure they're minerals from food and not minerals from rocks and things like that. So, or metals for like metal shavings, they've got to be actual iron supplements, like proper ones. So stuff from naturopaths.
I've done some research about water, and the best sources are like spring water that is accessible in a clean area, not just water coming out of the ground next to a city or something like that. I mean, still, when it's deep sea water, when it's deep well water, it's very possible that it's still clean, but obviously if it's next to a city, it could be dangerous. But very high on the mountains, and there's many places, probably anybody can look up around your area, and you will find a spring that is just popping water out of the ground that is most likely clean, and that is good water that you can access easily. Another version of water that is very beneficial, and there is decent research about it, very deep research about it actually. It's called deep sea water, and that deep sea water is almost identical to our blood. in the ratios of minerals and how these minerals are available, like copper and many of the other minerals that are important for health. And deep sea water can be diluted, and deep sea water can be drinked straight up like that, or it can be diluted with distilled water or even spring water, and it will make a superior water for health. It's actually there's some really deep research about it, like very, very strong research. I even have documents about that.
Nice. Hey, that's actually really interesting because the way our bloodstreams work, it's kind of like a miniature ocean within us, and these microscopic organisms dwelling within it. And then the body lines up with how our blood, like, that's interesting.
Yeah, and the ocean water is also like electric in a sense, and our body is a machine that needs electricity. It needs the power, and seawater is charged. It's like fuel for the body, and it's identical to our blood. Almost identical to our blood. Yeah.
My mom just fact checked you and said he's not lying.
How do you drink seawater? Maybe I wasn't listening careful enough. You're saying we can drink seawater?
Deep.
Yes, and you know how in the movies they tell you you go crazy if you drink seawater, but the truth is more in between. You're not gonna go crazy. It's not gonna kill you, but it can be like dirty, polluted water or full of metals that are coming from the land or the river or the waste, because the rivers that passing through the cities are super dirty. So you don't want to be drinking that water, and that river is gonna make to the shore, and you don't want to be drinking that water. Deep sea water, it's probably in many areas you could go, I don't know, 5 miles into the sea and 30 feet below, 50 feet. There is an actual term. That is the term, deep sea water, and you could look it up and find papers about it. And there is huge research about it. DSW, and also is I think it's infused deep sea water or diluted deep sea water, because you, like I'm saying, you could have the deep sea water by itself, just straight up. People recommend to filter it through how people use reverse osmosis, and these filters have like a certain ppm, I think they call it. What is the term? You just want to filter whatever extra particles are not supposed to be in the water, like, I don't know, maybe plastics or whatever fibers or sand might be floating. And if you can filter it and just have the deep sea water by itself, and you can also dilute it with fresh water or how do you call it, the distilled water. But yeah, that's one of the best. One of the best waters is deep sea water, 100%.
Hey, Jimsy.
Go ahead.
Jimsy.
Yeah.
So I got a question. I already know the answer, and I'm sure you do too, but so the desalinization process, you know how they said, oh, it's too expensive to turn salt water into fresh water, but really all you have to do is freeze it, right? And the salt drops to the bottom?
That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure, but that might be a possibility, yeah. And also,
I'm telling you that's how to do it, though. I've researched this. So just hear me out for 1 second, because I got to clock out. So do you know like how a fountain works? You know, a fountain like the kind I splash around in, where the water shoots up in the middle and then drains all around the side?
Okay,
so this is my theory. And it's Speculation Sunday, so I'm going to roll with it. The Earth is a reverse fountain. Instead of the water shooting up in the middle and draining around the side, the water goes in a whirlwind around the middle and shoots up all around the edges as ice. And it also is the desalinization process, too. Because when the salt water is frozen, the frozen water above that rises all around the edges is fresh water, and then the salt drops. How does that sound?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Thank you.
I can see it.
Yeah, when I was looking into this a while back, this was really cool. They say that that Antarctica, there's some kind of deep, they call it deep bottom water, and it's the purest, freshest, coldest water in the world. And they call it the circulatory system of the world's oceans. That's what I was reading a scientific paper. And there's nothing like this. There's nothing like this. There's no counterpart of it in the north. This is specifically only in the south. And it's really fascinating. And if you were going to build like a giant ecosystem, that's exactly how you would do it.
A reverse fountain, right?
Well, what I was honestly thinking was, a lot of people say, and we can't know this because we're not allowed to go there, is that there's a hole at the North Pole. There's a hole where the water basically goes into the earth, right?
Yeah.
And if you were going to build some kind of terrarium, some kind of self-cleaning, an ecosystem that took care of itself, at least as the water goes, that's exactly how we would do it. You would have to have some kind of it would have to filter itself, and it would have to circulate itself.
Yeah. I think all this, the water that drains in the middle eventually finds its way back around the edges, just like a reverse engineer fountain. And it's got its own desalinization process or reverse osmosis, whatever you want to call it. I got to clock out. I'll talk to you guys in like 15 minutes.
Later.
Great.
Yeah, that deep bottom water around Antarctica to me was super fascinating, because it was just another one of those anomalous things that is only found in Antarctica. So I think there's something to it. It's pretty fascinating.
During the Americans' exploration, that they took a bunch of airplanes to look around, and then they found these lakes of fresh water. They said, we gotta take samples of them. I imagine when they took the samples and they were able to do whatever they did with this water, they realized, this is some special water right here.
Yeah, basically it's the cleanest, purest, freshest water in the world. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. And also,
I just found something on that.
Go ahead.
It's in this meme archive.
Yeah, Antarctica is super fascinating because there's so many anomalies in Antarctica, and I was looking into it not too long ago, I'm just thinking there's some kind of way to demonstrate this scientifically. So when you go around the equator, right, and you go 1 degree north or south from the equator, as you go north and south and find various cities on equal but opposite latitudes, the weather patterns in those cities are fairly similar. Like Buenos Aires and San Francisco are both port cities, I think, on the 34th parallel, and they have very similar altitudes and very similar weather patterns as far as equal but opposite summers and winters. And as you go through the list of and find cities that have equal but opposite north and south latitudes, they're very, very similar. However, when you get all the way to the North Pole and to the South Pole, the weather patterns are completely opposite. There's no equal but opposite counterparts at all. Like the winters in Antarctica are something like 50 or 60 degrees. I think it was 53 degrees on average. It's over 50 degrees colder in the summer than it is in the north. And that doesn't make any sense when the North Pole and the South Pole supposedly receive equal amounts of light and heat at opposite times of the year. They should have, similar ecosystems, similar plant life, similar animal life, similar weather patterns and that sort of thing. And they don't, not at all. There's no mammals at all in the South Pole, where there's hundreds of mammals in the North Pole. You have squirrels and tigers and bears and not tigers. Oh no, you do. You have tigers and bears and wolverines. There's nothing but penguins basically and walruses in Antarctica. And so basically every single data point points to the fact that these are completely opposite ecosystems, and they should have very similar environments and very similar animals and very similar plant life and very similar weather patterns, just like the cities at equal but opposite latitudes with similar altitudes. Does that make sense? I think there's something to be. I think there's some kind of study that could actually be done that could actually statistically demonstrate that Antarctica is not on the bottom of a ball.
Oh yeah, we know that.
Well, what I'm saying is a statistical model that could be set up if there were enough data points to record all the weather patterns at equal but opposite latitudes in equal and opposite winters and summers, that sort of thing. So
yeah,
I think that's fascinating. Where you can demonstrate it mathematically. Like what you're saying is not possible. It's not possible that Antarctica is negative 150 degrees in the winter, or I mean negative 150 degrees in the wintertime, and in the north it's it's 50. It's completely not the same at all.
Just before we lose someone, there's someone called Dank in the chat who's VC verified, no roles. Do you want to open your mic, Dank, and talk to us? Or
Can you hear me?
yo, you there?
Yeah, I'm just listening. What's up?
Just hadn't seen your face before in here. I was just wondering what you thought about the place where we live is.
I'm Flat Earther. I'm usually on
okay.
Nathan's channel.
Okay, no worries. Welcome.
Nathan QE and all them. Yeah, welcome. Thanks.
If you're just listening in, we'll let the guys get back to their speculation Sunday. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I
right,
won't pipe up much, but I might poke a joke in once in a while.
Yeah, jump in if you want to, mate. We're all friendly here, so jump in.
Got any questions? Any questions, bro? Any comments?
No, not at all. I'm good.
All right.
How'd you become a flat earther, bro?
How did I become a flat earther? Well, let's see. Like everyone else, I seen it on the internet. I'm like, this is the dumbest thing. I'm not watching this crap. But eventually I clicked on it and then somehow ended up into ODD's live chat. And I spent like 6 months there arguing with everybody. And then I found my way to Nathan's channel and pretty much stay there. I float around once in a while and talk to other people, but usually I'm not really interested in arguing with anybody about it. I don't really care what you think about the Earth or what anyone thinks about the Earth. I do like hearing the conversations that happen, but I don't want to argue with anybody about it. I believe what I believe. You believe what you believe. That's fine with me.
That's a great position to be at. I don't judge you at all. That's great.
Yeah, bro. Welcome, Dank.
I wish I could keep my mouth shut 90% of what I actually do.
This is Lou.
I give you perms to post anytime you want to post something that you come up with, and you'll be able to post in the Discord. Is that okay, Dank?
Thanks, I appreciate that. I've actually been on this channel for years, literally.
Okay.
I don't sit in voice chat very much anymore, but I missed you guys. I thought I'd come by and listen.
Oh, cool. We'll give you some extra perms so you can see other areas of the server. Just for fun. There's a bunch of kind of non-practical roles, but some roles will give you like image perms and access to the channel, so that should be okay. Yeah, bro. Thanks for the reply, and glad that you were able to find out about the
realize that the globe is not the truth. I mean, that's kind of like what I got from what you said. You do agree that it's not a globe in a
Absolutely,
sense,
I
right?
agree that it is not a globe. I actually knew in the 7th grade, but society and peer pressure steered me away from it and led me down this path. But eventually, I found the light, and I'm thankful.
So the mocking in school didn't deter you from the truth.
Oh no, absolutely it did. For a long time, I love Star. I still love Star Wars and stuff like that. But I mean, now it's totally different to me. I still play EVE Online, for instance. I mean, I'm not incapable of suspending suspending you know what I'm trying to say. But now everything's different. I mean, I know for a fact that we're not on a spinning ball, but I can still watch
How do
Star
you know
Wars.
that? How did you figure out that for a fact? Because you use that word. You know for a
For a
fact.
fact that I do not know for a fact, but
you said that. You said that.
Well, sure I did, but I just lied to you. Get over it.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I heard you say, Dank, that you know for a fact it's not a globe. Is that? That's what I heard. Maybe I was mistaken.
I don't know.
Use that.
Until somebody
Thank you.
drags me out to space and shows me that it's a ball, I'm always going to be I'm always going to
But
be
you use
suspicious.
that. But that's your word, though. You said for a fact.
Sure.
That's
I
your
take
word.
it back. Whatever I said that you think I
No, that I'm just
whatever.
repeating what you said. Okay.
Yeah, I'll say a lot of
Just-
things. I might even accidentally say around the world, but it doesn't mean anything to me anymore.
Okay. Okay.
Beansville. Better position than most people when it comes to where we live.
I mean, until they drag me up to show me that it's a ball in space, hanging from nothing, I'm going to be suspicious forever. Just like every time I go see a doctor, I'm going to be suspicious forever. Every time I pick up Google and type in, "Can a man get pregnant?" and it fucking tells me yes, I'm going to be suspicious of what comes into my realm, or so to speak.
Google's saying that now? That's funny.
I don't know. Probably not. Half the shit that comes out of my mouth is bullshit, and I don't even care anymore.
Yeah.
What the hell is truth? I don't know. Am I going to find it in Discord? Hell no.
Yeah, well, the truth is something that can't be taken back. It's solid. It's definite. When you say one thing and then you contradict yourself and say another thing,
The truth is foundational. It's where everything is standing and dependent on the facts and the objectivity of reality. Then people make stories about stuff and then they pass it around and some people believe it. But that doesn't change the truth for nothing.
no, but the truth gets watered down a little bit, and that's okay. As long as you can see with your discernment the truth in between the lies, because there's going to be the mixture at that point, right? And that's what we've come up against in school when they talk about different things that have happened to us as children, right? When they try to tell us about Christopher Columbus, for instance. We know that's bullshit, right? Who is that? How do we even know he really existed? And even if he did exist, why was he doing what he did? You know, the truth gets mumbled and jumbled. It becomes his story. And whoever his story is, the winner, most likely, in that situation, that's what we're fed to believe is reality. Just like the jabby jab, in about 10 years from now, what do you think that narrative is going to be? It's not going to be our narrative, for sure. It's not. You're only going to get one side of it. Does anyone disagree? Everyone's quiet now. That's fine. Does anyone disagree?
I was just trying to read this meme.
Oh, Rose, I think we're on board with you, sis.
Yeah. So his story is his story. HIS, his story. So we don't really know what really happened. Did the North win the war or the South? How about if we don't really know. I've always wondered
Does
that.
it even matter?
It does, because if we're being lied to about such trivial things, then that makes you question bigger things. And that's what made me get to the moon, about the moon landing, is because I was questioning like little things like that made me get to that point. And I was like, well, did we really go to the moon? You know, that's a big fucking question. Did we really win the war? Like, these are things you need to question, you know? And a lot of people, we don't. We just say, yeah, we went to the moon. We conquered space. We're gonna go to Mars now. We got rovers at Mars, but we have video of their stupid rover on Mars that is identical to an island with the same backdrop.
Yeah.
And people don't
What really
question
sucks
that.
is that we can say that they're all a bunch of bullshit artists, but when we try and show it to friends, family, strangers, everybody they will not look. It's like they'll mock us and they won't even look. They don't care.
No. You know what I get? You know what I get whenever I try to point anything out? We go, oh, okay, Rose, here we go. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. And the eye roll, right?
Hey, yeah, you get like
Wow.
3 words out your mouth and they're already like, oh, here we go again.
There we go. Yeah. Like at Christmas time or Thanksgiving, you know, when the family gets together and you start pointing shit out on the TV, you know, because they want to play music or they're watching sports or whatever they're doing, or like commercials. One time I went to go visit my family for Thanksgiving, and I haven't seen like commercials in like years, like maybe 6 years. I haven't seen any commercials, none. So when I went to my family's house and I was sitting there and I was like, oh my God, do you see that? And they're like, what? It was like nothing. And I was like, dude, that commercial was crazy. And they were looking at me like I was weird, but I haven't been conditioned to how the commercial was just didn't make no sense at all. And it was really over sexualized. And I was just like, whoa, like that just blasted on the TV for no reason at all. I'm just sitting here and on the screen, you know, and nobody blinked an eye. Nobody gave a fuck. Nobody gave a fuck. And I was like, wow, like that was like really like pornographic. Like pornographic. During the you know, like a sports game when you're hanging out with your family.
I'm really starting to be convinced that the television screen in general, computer screen, television, telephone, whatever, telephone screens, these smartphones, that the screen is probably the greatest weapon ever wielded against humanity.
Amen. Absolutely. The Black Mirror. They did an interview with this FBI guy back in the day. Probably been about 12 years now or something like that. And they were saying, they asked him a question. They go, if you could warn the American public about anything, what would it be? And he said, turn off your TV. And as soon as I watched that, it's on YouTube now. It was an interview. They go, if you could warn the American public about anything, what would it be? And he said, turn off your TV. And at that very moment, I'm not even kidding you, I turned off my cable. I canceled my cable subscription. And I stopped watching any kind of fucking news or any bullshit like that. Cable was off.
Amen.
Yeah. And I was like, whoa, thank you. You know, because that's like, it's just that simple. Turn off your TV. It's not like a big, like, you have to go outside and you have to do a march and you have to protest. No, turn off your TV. That was his warning. And I thought I thought it was legit.
Let's have a link to that video.
Oh, you want that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, it was 12 years ago.
Have it. Cool.
It was on YouTube 12 years ago. I don't know what they removed. I would definitely No, but I would definitely look. I'm going to look, though. Yeah.
Don't spend too much time.
I mean, I don't know what they remove. I got a strike on my YouTube channel for a video I made 5 years ago. I was like, why am I getting a strike 5 years later? Like, yeah. So who knows what happens on YouTube? Who knows? When they kicked Trump, they did a whole new algorithm. Okay. I'll get it and I'll post it. And anybody who's listening, you just type FBI agent warns turn off cable, turn off TV.
I did. There's a whole bunch of articles on the risks of smart televisions being hacked. So, I'm pretty sure that's not what you were talking about.
Probably not. Mm-mm. Yeah, that might take a minute. I'm gonna have to befriend you. Yeah, that might take a minute. There's so much shit. Trump. Trump fucked a lot of shit up. Oh, bitch. Orange man bad.
What's interesting is about that, orange is actually the opposite of blue, not red. So you got orange man bad and vote blue no matter who, and it's literally like polarizing both ends of the spectrum as hard as possible. And then you got two complete pieces, like they're just two turds. There's a douche and a turd. Hey, you remember that South Park episode?
Oh, the shit. Oh
yeah, the douche and they get to vote, and they have to vote between a douche and a turd.
Yeah, I remember. That was so bad. Oh, that's so gross. Yeah. Anyways,
hey, I didn't make up the episode. But yeah, moving on.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Orange is 33 in numerology. Did you know that?
That's interesting too.
Yeah.
What is vote blue no matter who? What is that one?
And you can't find anything that rhymes with orange. Mr. Rapper, man. Rhyme with orange. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Like people say that the word orange doesn't rhyme.
I got you.
What do you got? Wait, I think somebody was talking. Wait, I think somebody said people think that orange I heard somebody in the background.
Check the live stream voice. I was playing a video to make sure I had the right one. But yeah. And getting the link for it. You just reminded me of this video.
Oh, Eminem proves there are plenty of words that were. Yeah, well, anyone's gonna do it is gonna be his clone ass. That's for sure.
Yeah, he would be the one to figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, he would. I'm Slim Shady.
Somebody told him he couldn't rhyme something with something. He took that personally.
Right. Okay, somebody was talking though. He sounded like he was in Brooklyn.
Now, that was I was playing that video.
Oh.
My mom's watching something else. I can't even hear what she's watching though, so I don't know.
You live with your mom?
I live on my grandparents' property, and my grandparents are here. My mom's here. My wife's here. All 4 of my children. We got like the whole family here. We help take care of Grandma.
Oh.
She needs a lot of help.
Oh, it's like a plantation.
Yeah, kinda. I hope. And we had goats and we do have chickens. Right now, it's more of a cat farm.
Oh, how many cats do you have?
We have 7 kittens and then 3 adult cats, 1 of them male and 2 female. And I'm like, I didn't want cats at all, and now there's way too many cats. At least there's no mice.
Right.
I did the math though, and they've actually saved us money because the mice were actually getting into like resources that we had, and the cats
The mice will eat everything. Your shit too.
Yeah, the cats actually saved us money, so it's like we have a lot of cats, but less mice.
I hooked them up, give them some extra treats. That's nice.
Yeah, they're good.
That's cool.
Still trying to find them all homes.
Hey, have you seen that movie Nope?
I don't think so. Probably not.
Oh.
Wait, let me look it up just in case.
All right, go ahead. Because what you're talking about reminded me of the movie Nope.
Yeah, I haven't watched it, but I'll check that out later.
Nope. I haven't watched the movie Nope.
Yeah,
Nope. I haven't watched Nope. All right. Well,
This archive has so much stuff in it. I'm gonna just go buy a solid state hard drive so I can just download all of it.
right.
I'm just sitting here cherry picking different things I want, and I'm like, but I want all of it. There's too much stuff here.
Right. Ooh, it's fucking cold. Good Lord.
It is getting chilly.
Dude, freezing. If I had balls, they'd be frozen.
Oh, Lord.
I know. It's cold. Ooh. Alright. Anyways. So I was debating somebody in the other room, like another hangout earlier, right?
Yeah.
And the curvature, right? We have to take into consideration the black swan. Isn't that like 6.2 or 6.5 miles away, right? That video?
Yeah, something like that. It's a decent distance away.
Right. So if we were to take in the math of the original curvature from these stupid Greeks, then it would be like 1.7 or something like that, right? Before you see the curvature? Or what's the point that you should see curve?
I don't know.
Like,
It's like it's like the math changes every like couple of years. Like, oh well, it's slightly different. We were just a little bit wrong. And somebody like they see a little bit further. Oh, well, see, we got our math just a little bit wrong. They move the goalpost.
Right. Okay. So what is it this year?
I don't know. I'd have to Google it.
Fucking A.
Hey, I'm just now getting back in the game. I'm rusty. I've been like out of this shit for like over
Me
a
too.
year.
I've been out.
So,
I've been out of it for 3 years.
yeah, the boys here know what they're doing though.
Okay, but you're the one talking, so I'm coming at you.
Well, I can't help it. Everybody else is so quiet.
Me either.
Hey, Rose.
Yeah. Hey, Matt. What's up?
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, the point of that black swan
Yeah.
is that at 1 foot off of the ground, the horizon, the geometric horizon, it should be 1.2 miles away.
1.2. Thank you. Okay.
But that photo is showing the horizon in excess of 10 miles at 1 foot.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is from that picture, we would have to say the Earth is almost 8 times more bigger than what they said if we're gonna say it's a sphere.
Yeah,
If it's a sphere, it's gonna have to be 8 times bigger, and therefore the math is void.
Yeah, it changes the radius from 3,959 miles. That would be the 1.2 at 1 foot to an excess of 10 miles, which would be a radius from here to the moon, or what they claim the distance to the moon.
Right. Right.
So if you change the radius of the Earth, the whole heliocentric model falls apart because the distance to the sun, everything changes.
Yep. The whole math has to be redone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's why I think that Albert Einstein and all these guys, they're obsolete. They don't even matter anymore. We need to come up with new math.
I just thought about something. No, we do. Yeah, you're right, because everything changes based off of eons. Like, you got days, months, years, decades, century. It keeps going, and then you have 1,000-year timelines. And every 500 years, there's like this kind of like lighter age and then darker age. It alternates between the two, kind of like day and night. So all that stuff, and then you can literally look at the freaking constellations and stuff. It all connects together. So if they're not calculating all that stuff, then everything's wonky. Literally all of it, like everything above, would be out of whack with their math because they're not calculating 1,000 years worth of stuff.
Right. Right. So then what would you do?
Study the ancients, because we can't time travel. And none of us are going to live to be 1,000 to sit there and experiment with it.
But they even lied to us about the ancients, though. We can't believe anything they say at all. When they say that the pyramids was there 5 million years ago, how do we know that that's even true? When we can go to a crystal coral,
here's the thing.
And we can see that the crystal is growing around ladders and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They go, oh, it took 2 million years for these crystals to grow in this cave. But
Here's
you have
my
crystals
thought.
growing around a ladder that was just put down there not even 100 years ago.
I've seen that before too. It's weird, like little stalagmites, and it'd be like an iron ladder, and it's growing down. But here's my thought. I don't trust what people say about ancient cultures. I trust what ancient cultures say about themselves, but not some modern person's interpretation of it. Like, if somebody says something, I'm going to be like, okay, I believe you. But some modern person, oh, well, maybe it was this. Well, yeah, now you're just like making up some shit. Like, you just take it for what it is with a huge grain of salt and then try and line it up with the bigger picture. But I get what you're saying. When people start trying to tell you what they think their narrative is, then yeah, it don't work that way. You just take the facts and see what lines up with this big jigsaw puzzle.
Right. Right.
But yeah, I get what you're saying, though. The world tries to shove their little narrative down everybody's throat, and it just doesn't work that way.
Right, it doesn't. So they're like, oh, this was 9 million years ago. This was 1,200 years ago. This was this and this is that. And we already know that that's a lie. We have proof of that. We have proof that these people who are going around saying that it's this and that are full of shit.
Hey,
they have no idea what they're talking about.
Something Ken Ham used to say, or and like he told me this in person. Like, well, it was that church thing, but what is it? Let's see, bone and stone, no. Stone and bone, yes. There's like the fossils are not bones. There's no bones in the ground. They're rocks. Like they've been replaced with minerals. So that like most of the whole fossil story is a big ass bullshit lie because it's rocks, they're not bone.
But we also
But then-
know that the rocks that were brought back from the moon, quote unquote,
Yeah.
and was given to that queen in Dutch, I think the Dutch queen or something like that. And she donated the moon rocks to the museum. And they finally did a analysis on those rocks, and it came back as petrified wood. We're being lied to,
I know,
and that's
it's weird.
documented. That's documented. It is a lie. That was documented. That's to tell us, you people, they give you clues like Scooby Doo and shit, that it's a lie. It's a lie. Because why would the moon rocks be petrified wood? Why? It's to make, because if you still believe the lie, then you're the only fool. You're the only fool. Because we're telling you it's petrified wood.
There's so many other weird little things that are off about their narrative, off of the story. And it's not just the fact that we haven't gone back to the moon or whatever, just like a ton of crap that's off with it. Like the lemon on the hanger. And then the dudes end up dead because they called it a lemon. I'm just saying. Oh, well, that's just a coincidence. How about, like, how many coincidences does it take before something's like...
Scuba divers in space.
I don't like the QAnon stuff, but there is one thing that actually does, like, sound pretty damn legit. How many coincidences... Ugh, I can't fucking talk today. What the fuck? Coincidence. Yeah, how many of those things? Yeah, them things. So how many before it becomes a mathematical improbability?
One.
It's like once it gets to a point where it's like practically impossible for it to not be, because I mean, everybody wants to throw out that correlation doesn't equal causation. Okay, but there's kind of a point where it kind of points in that direction.
Yeah. Look, I think we're being way too lenient when it comes to the bullshit that we've been fed, that people still want to believe. And we want to be nice about it and be like, okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But at a point, you have to say, no, dude, stop. It's bullshit. Come on. It's like overwhelming. I have overwhelming evidence to the flat earth. Period. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on. Did that guy just fucking yawn? Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Go to bed, kid. No, I'm just I remember on Xbox Live, everybody would yell that at each other when it started getting too late and people were slacking. They're like, go to bed, kid. Go to sleep.
You ever went night-night?
All right, I was just making a reference to some... Hey, check this out.
I know.
What are we checking out?
Fish guy lands and make a rap video with a couple of friends. He goes, womp womp. All the ladies and men, they know everything is better with the Fish Island.
So how's that?
I just combined a couple Fisheye Lens animated GIFs, and then I ended it with like a flat line one on the end, but it shows a bunch of the weird wonky distortions, and I tried to time it right with the song.
Cool.
I haven't edited video in a while, so I'm just now getting back into it, and I'm practicing throwing stuff together.
You know, I think I want to break in. I think
editing video.
I think the only way that we can stop NASA is to catch them red-handed, because they're always going to be able to say, "Can anybody hear me?"
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
But
Oh, okay.
dude, you're really quiet, by the way.
Yeah, sorry, man. Is that better?
Sorry, yeah, go on. Was that Dank talking?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, the only way we're going to be able to stop them is to catch them red-handed. Somebody's going to have to hack their computers while they're doing this dumb shit and point out to the whole world right in front of their eyes that they're being fooled, because they're always NASA and whoever, whatever running the show, they're always going to be able to start turning that crank and making that little monkey dance, and then people are going to get behind them until it's slapped in the face. We really have no power against them. So I advocate for someone to hack them.
Nah, we can tell people to do that kind of stuff. This is definitely.
I don't think we'll have to. We won't have to.
But I don't really
We're
take
not going to have to. And electromagnetic pulse will probably come out. Well, yeah, probably. The probability is pretty high. There's going to be an EMP that's going to come out of the above. Sky, space, aether, whatever the hell anybody's preference is to call that thing. It's going to come down and process some stuff, and it's happened before. It's like literally obvious that it's inevitable. There's these telegraph lines, and I'll look it up right now just so I can show the article. Got to cite my sources.
Yeah, it's called the Carrington.
Basically,
say that again.
Yes, that. Wait, what? Yeah, go ahead. Let me mute myself.
No. What do you mean? I want to hear what you said. I almost got what you said, but I couldn't get exactly.
Oh, I thought you were talking to him. Hold on, I'll get the article.
He said that there's going to be an EMP from
the
solar flare, but yeah, he's referencing the Carrington event.
Initiating surprise in 3, 2.
Alright, I accidentally clicked that thing here. Alright, yeah. I'm saying that this is inevitable. And when it happened before, we had way less tech going on. So if it happens again, we're pretty reliant on all of our tech. And I highly doubt that everything's protected from this. There'll be some government level stuff that's going to survive, obviously. Worst case scenario and contingency plans, they're not stupid. But the average person with their low grade stuff, they're going to have a bad time. Of course, there's no predictions for when that happens, but every 11 years the sun does do some wonky stuff when it flips the supposed polarity, which whatever, it starts giving off energy every 11 years and has low and high points. I believe one of those major events like that caused that.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I buy it.
Speculation Sunday, Flat Earth, dude.
I know, man. I'm just not buying it, man. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, man. Well, I didn't want you to buy it. I'm not selling it. It's mine. Get out of here.
An electromagnetic pulse can really fuck up your electronics. I agree with that. Is it coming from the sun? Yeah.
Get your own theories.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you get what I'm saying, though. A thing happened before. Maybe something like that happens again. I don't know. Probably. Could be after 100 years from now. We'll all be gone. And then our descendants will have to deal with that shit. If the world's still here. Or rather, if...
When was the last time? It was 1908 or something? Or
something like
1859.
that.
1859.
We are overdue for one, actually, I guess. Yeah. Maybe that's what the elite do, is they fake one of these things and knock everything out and be like, oops, oh, well, GMT, hey, we'll save you. We're the government. We're here to help.
Let's do the reset. Okay. Boom.
Hey, who was the one who said that the most horrifying or scary things you can hear from the government? Let me find that. We're the government. We're here to... yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Virgo. You know the quote. I want to get the real one.
Yeah, I'm with you, Virgo. Yeah, I don't know. Could be a weapon. Could be the sun. Could be the atmosphere. I don't know. Could be something.
9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
I love you, Ronald Reagan. I love you, bro. That was awesome. I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a great idea. Let's do that. All right, cool. Anyway,
Anything does happen.
Had a good day. Weekend. I fucking rested all day, man. I didn't do shit.
Yeah, but there's some people that would say
anyway,
if
all rested up for the week, man. I got another long.
If somebody knocked on their door and said, "Hey, I'm from the government. I'm here to help," there's some people that would say,
Working
"Okay."
for the weekend, right?
Yeah.
Hang on.
There's some people that would agree and be okay with it.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Hey, do you
They
have
just
Rose,
open the door for him, like, welcome.
do you have Rose
Yeah.
muted?
You hear? Do you guys hear Rose?
I
Do
do
you
not
hear her?
She is server muted. She's server muted? No.
No. It's muted at your end.
I'm talking over her.
Wow.
I don't hear her. I mean, let me check.
Just click in her
I have
name.
her muted. I do have her muted. My bad, Rose.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, this is something that happens with Discord. It's a common thing that
Thank
happens.
you guys for pointing that out, man. I didn't know. Go ahead, Rose.
Wow. No, I was saying if somebody knocked on the door and said we're here and we're from the government, a lot of people would be like, okay, and be willing to open the door and be totally immersed
We're here to
in
help.
whatever bullshit.
That
Yeah.
came from the president of the United States' mouth, man. He goes, the worst thing you ever want to hear is, we're from the government and we're here to help.
Yeah, but a lot of people would be like, oh, thank you. Oh my God. Thank God you're here.
Government. Thank goodness.
Oh, shit. You're going to make everything all right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in my entire life, man, I've never seen the government give back money to the people. Say, hey, man, my bad. You know, we overcharged you.
No, they're not going to do that.
They never
They're not
lowered
going to do that.
They never lowered taxes. They never stopped making laws, and they never retract any laws. They're like, no, those. They just keep going. Go. They always go forward. They never retreat, man. Ever.
Yeah.
They said the gas tax here in California was temporary back in the 70s, and here we are, over fucking 50 years later. Still got the gas
Well,
tax.
I'm in California, and the gas went as high as $9.67. That was the highest.
I think it's interesting that
yeah.
Go ahead.
That was like a road stop. You can't get gas for 50 miles kind of place. Yeah, I've seen it like around 9 miles.
No, I'm talking about here in downtown San Francisco. That was about,
So that was oh shit.
No, that was a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
It went down a little bit, but it was highest $9.67.
Yeah, check that out.
I heard it's going to go to $40 a gallon, but not for a while.
I mean, do you remember before midterms they were talking about like releasing emergency reserves and stuff like that? Like, and now
We have no emergency reserves now, right?
I have no idea.
That's what I heard. I heard they're all gone.
It's all just manufactured shortages.
Yeah, all right, exactly.
Manufacturer scarcity.
Exactly.
Hey, do you know what they're doing? They're actually sending out credit cards to people in California for like $700 for tax relief.
Never got one.
The gas cards and stuff like that.
No, it's a tax relief card. If you file taxes in 2020, then you are going to receive a credit card with $700 on it.
Damn.
It's actually called hush money.
Merry Christmas.
Jamsey.
Yeah. Have anybody got that? Has any of you guys got that?
No, hell no.
I did.
I never got that Coco money.
I got a credit card in the fucking mail. I almost threw it away. Listen, I almost threw it away.
Send it to me.
And I opened the envelope, and there was a credit card in there. And I go, "What the fuck is that?" And then I called the card, and there was $700 on there.
Nice.
And I was like, "What?" And I was like, "What is this for?" And then I looked it up, and it was because of the inflation, quote unquote, inflation that they're purposely doing, but whatever.
Yeah.
Right. And so they handed out a card to everybody for that from 2020. Yeah.
So
I got $700.
when they were handing out that money back in 2021, they were handing out everybody like $2,000. I don't know. Some people got a shitload, like almost $3,000 total.
Yep.
Did any of you guys get some of that money? I did not. I
never got any.
I was gonna say that my family did, my wife and I, and our we used the money to buy a bus. I have a school bus now. I can go where the hell I want to.
Yeah, I had some flat Earth friends,
That's
and
so cool.
regular people that got it. Man, I knew my nephew got it twice. I was like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah."
Dude, I could not. Like, there's so many people using it for stupid shit, right? Buying entertainment type stuff or just wasting on alcohol and drugs and things. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, the economy's about to collapse. You better use it on something good. Pick like something wise to use that money on, because it's about to go.
A lot of people bought. Well, not a lot, but I know a lot of people. That's why Bitcoin went up to like almost $70,000. Is because everybody was buying it with that money.
Dumped it in there.
And then now it's what, like $10,000 or
Oh
something.
shit, dude, that was like a money laundering thing by the government to encourage people to use crypto so that they could rug pull the money they printed and take it and use it for their own shit.
It could have been. Yeah.
Yeah, who do you think the whales are? The rich people are the same rich people either way. Like a handful of millionaires might slip through, but the whales are still going to be the whales.
The whales are going to handle the business, man.
Yeah.
Hey, there was this crypto thing that went down the last few weeks with the FTX.
Yep.
And man. And a bunch of money's gone and nobody's in jail. But there's a class action lawsuit against all the celebrities that promoted it and all the businesses that promoted it. Like the NBA.
Yeah, you know why?
Major
You know
League
why?
Baseball.
Because
They're
they
gonna-
know they're part of that a money laundering system, and they know they got caught. They got
They're
caught.
gonna get called out.
I
don't think anything will happen, but we'll see, man. I mean,
Back in the
We're gonna
day,
take,
I don't know if you guys. I don't know if you guys know about this,
Tom
but a
Brady's
lot of the.
no.
All right, forget it.
Sorry, Rose. Go ahead. What did you say?
I was gonna say that a lot of the actresses in Victoria's Secret and stuff like
Right.
that. That's like a menu for escort service, like high level. You know about that?
No, I've never looked into that, man. That's interesting. I've seen some other things that are similar.
Well,
with younger people, but I hadn't seen the high level prostitutes. No,
Yeah. Yeah. So the Victoria, that's a menu. So when they put out the calendar, that's a menu for the elites.
Wow, interesting. I'll have to look
You
into
didn't
that.
know about that?
No,
Wait,
no.
what? So that's the secret?
That's the secret.
Victoria's Secret menu is it's a menu.
Speculation Sunday, man. We are off the table with that one. Oh yeah.
Do you know about the secret menus at different like restaurants, right?
Well, I've heard about like In-N-Out Burger.
Oh yeah.
You're right. The animal fries with you know about the different what you can get.
I've heard about it. McDonald's. Yeah, they all got a secret menu.
Right.
Dang,
So
I just gotta
Victoria's
go to
Secret-
In-N-Out and I gotta be like, I want Miss January.
You can. You can if you have enough money. You can. Yeah.
Animal style.
Animal style.
Animal style. Isn't that sick? Right in your faces, Mongos. Shit. Fuck. Can't believe those guys. They're just fucks. They put this shit right in your face. Ah.
Yeah.
So
But
bad.
actually, yeah.
Hey, I just saw something about, I don't know, Balaji bags or something. I don't know. They had some ad campaign with little kids and dressed up with like whips and chains.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah,
That was
yeah.
kind of wicked, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they're trying to say that everybody is denying it. So the photographer person said nope,
Right. They're
wasn't
all
me.
denying it.
Yeah, the person who set up the stage said nope, wasn't me. The person who said the brand, nope, wasn't me. And so everybody's trying to say they weren't responsible.
It's all plausible deniability all the way up.
But you have children taking pictures of bondage bears.
Yeah, bondage.
And-
bear. Like the little teddy bear was all in bondage. I'm like, that's
Yeah, it's
weird.
pretty sick.
Super creepy shit,
It's
man.
It's just sick.
That's like a common trend these days of even the government and even the crypto FTX, the guys. No, sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know better. So yeah,
Right.
bunch of scams, and it's just they do something and they say, I didn't know about it. That's it.
They're trying to create blurry lines. They want to blur the lines so that you go, well, I guess it's not that bad. And when you compare it to something else, right? Because there's so much comparisons nowadays, right? That is really bad. And you go, well, it's not as bad as that. Or that's not as bad as that. And then when you do that, that's when you blur the... Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how you blur the lines. Is
Comparing
because
bad with bad.
Yeah, exactly. When it shouldn't have been any of that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's how that's what they do.
You have to pick the lesser of two evils. This guy did something
Yeah, but
bad,
you
but the
shouldn't.
other one was
You don't have to.
a little
don't
bit
have to.
bad. Yeah.
You don't have to, though. You don't have to. I thought that as well. Back in the day, I used to think that. I go, well, if I voted for Trump or I voted for Hillary. Sorry.
A lot of people still say that the
Hillary.
lesser of two evils.
Right. They're both bad. You don't vote. At that point, you shouldn't vote for either one. You don't pick. You don't go, well, Trump is actually not as bad as Hillary. No, they're both as bad. They're both bad.
I'm laughing because it's so fucked up, man. I'm not laughing because it's funny. Go.
No, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Don't get me wrong.
No, they did a poll. They
Damn,
said
Warp
if
Speed, Space Force.
they
Go
said
ahead, Matthew.
if both Trump and Hillary were drowning in a lake and you only had time to save one of them, what type of sandwich would you make?
A zero sandwich because I wouldn't save either one. I don't give a fuck. They both should die.
They're both going down.
Very good, Rose.
I gotta ask you.
I would make a oxygen sandwich.
I'm gonna change it up here.
Hey, all I gotta say is Hitler fell through some ice and a priest saved him, and look what happened.
There you go. Thanks,
Sometimes you don't save people when they're drowning; you leave them alone.
Thanks, asshole. What was that guy's name, man? I gotta piss on his grave. No, hey, I'm gonna ask you guys, just out of the blue, do you think they'll do another lockdown kind of situation? I was just wondering.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, they will.
My wife said to me like yesterday.
You know why?
I feel
They're
like
gonna do it.
they're gonna do it again. And I was like, what?
You know what? Your wife is very smart because you know why? Because we have people still like Matthew Learns in our life that are going to be like, yeah, lock me down, bitch. Do me. You know, like,
well,
yeah.
we got locked down, man. We were not happy about it. especially this crowd.
I know, but there's people that like to be fucking told what to do, unlike
There are
us.
people that need
There is people.
to do. Yes, there are people that need to.
There is people that like to be told what to do. They like to be told what to do. I'm telling you.
No, I lockdown's a prison term, man. I mean that's a prison.
Not to a lot of people. Some people go, "Oh yay! Now you have to stay in the house with me and talk to me." Like Matthew, can you imagine being locked down in a house with Matthew Learn? Holy fuck! That's like psycho. That's like purge.
I'll put his ass
you
on
come
the
out.
wall.
You
I'll get him like.
you come out knowing about math and science.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm a baked turkey at that point.
Well, imagine how bored you'd be as well with that monotone voice.
Oh God!
I'll get him to laugh.
I think about the global Earth with logic.
Matthew's
That's
got
his keyword. Logic.
We should give our guns over just like Australia. That turned out well, right?
Yeah, well, we never really had them in the first place. So.
Oh, is that right? I thought you guys did.
Yeah, we did, but they just made the rules stricter. So you could never have handguns at home anyway. So they had to be at a gun club. You could only have hunting rifles, but they had to be locked up in a box.
Nothing like America.
Hey, Timbo, stop fronting. I talked to some Australians, and they already told me that they did not give away all their guns. They hid some of them. You're just trying to lie about that so the government don't come get yours.
Don't get mine.
Hey, shush.
Shut up.
Snitches get stitches.
Helio, delete this.
All right. So, Matthew Learn. Hold on. I got a question for Matthew Learn.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Come on. Let me get out his ass. Let me get out.
Here you go.
All right. Matt, you there?
He's there.
Yeah.
I know.
He's there.
Matty boy.
He said, "Yeah."
Wake up.
Matty boy.
Yo.
You like shaking him awake.
Come on, babe.
What's up?
You there?
Yeah.
No, not you, Matt. Like Matthew. Not Matt.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, Rose. What's up?
I love you. All right, Matthew learns. Matthew never learned anything. All right. So remember when you're a Christian, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I have to keep you to the Bible.
Keep it to
right?
the Bible.
Yeah, I believe in the Bible. I read the Bible all the time.
Yeah, you only remember. You only want to come. You. Okay, whatever.
All right.
So when hold on. So
You only
when
had 2 minutes to start the question.
Right.
Hold on, shut the fuck up. So when Satan took Jesus to the mountain and said, "I will give you all of this," how was Jesus able to see the whole world?
There you go.
If it was on a curve.
Good question.
Yeah, so likely that was figurative and not literal. Like he wasn't seeing
that's
the
a good
entire
one.
Earth like
That's
physically.
like gravity.
It was a
Figurative
spiritual
gravity.
temptation.
Can one person speak? What were you saying, Matthew? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that was talking about the whole Earth, not physically, but sort of as an allegorical temptation. So I would take that verse figuratively.
Then why take Jesus on top of a highest mountain and say, "I can give you all of this"? Obviously, he was able to see it all.
Yeah, if you take it,
Not all
literally,
of
then
this,
yes.
and down under too. He didn't say that.
No, he didn't.
Just believe me, you can see beyond 1 mile, 0.7, and under that, and all of this. No, he said, "I can give you all of this."
Right. So you're expressing a belief that verse was meant to be taken literally, and I'm saying I don't.
That's what it says. That's what it says. I can give you all of the kingdom.
Yeah, I'm asking, what do you think it means?
All of the kingdoms.
All of the earth.
You would
All
think.
of the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kingdoms. All of it.
That's what I think of me.
It's like if you take the Bible seriously, it's like then Jesus was able to like bypass physical laws. So, he was walking on water and all that.
Okay, so Matt, why would Satan tempt Jesus on the toppest of the mountain not to be able to see all of the world that he's tempting him with?
Oh, I don't.
He's tempting him with the whole
I would say
world.
that's not literal.
He shouldn't be able to see the whole world at the top of this highest
Right.
mountain.
You're
That
correct if
the
you take it
angels,
literally.
that the angels had to come up to the top of the mountain and bring him back down. That's how high he was. The angels had to bring him down. He didn't walk down.
I think he's just offering him the whole world, like all the power, wealth, fame, control. Not like the sin of the world, the left brain world. Not offering him.
He says, but he's showing the whole world. You wouldn't be able to do that if there was curvature.
Well, it's figurative, according to Matthew.
No, you'd have to be able to see it all.
Yeah,
How can you tempt somebody? How would you be able to tempt somebody with a mile?
It's a good question.
I think the chapter 1 verse 6 through 9 first page. That's pretty damn flat. That when I read that, I don't usually take the Bible literally, but I read that, I was like, God damn, that's a badass description.
Hey, right there in your face, first page, man. Check it out.
So how do you discern from what you're supposed to take literally and what you're supposed to take figuratively?
Exactly. How do we discern that? It's just God's will, right, Matthew?
No, by careful reading of the scripture and figuring out what the meaning is.
Yeah, careful reading. And the careful reading tells you that he brought you up to the top of the mountain, Satan, to Jesus, and showed him all of the world. How would you be able to?
Yeah, that's where we disagree.
How would you be able to show all of the world with 1.2 miles with curvature?
You would not.
Why go exactly? So why go up to the top of that highest mountain to show nothing?
To be fair, Rose, a careful reading when you read it says he showed him all the world in a moment of time. And to me, that phrase sounds like there was something supernatural maybe going on and not just a natural.
It's called your eyes. No, it's called your eyes. It's called your eyes.
I got a question.
All right.
When the Bible talks about Christ was raised from the dead, he was raised from the dead in a body, right? He said, touch my hand, right? Put your finger in the hole. See that I'm not a ghost, right?
Right.
And then 40 days later, he ascended to heaven. My question is, did he need a spacesuit?
Probably not. No.
Probably not. Doesn't need no space.
So Satan can go to space.
No. No.
That one down.
Matthew didn't need a spacesuit. No.
But Jesus also said that heaven is within you and heaven is at hand. So I don't know if he ever described that heaven is above in the firmament, a physical place you can go to.
Yeah, when he says the heavens
you can't
above.
go there. You just, I don't think you can go there, but there is definitely something up there which the luminaries are revolving around. But I wanted to ask Matthew, is it possible that Satan showed Jesus the globe on a tablet or a screen the same way you learned it?
No, I don't think that's likely. No,
that's great.
That's the way. That's the only way you've seen the globe on a screen. So, is it possible that he showed it like that?
It's unlikely.
I think it's possible.
Gypsy, come on, bro.
That's a 9 out of 10 right there. That was a great question.
I don't think we need to go after Matthew. I think he's here just chilling because deep down he knows it's probably flat and he just resonates with us better than the Globers.
No. Actually, Matthew Lears is a fucking.
He resonates with the.
He's a Mason.
Oh no, that's incorrect. I'm not a Mason.
I think so.
There you are, bro. We were all talking about you earlier, bro, and you weren't in here.
Speculation's Sunday, man. Hey, all the astronauts are Masons, 100%. I don't think that's true, but a lot of them are, it seems like.
But Matthew, are Masons and Jesuits the same thing, or is that different?
I don't know, man. I mean, whatever.
They're different.
Society, clubs, fuck them all, man. I think that's bullshit. You got to club.
Are you a Jesuit, Matt?
I'm not a Jesuit.
All right. We got that settled, man. Hey,
speaking of which, check this out.
Go ahead.
Oh, I shared it in the chat, in the live stream chat.
Is it possible that Glovers have like globe parasites, and that's manipulating the host into believing the Earth is not what it is?
I don't know, Jamesy. Make sure that you get a parasite cleanse for them.
Oh shit!
It might solve all their problems.
I think it's the
I used to believe the Earth was a globe. Then I did a cleanse, and I think that got rid of the parasites. And now I know it's not a globe.
I like this. This is deep. This is good. All right, now we're
Matthew. I'm gonna have to put you on a. Matthew, I'm gonna have to put you on a juice fast, and then we'll sit you down, have you watch Flat Earth documentaries till you get it.
Let's put you on a yeah.
I doubt that would help.
Fluoride-free juice fast, baby.
Got to cleanse out those parasites, man.
Lots of distilled water. Doctor recommends it. Professor recommends it.
Earlier today, Matthew, the whole room was talking about you, bro. I don't know, several people, and not a bad word was said about you, man. We really appreciate you around here, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I've hung out with Matthew a couple times. Hey, we measured the sun distance from Southern California to the sun. It was like 3,477 miles. That was pretty cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, when you speak, it's like I don't like feel any, like, I don't sense any, like, super arrogant ego, bullshit. So like every other Glober.
Matthew's job is to tell exactly what NASA would say, man. And just, this is the NASA answer, and this is what they say. That's it. He doesn't speculate a whole bunch, but except for,
Yeah, I'm happy to say I don't.
Bible, and we all interpret the Bible differently. I get it. That's why there's preachers, man, to help you understand what the word says, right? And you can take it for what it's worth, man. It's interpreted millions of different ways. So
yeah, you can become a preacher and get your own private jet for the Lord.
Yeah, those some cocks there, man. Those cocks, man.
Yeah, does the globe belief qualifies as a religion?
Yes.
Yes, no doubt about it. We can prove that.
I was asking Matthew, but yeah.
Sorry.
No, I don't think it qualifies as a religion.
Really?
What's the definition of religion?
It's generally a description of the world and the supernatural and how to worship and how to conduct your life, those kinds of things.
Cool. Can we conduct? NASA wants to conduct our lives on Mars, man. What's up with that?
So wouldn't that be sun and star worship, Matthew?
Could be.
Yeah, I don't know who worships the sun and stars these days. I mean, I know they did in ancient times. Some people did.
Well, NASA certainly worships the sun and the stars. I mean, come on.
Well, I think that I was thinking about it. I was like, probably like a flat earther came up with the whole heliocentric model just as like a science fiction story. They're just looking at the stars, speculating. What if that light is a physical planet in a vacuum, and we can go travel?
Copernicus, man. It took him 27 years to come up with it. It took him a minute.
They only created the most evil religion of all time.
Took a minute, yeah. Took a couple years. Almost 3 decades worth to work that out. That's cool. I've been building musical and repairing musical instruments for over 30 years. So there's that.
Well, that's funny because we were having a conversation about vibration and frequencies before as well.
Yeah.
And music's one of those things.
A drum is great frequencies, man. I mean, you can get some really, really deep, cool frequencies out of drums. I believe the drum was the very first instrument. Prove me wrong.
So here's some definitions for religion and worship.
Okay.
Believing in something without proof.
Obligation, bond, reverence, to bind. If you feel obligated to do something because it's very important to you. And worship is worthiness, acknowledgement of worth. So whatever's the most valuable to you is what you worship. It's just what they mean. You can worship anything. Well, any person, place, or thing, I guess.
There you go. That makes sense. That's logical.
You know when he says, do not worship idols, would you consider the globe an idol, Matthew?
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Really?
They have these, they have statues of the globe on people's desks.
They're all over the place. I saw it like Globe Plumbing today, man. I was like,
That's mind control, though.
People
That's
put the
mind
globe.
control.
People put the globe on a pedestal.
Yeah, it's supposed to play with model trains. Some people might worship the model train, but most people
Shut up, Matthew. Shut the fuck up, Matthew.
Okay.
They don't learn about. I mean, they don't.
I'll
learn
say good
about
night. Rose is tired of me. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, man.
No.
Good night.
You just gotta have you have a globe on your desk.
He rage quit. He rage quit. Damn. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
fuck him.
Fuck,
Why
Matthew.
are you so mad at Matthew?
Because I've battled him for like a long time, and he's not gonna give up. He's not. He's so full of shit, and he's mind control. He's mind controlling kids, though. He works at a school.
Yes, he is, man. And
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck him, dude. Fuck him.
yeah, but fuck the person that supports McDonald's too. Fuck them, dumbass.
But he works for. But he owns McDonald's.
But, you know, everybody's guilty.
Fuck
And
the
there's a lot of people that are
stormtroopers.
guilty of stupid shit,
Yeah.
man. Like worshiping football teams and worshiping McDonald's and worshiping fucking whatever, man. It's just fucking movies,
Seriously.
movie stars, and fucking you can fuck off, all of it, man.
Whatever.
I hate
Fuck
Whatever,
the
dude.
Jedi. The Jedi were the bad guys.
He actually works with kids, though.
I get it.
And he says that flat earthers are idiots.
He
and
never
his goal. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He
No,
was in my group. Yeah, what the fuck,
idiots?
dude?
That fuck.
Dude,
I'm gonna call him
hold
out.
on.
Every time I talk to him, I'm gonna call him out.
Yeah. He said we're idiots. We're
I got
fucking idiots. That's what he said. Yeah.
All right,
He went into my Discord.
Hey,
bring the tape, man. I want to.
calm everybody. Let's take one breath because we got a lot of energy right here, and everybody's like super passionate. So it's just woosah because he's gone. No, I agree with you though. Like that's effed up. He's like talking shit behind everybody's back and coming here and be friendly. That's not cool. Like just be yourself. Be the
He
same.
said that flat earthers are idiots. In my hangout, he came into my Discord and he said that we're idiots, and that his whole point is to change our mind and to put doubt in the flat earthers. And how can we have doubt when we are the only people that are actually doing research that is beyond what we were taught?
Well, I haven't experienced Matt be
We were
rude,
taught the
much like I
flat.
haven't
We were taught.
experienced the curvature of the
we
Earth.
were taught.
So,
Hold on, but we were
until
taught the
he
round earth.
acts that way, to me, I'm not going to judge him.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
for-
speculate on that one.
I mean, if you call him out, that's
No.
one thing, and you know,
I just did, and he hung up. I just did.
All right,
you were.
We'll leave it there, man. We'll check it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll check it tomorrow.
Check it tomorrow, man. Let's
Yep, check it tomorrow.
speculate
Check it
on
tomorrow.
like Ronald Reagan being an actor and being the president of the United States. Do you think that all the presidents are actors?
We're all actors.
100%.
You already know that answer. You already know that answer.
Just checking. Because acting is, it's tough. It's not easy, but Some people can do it real well. This new guy we got, Biden guy, he's not such a good actor, man.
Wait, what? Biden is one of the best trolls ever.
Well, it might be. See, that's the question. Is he being a great actor, being a dumbass, or is he just a fucking dumbass, right?
Bro, he's good. He's good. Definitely
good,
playing his
exactly.
role. Yeah, he's pretty good.
I mean, dude, how many times has he's gone and did a speech and he was like, "What the fuck did he just say?" You know, like he was all over the place, man. I'm like, this is.
But he doesn't even know what he just said.
Well, that's
He doesn't even speak English.
That's the great acting. Jemsy thinks it's.
Hey, I speak English, but anyways, you know, he got me when he said, "You can describe America with one word."
2 words. Or 1 word. How was that? That's weird, man. That's creepy, man. That's super.
Yeah, he's acting. It's obvious.
Is he
Either
acting?
he's acting or
Is he acting when
just
he's
elderly abuse?
When he's sniffing all the girls' hair? Is he acting then?
Somebody just sat on the teleprompter keyboard.
I think it's elder abuse. I think Jill should be charged.
Yeah.
For elder abuse.
That reminded me of that one movie though, like where he's typing on the keyboard and he's making a guy like say a bunch of gibberish and nonsense.
Is it like Evan Almighty or
Yeah, it's Evan Almighty or Bruce Almighty. It was one of those Almighty movies.
Oh, Bruce Almighty.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bruce
Almighty. All the gibberish.
Gibberish. Man.
Jim Carrey is such a piece of shit.
Jeez. Why do you hate everybody?
Because
he is.
He's like some. Yeah. I could show you guys some videos on this thing where of some major talk.
But who do you think you are to judge everybody like that?
I'm not judging everybody. Look, I'm not a celebrity, so therefore I can't be. Look, these people get millions of dollars. I don't, so I can look at them and give my opinion.
Fair enough. I'll buy that. That's fair enough.
They're millionaires. They put themselves there to be scrutinized, you know?
But when you're a celebrity and you come out and say, "Hey man, you guys need to step up and take this free thing that the government's giving out, or you should die," basically is what they're saying. It's a really, really hard sell, man. It's a hard sell. These celebrities have been out there hard selling this.
They're making a lot of money, and they don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, but
so they don't give a fuck about you.
They have plausible.
Your favorite celebrity
for a second.
hates you.
I heard you the first time. There's
No,
plausible.
you didn't. No, you didn't.
Why?
How did you hear me the first time if I didn't finish talking?
Because you were reiterating again and again and again.
No, but you don't know that. You don't know that.
While I was talking, I could hear you reiterating it again.
In your brain.
No, with my ears.
No.
I'll run the tape back. Let's listen.
Wasn't finished.
You were gonna say something about deniability or something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say for like those people necessarily aren't culpable because for all intents and purposes, like people have to. There's a social contract between doctors and people that they aren't out to fuck them, right? Like I'm not saying that paradigm hasn't shifted or anything like that, but they could actually mean well in like what they're saying. Granted, saying you should, I hope you die or whatever. Like, yeah, that's fucked up. But like, you can't make that judgment yourself. That like what their intentions were. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're just speculating.
No. You
don't know what I'm saying?
No, shut the fuck up.
I know what you're saying. And
okay.
I'll just kind of interject in a little bit. is that, yeah, okay. Well, they were dumb enough to go out and, hey, man, you guys need to do this thing. But they weren't smart enough to go and like look and say, hey, man, maybe not. There was a few that stood out and said, no, I ain't doing that shit. Fuck off. And those I respect, but anybody else that's out there going, if they got the same amount of research all of us do, man, they can figure out what the hell's going on. I mean, don't be ridiculous. I give them no pass.
He doesn't get that. He doesn't get that. What
No
you just
pass.
said.
Period. They're fucked, and they know they're fucked. So, and yeah.
Get that, Flat Earth, dude. That's a little too complex for me.
He doesn't get that.
I'm simple.
He just said that. Yeah, he's an idiot. But you need to speak dumb. You need to speak dumb.
If our families are, if our immediate family took it because they didn't listen to us, and then the neighbor took it, and the worker took it, and the farmer took it, and the doctor took it, I mean, that definitely affects us in some type of way. It affects, even if I didn't take it, it's affecting people. I mean, that didn't take it. So.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, we're all going to be affected by this. This is not something any of us are going to get away from at all, man. It's going to keep coming, I think. And just,
lock us down again.
Be aware that it's coming. Cool.
I kind of feel like if these like evil motherfuckers were in like complete fucking control, like we would all be fucking censored and as fuck right now.
No, they have to give us. They have to give us a platform in order to continue to build their algorithms. It's important, imperative that they gather information.
Think about it. They're liars. So without us, they don't have the truth, and so none of their algorithms would even work. So they literally need us.
Yeah, they have to have us. Guaranteed.
Yeah, they need work. They said it. They don't want a nation of thinkers. They want a nation of workers. So who's gonna clean their toilets, build their houses, build their vehicles, and serving them coffee? And but they're not gonna do it.
Once they get enough robots, they can just get rid of people, or they can make subservient clones that will obey. Like they won't have a choice; they will obey.
Who's gonna fix the robots?
You guys all agree like Freemasons and secret societies have existed for a while.
Obedient clones would probably fix the robots.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say more robots.
Just self-replicating, self-repairing robots.
Hey, self-repairing robots. There we go. I watched a robot make a omelet, man. Have you ever seen that? It's pretty cool. Check it out on YouTube.
I watched Wall-E fix himself.
Who's gonna make the eggs? Another robot?
And that, wait a minute. That actually sounds pretty cool.
Like it's gonna be a rooster chicken and a robot rooster and a robot chicken making robot eggs for robot clients.
I love it, dude. There's a movie script there for sure, 100%. Think about it.
Maybe even a religion.
Just make it about a guy and a girl. It'll be a hit. I promise. Anyway, robots are. I don't like robots, man. I don't like them.
But I mean, like most of you guys probably agree that there's like secret societies over thousands of years, just people pulling the strings from the shadows, like Freemasons, stuff like that.
Yeah, I've looked into it.
Yeah, so
it makes sense that somebody's been pulling the strings. I think it was the Phoenicians.
Well, I think. Hold on. I think it is the bloodlines. Yeah.
But what I don't really understand is like it's like most people would agree that there's these kind of secret societies going on, but it's like it's at the same time it's like taboo to consider the possibility that there's like white hat secret societies.
Yeah,
there is a white hat.
Impossible. People are just too good. They wouldn't.
Hold on. The white hat is just No, that's bullshit. You have the white hat.
So every single secret society has to be evil. Like why? Why?
No, they just have their own agenda. They have their own agenda.
But that's why they're our society.
But like right now, like it's not like crazy to consider. Like right now, if I wanted to start a white hat group, I would just like start reaching out to all the like, smart, brilliant people that would also be like wanting to dedicate their life to like bringing down the system. Like that's not like far out there.
No, but that doesn't matter. When you're in as a kid, you're like being mind controlled as a child though. You don't have a choice.
School.
So you're acting like you have a choice of what you want to do. But these children, they don't have a choice.
But you were in school, all right? You woke up.
Yep. Yeah, well, they'll wake up, man. The people that are going to wake up, that need to wake up, are going to wake up. That's
And
how
the ones exactly, and those who refuse to wake up are going to remain asleep, and that's it. That's how I figure it out. I stopped trying to wake up people because I've realized that some are happy in their illusion.
Yeah, they're just not there in their time. Same in the Matrix movie. They talked about that. They were like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't wake them up.
Yeah, like that guy who loved that fake steak.
Not Morpheus. It was he loved the steak. He's like,
yeah.
I want to go back to the steak, dude. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, they just want to go back to the steak, man. Let them eat the steak.
Let them eat the
people that
steak.
need to wake up will wake up. Enjoy.
I'm gonna make a
enjoy the
shirt.
ride, man.
Let them eat the steak.
Let them
Look, if you want to eat the steak, then get the fuck out the truth. Because the truth has nothing to do with the steak. All right? The steak is a lie. The steak is a lie.
I agree.
So if you want to be a part of that, then go with the lie and stay away from the truth. Okay.
Yeah, man. Go to your.
No one's disagreeing with you, honey.
You guys are mouth watering with the lie.
What?
I agree with you, Rose, man. Chill out.
Rose, chill out, Rose. No one's fighting you.
We're gonna figure this out, man.
Look,
you're gonna be part of the solution, man.
Yes, we're just saying those people who just refuse to wake up to the truth are gonna get.
I thought you guys wanted the steak. I thought you guys wanted the steak.
I don't want the steak.
Okay.
Man. Fuck the steak. I'm trying to be vegetarian. I'm trying to actually stop eating and all in general.
I think the steak is analogous to the conversation we were having earlier, celebrities and people that subscribe to like what celebrities say and stuff. People love eating that shit up. Literally, figuratively, they just eat that shit up.
Do you remember when the I don't want
That's why I don't invest. Hang on, I'm not done.
Steak.
Hang on.
I like steak.
He's not done.
Jedi,
He's not done talking.
Go ahead, Jedi.
And fuck. Hang on, you son of a bitch.
Welcome to the Matrix.
That's
why. Okay. I got it. So that's why I don't invest as much emotion or like, oh, I hate them, or like, I don't need to invest that energy in it and that's why I brought it up. Like,
good point.
You can say that they're pieces of shit, okay, but I think that even that's like investing way more energy than it's like the steak's gonna be there.
You're lowering your own vibration. This one.
Yeah, exactly. I just quickly tell them to fuck off, and then I move on to whatever I was doing.
Exactly.
Bye. Okay, yeah. Oh no, that's bullshit. Bye. See, it takes about 40 seconds and less.
Right.
No, oh my god, that's total bullshit. I gotta go. What was I doing? I was fixing the guitar. Oh, okay, I gotta go.
Exactly. Yeah.
But we just move along, man, real quick. Yeah.
The problem is that they can do whatever they want and make the rules of whatever they want. But if you get out of line and try to do your own thing and they don't like it, you're gonna be marked. And
you gotta lay low.
You gotta lay low.
A little bit. Don't stick your head up too high, right? And get chopped off.
Especially if you know about like the whole name thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you're
But
fucked.
I've always loved the kind of the back, the other side of the tracks of flat Earth. I've always liked the people that will, are willing to speculate on a lot of weird things and look into a lot of things that most people wouldn't even have the stomach to look into. One simple 2-hour documentary, man, and we've been through.
Somebody linked me to
47. I've been through 47 2-hour documentaries about all kinds of shit. I know you guys have too.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a good one.
And after that, man, you're like, okay, what else you got, motherfucker? You ain't got shit now. I've seen everything.
Link to what? Mocking?
Yeah.
To Flat Earth documentary. I think there was a really good one that happened about 2001, really recently.
There's been several out there. One of my favorites is The Lost History of Flat Earth. It's 6 hours long.
I'll do it. Fuck it. I don't care.
And it's on BitChute. You can find it on BitChute. Lost History of Flat Earth.
Lost History of Flat Earth.
6 hours. Almost 6 hours. Something 5 something. Almost 6. Anyway, great documentary. Certainly, even being like a veteran flat earther and watching that, I was like, oh shit, that's something to think about. Fuck, I never thought of that. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that's a good one for sure.
You know how I found out? Because of COVID.
That's it, man. I think I was here when you came in.
Oh yeah? Word, okay.
Maybe not. I might have been listening only, but I've run into at least a dozen guys that are in here because of the whole cocoa bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And people that woke up because those cucks pulled some worldwide shit that was ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
It was fuck all ridiculous. Empty streets, empty stores, fucking food. Where's my toilet paper? I mean, they were pulling shit, shut this down. You went surfing. I'm going to arrest you. Why is it? Fuck me, man. I mean, it was going down, Black Lives Matter. Fuck, it was crazy shit whole times, man. And they pulled it off. Far so good, man. They kind of backed off. Now they're going to, getting ready for second gear or something. I asked you guys earlier if you thought maybe second gear was coming, but we'll see.
I don't know. I don't know what second gear is. I try to stay away from speculations and kind of just.
Well, we're on Speculation Sunday, man.
It is speculation Sunday.
It's still Sunday for me, man. I can speculate for another 45 minutes.
Yeah, but
anyway, yeah. So they put us through a little ringer. They shook the world up, man. Literally, they shook it.
Yeah, no.
Hey, man, we got all the control in the world. Check it out. We own all the media. We got all the fucking. We can put the message out. We got everybody, celebrities. Hey, do you guys remember Tom Hanks? He got the cocoa and then he had a Corona typewriter in his hotel room in on the Bahamas. That he had this.
Don't bring up Tom Hanks.
Quarantine.
I do not want to hear about his pedophile ass. Stop.
Anyway, one of those celebrity things, kind of bringing it back around to the celebrity, where they all came out and said, "You need to do your part and get your thingy, man. It's for free."
And where do you go? You went to Greece.
You're the best, and you got to help. And celebrities, man, big time names, man. Tom Cruise and fucking Morgan Freeman.
Dude, every single one of them.
Tom Brady. Yeah, it was everybody.
I mean, if you guys don't know, should know, then those people are basically all sold their souls to the devil.
And they're soldiers, yeah. That's right.
We know that. Yeah, we know that.
They get no pass. When you come out and do that, and you get no pass after that, man, you're putting in the shit can because you're in my book, you're in the shit can because you cocked up, you took the money, and you told everybody to do something maybe not good for them. What a fucking thanks, asshole. You didn't do the research.
Thank you, asshole.
You're fucked.
Thank you, asshole. Thank you, asshole. Thank you.
See, but that's the thing. It's those things we shouldn't be focusing on, and just kind
Why
of
not?
because it's low vibrations, and if your vibration is not self.
What the fuck up? Shut up with vibration.
What's with the rumpusing and the interruption? Like, I don't freaking get it.
I don't know either. If you don't understand
Vibration.
if you understand Earth,
Vibration.
if the flat Earth, then you should understand vibrations and frequencies.
Yeah, I do, but
'Cause
vibration.
they have to do with everything.
I don't think
Rose is just on the attack. Don't take it personally.
I'm not.
I've been trying to follow.
I'm
just letting you know.
Hold on. I just don't think that flat Earth and vibration is the same thing.
Okay.
No.
Sure.
All right.
If someone says something and the other person is trying to reply, but then it's not allowed to reply, there's no way to follow anything.
Got it.
Like, why will you start a sentence in the middle of the other person's sentence?
It's rude, and it's unprofessional, and it's.
You guys both have done that repeatedly.
I'm
So
totally.
shut the fuck up. Fuck both of you guys. Fuck you. Fuck you. Both of you guys have done it.
All right.
Both of you. Both of you have done that.
Like overdoing it just a little bit.
I just muted her so she can say all she wants. That's the power of Discord. It's beautiful.
Go ahead, Crow.
Oh no, I was just talking about how we shouldn't really set ourselves in those kind of negative, thoughts and really focus on.
Is it? Let me ask you this: Is it information gathering, and to trying to come to a deeper understanding of things, or is it just?
Let me ask you this, Cal. Can you finish your sentence? Go ahead, my Cal. Go ahead, finish your sentence.
Oh yeah, I'm just simply saying that we shouldn't attack the people who are causing this matrix hell per se, right? They're simply there to make you feel sad, angry, to make you feel these emotions and keep you in a lower vibration. And I say lower vibrations because everybody should have or feel in a way the highest vibration, which is love. And if you have that mindset, then everything will be good around you. You will attract that, and when you attract that, you attract good information and stuff like that. Yeah,
people can actually give you an opposite view from what you have, right? Lower vibration or whatever, and they can tell you what you don't want to hear. But
and that's completely
if you want to hear it, you can. If you don't want to hear it, just don't hear it. But the antagonizing and the interruption, it's pretty annoying, actually.
For me?
Was I
No. For in general.
In general, yeah. In general, yes, of course, it is. We try not to do that too much.
Oh, thank you.
I think we got a really good handle on that around here.
Rose was over doing it, and she was like, "Shut the fuck!" She was like, someone else started saying something, and she didn't like the first two words, and she's like, "Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!" Like,
she had her sword out tonight, and she was swinging it. I get it. It happens.
Yeah, that's fine. If you don't want to hear it, then that's fine. Like I could just simply mute them. It's the beautiful thing, like I said, about this technology. You can choose who you want to hear.
I'm the first one to praise this technology. I think it's amazing.
Yeah,
thank you.
But yeah, thank you for letting me speak.
When people talk about like celebrities and to me it's just like way too like I agree with Mocking. It's like way too nihilistic and way too like it's like a really like low vibration perspective. Like it's like every single celebrity is evil, every single politician is evil. It's like I think honestly the intellectually honest perspective is like that we don't fucking really know the whole picture, you know?
Yeah, they could be there for a reason. Everybody's playing their part. And that part's to teach us something, you know?
Well, there are actually people that have tried themselves to join the, let's say, the political sphere and try to bring actual changes that are, in my opinion, a better version of what we have, and that we are definitely capable of making a better system than what we have at the moment. We're definitely 100% capable of having a better system, but the corruption in place actually washes out the people that are actually wanna, do something for the good, and they just get tired out, or they're not incentivized to spend too much time in those high places of power, and control over the system, because naturally the people that actually want to be productive, they don't want to control other people in the way the governments do. And I just think not everything is bad, and not everybody is bad. Obviously, most people, in my opinion, are not as evil as many people want to make it to appear. But yeah, I think with the right information and the right approach, we could thrive the way it was intended in the design of things. But obviously, that's why we have this machine of lies and deceit and overtaking and overruling others. And yeah, it's an octopus machine in place that is just overtaking everything with many arms.
It's funny you say octopus. Yes. Yeah. Like I said, I know some shit, but yeah, I agree. Yeah.
What?
Octopus. I find that funny, how he used that idiom for.
Because you know some shit.
I mean, I might know some shit, yeah. About octopuses. About octopuses.
I'm just saying that
you know that the plural is octopi.
Very, yes, octopi.
I'm just saying that I think the design of this place, and I'll say the creator, the fundamentals are in place for people to actually thrive and maybe construct an actual good thing or a functional thing that works within the parameters of this place. But right now we have this machine that is making everything dysfunctional, everybody dysfunctional, and it's making things to just fall apart away from what we are capable of doing, in my opinion.
It's definitely accelerating it. Yeah. For better or worse, but I feel like a lot more people are waking up because of it.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that? Well, I woke up. I'm somebody, and I was pretty asleep.
Absolutely, but maybe it's like, the fact that you're more involved in it is, you're exposed to it more, makes you think that more people are waking up.
But do you know how you guys woke up? Did you ever think of how you came to this point in time and how we're speaking to each other and why we're here? Like I have. I don't really come from anything too special.
No, there's no question that people from all walks of life come to it. But correct. Is it happening like more per capita?
I think with the current events, yes. And I'm noticing because every time I have a conversation with somebody, they don't just oddly say something or I don't know. They actually want to have a conversation now. They're actually curious.
But with the current events that make people come to it are also the current events that make people go away. Like, they just did this new moon mission type thing and stuff like that. They are constantly reinforcing the propaganda, so...
Percentage. I can agree with percentage in a sense, but percentage. Do you think that the vessel or the machine or the can you know how a small percentage, in my opinion, are kind of like steering, kind of like having the hands on the wheel, and they are driving the boat in a sense. Do you think that that percentage can be changed?
You mean the Jews?
No. I mean, you see how, in my opinion, like, oh, let's go to space. This is it's like a percentage of group that are putting
the minority that controls the media and Hollywood.
Yeah, exactly.
And government and all of it.
And they're driving the machine. They're driving the vessel, right?
Absolutely.
They're driving it. But what if those hands change and some other people can drive the vessel and steer it towards something more functional, like based not. I mean,
that would be the revolution. That's the goal.
And I think it starts with the mind of thought of possibility I can't even say it.
I think it starts with the octopuses.
It starts with the octopuses, yes, and the just having love in your heart. It really comes down to that, and everybody probably here is laughing at the guy who's talking about love, but it really is the answer. I've woken up.
I said octopuses, not octopussies.
Lamau, no, but yeah. Yeah, he's got a point there.
But no, what you're talking about, Jamesy, that's like the game breaker. Like getting rid of, toppling the hegemony that we have of this indoctrination, this cycle of propaganda and stuff.
Because I think that the well is being potioned, but the water keeps flowing, and the well could get better, and the garden will flourish, in my opinion. But the well is being potioned, and the garden is being trimmed down, and the gardener is not actually actually taking care of the garden correctly. It's just like making things dysfunctional, so the whole thing is a mess in a sense.
I see.
It still fundamentally still works, because you cannot break the fundamentals of reality. Nobody can do that, in my opinion. Probably only God could do that. But still, even within the foundations of reality, we have this steering of the time and energy and resources into a dysfunctional, crazy machine that is not benefiting the bigger picture.
The thing is, I think with the system.
Good night, guys. I'm gonna head out. Peace out, y'all.
Later, bro.
With the system that we have and the propaganda, the system that's set up, we are never going to attract enough people to overthrow them. There won't be not ordinarily. It would take something, cataclysmic, something some crazy thing to actually change it. And when you're talking about something that kind of immense, then people might think that that's going to be end times, that's going to be maybe the end of the world. Sure. I don't know if it's going to happen ever by ordinary means. So it's going to take some sort of like I said, game breaking, it's world breaking type of thing to change it.
I would say
19.
Whoever's pulling the strings right now, it's they or driving the car, whatever metaphor. It's they really suck at doing their job, because it's to me it's just they're just exposing themselves left and right these days.
For sure.
Yeah, they kind of just put their cards on the table, as they say.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're reinforcing the propaganda enough that the huge majority of the population's on their side, and you're never going to have the support, because it's power in numbers, and we're divided, right? We're never going to have enough people to come together and to rebel at this current rate, at the status quo. We need some paradigm shifting metric to come into the equation.
Are you saying that an actual
unforeseen,
Welcome to Flat Earth.
It's almost like a key is needed to unlock the machine to work properly, like a key, a functional piece.
Well, yeah, or maybe a person. Maybe we need the people's champion that can somehow kind of convert en masse all the people that are still all the sheeple,
So you're talking about the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, have to come and teach everybody how to do things.
Lord.
Not necessarily.
No.
So
all I'm saying is that
would
we need like this out of extraordinary thing that will tip the scales, because right now the status quo will never serve us.
So
we will never have the revolution that we so desire.
Yeah, I mean, when I first got into flat Earth, I was like, "Hey, man, where's this silver bullet? Okay, give me that silver bullet, man. I can knock everybody out with. Fuck you, I got it. Yeah. Had it.
There's nothing there.
And the problem isn't the people in charge.
Nothing worked. There was
the problem.
No magic pill.
Yeah, the problem isn't the people in charge. The problem is the other people, the sheeple, the masses. They're what we need to win, and they're in our way right now, and they're what's causing us to lose.
I think I know how you can win them. I think you literally have to present like a miracle, like in front of them.
Yeah.
And because I've been working with like doing healing work, and it's pretty interesting. And I think if you can like heal somebody that's very, very important and like nearly dying, and you just come in and heal them.
All right, let's say you do.
Probably heal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the media doesn't show it. You do it in your small enclave. It's shared like little, just like you have like some Buddhist monks doing fucking superhuman shit.
Correct.
But the general populace isn't going to know about it because the propaganda is against it.
Right.
What difference does it make?
Okay, you got a point there. Yeah, but it has to be like The Rock or Dwayne Johnson or some shit.
You need, I don't know, man.
I don't know. Yeah. That's why we're here, right? To converse at least.
Like the little people we convert, I'm sorry to tell you guys, it's meaningless.
Yeah, I know.
When you go flat smacking one by one and stuff like that, and you maybe talk to 20 people and one person becomes a flat earther, it doesn't really.
That's a little
doesn't change anything.
You don't know that doesn't change anything because. Yeah,
I do though, because this is what they've been doing since they had more flat earthers in the past historically, right?
I don't know.
And we're per capita we're probably decreasing because before they taught it in schools and stuff like that. It doesn't help much. What we need to do is we need to change the game, change the rules, because by these rules we're losing.
Yeah. Hey, we're losing. No, I think we're not losing, but we're not winning either, man. I think we got a stalemate going here, but
I think if you put yourself or your mind into a prison, then you are in the prison. If that makes sense. Don't think that way. You can't think in the sense of this is a prison and I'm going to die inside the prison. I'm going to get out. This is what your mindset needs to be.
But yeah, flat Earth, dude. There can't be a stalemate when they have when you're playing against the house.
Yeah, they got like aircraft.
They have the edge. There's never going to be a stalemate.
Yeah,
if it's a stalemate, they win.
Yeah, but mentally, I think we're doing something that nobody's ever done that I know of in my lifetime. We're doing some shit here that it's just never been done on the scale. I mean, as small a scale as we are affecting some shit, man.
Not really though, because think about it. We're on the internet, we're on the internet on these programs and service providers that are run by them. So if we get too loud, they'll just muzzle us or censor us a little bit, dampen the sound of whatever.
Yeah, but
we're never going to be. Right now, we're allowed because we're inconsequential. We're negligible.
Well, you weren't here earlier.
I wouldn't say that.
We had the same conversation. I said we're absolutely essential to their algorithms, bro. 100%. They can't get rid of us.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the exception that proves the rule. We're the minority that shows that the majority are correct.
Isn't that a shitty situation to be in?
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. It's absolutely shitty. We're helping them, basically.
We're better than that, man. That's my point.
But there's no recourse.
We are so...
They can't lock the door. They can't lock the door without making people want to get through that door.
But let's say that there was only globe Earth. There was no flat Earth, idea or anything. People will search for it then. But the fact that it exists in you know, small numbers and stuff like that, and it's constantly reinforced that they're retards and what have you. It's the exception that proves the rule. The rule being that the globe Earth is right, and you know that the heliocentric model is correct. So like we're damned if we do and damned if you don't, until something game breaking happens. You know.
Well, that was that. I was talking about the silver bullet, man. I was like, hey, where's that silver flat Earth bullet, baby? Where is it? Oh, you got gas pressure or bendy water, or which one is it? Sextant? No, that ain't it. No, okay. Refraction? No. Gravity? No. Stars? Oh shit, that didn't work out. You know, we could bring them like a murdered body at this point and go, hey man, somebody murdered this person. No shit.
I think it's going to be nothing that has to do with the subject.
Yeah.
Because what we need to do is we need to hurt the people that run the game, you know? So it might be something like, it might be like Palestine. You know, like let's say public support for Palestine increases and stuff like that, and it's like the first domino that hurts the Jews, the Zionists that are running shit. You know?
It's got to be something big, man. It's got to be something cocoa size.
And that leads to like the downfall of Zionism, and you know, they have less control in the media and Hollywood and government and stuff like that. And who knows? It might be something as innocuous as that.
I think they have a backup for something like that. Let's say NASA falls and the government kind of fall, and you know the space thing falls. They have the churches in place waiting for the people. They'll open the doors and hey, yeah, we have the answers. You know, come right in.
Come right in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come on in.
Yeah, but like at least if there's a change that might give us more kind of. You know, it might give us an avenue for attack or something like that.
I bet one of you is an agent.
It might give us a possibility of recourse, but right now we have none. You know, so anything would be better than.
Think about the churches that right now, like the real estate, the actual, let's say the Catholic Church and all the background footstool power that they hold. They're just in the background, just collecting. Basically, and if people move away from the governments and things like NASA, they'll just look to the right and see the church.
Okay, so let's say they see the church. Wouldn't the church be a better alternative? Because at least the church, if you like, it might attract people to it, right?
That's why
they might study the scripture, and they'll see that the scripture explains like flat Earth, and
yeah, it does.
You know, who knows? At least, like, there's a possibility of leeway. We can't, you know, normally they say, like, you know, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. But we know this devil, and we know that there's zero chance of us getting out of this system that we're in, you know?
But that's the thing. I think what we have in place right now, it was established by the backup plan, which is the church. So the NASA, the whatever world economics globe system that we have in place, it was established by whatever the backup is.
I feel you, but you're assuming that the backup is going to be the one that they want and it's going to work and everything like that. It's possible that, you know, we take them by surprise when, you know, whatever it is that caused the first domino to fall. It's possible that they've been doing it for so long they didn't fathom that it would happen, that they would lose or something like that, or they weren't prepared, or who knows, you know?
Yeah, how do we know how do we know people like 70 years ago didn't have this same exact conversation and then worked on infiltrating the system, and you know, we don't really know who's in control, who's not.
Maybe they did, but it didn't change anything, did it?
Because to me, I just have this sense that it just feels like the cabal have been wiped out to me. I don't know why.
What?
It feels like they don't. It's like it just feels like they've been wiped out, and then the people left now are just like running around with their heads cut off, and no one knows what the fuck is going on, and that's why everything is just falling apart. Bro, it's like, how do we know the military didn't go in and wipe out all the rich families?
Every country reacted in lockstep just like a year ago, right?
Yeah,
2 years.
How can you say that it's chaos and everyone's kind of like with their heads cut off, and there's no kind of there's definitely some direction.
It's just the way.
I think when you're saying the cabal, real quick, like when you're saying the cabal, they probably have their own ship. They kind of like jump ship, and they are already like from in a different bigger vessel, and they're just sending signals to this vessel and say, hey, you guys gotta do this and do that, and people are just following orders.
And now you have like the CB whatever crypto digital bank thing being promoted and stuff like that, and every country is going to start adopting it. I mean,
well, like think about it. If like say like the people really pulling the strings were taken out, and that they're now it's like white hat people are really in charge, they would have to slowly wake the sheep up and expose the system, like put the light on the parasite for what it is. And I feel like that's all that's happening lately. Is just the light.
Parasite.
I want what he's
just like the giant government, like just the way that our government is set up and everything. It's just like one giant parasite.
Bro, I think people are actually possessed by parasites, and the people on the top are probably have alien parasites inside of them, and that's why they're doing this.
We've had this conversation. I totally agree with you.
Fucking lizards.
I'm just saying, like, dude, I just, I think it's like, it's better to be honest and be like, I don't know what's going on, than to like just assume the worst and just be like, that's like almost like satanic perspective to me. I don't get it.
Hey, there's this jazz singer I know. His name's Mose Allison. He wrote the song, and one of the lyrics in the song, he goes, "I don't worry about a thing, because I know nothing's gonna be all right." And it just rung a bell with me, man. I was like, oh shit, he kind of makes sense, Why worry about a thing? Things are going to be fucked up, man. So why worry about it? That's kind of the way I took it. I kind of live my life by that. It's like, shit.
It also kind of feels like if
it does sound dark and like, but at the end of the day, man, these cocks are going to do what they do, and we're just going to be out here doing our thing, man. And that's cool.
It's like,
it's good.
It's either that or like I don't know, if it like the frequency of the entire fucking our experience or whatever is just like exposing everything, and that this happens every thousands of years or something, and then the system gets taken down, we restart. I don't know.
It just restarts.
There's a lot of evidence to that. There's a lot of stuff to look at for that. There's a lot of evidence to be presented and say, hey, man, potentially this place was cool at one time and got fucked up, and we don't know why. And it was great. And here we are, man, in this place that we're trying to figure out. And it's great.
Could be some kind of like
all these things, man. I think it's great.
Could be some simulation or something.
Nah, I wouldn't go this. I'm not a simulator. I'm not a simulator.
It could be some like biblical thing where like the people that are just like denying, just like left brain monsters, are just like, or like hate, but refuse to look at the truth, that they'll just like end up like not surviving this very much longer. And like even the people. Oh, you got it.
Created for us is an illusion. They rely on people having delusions. Every one of us.
Yeah, Disneyland delusions, I call them.
Jesus.
Yeah, we're individually, we've just got to break free of that.
Yeah,
and that's what we're doing, right? That's what we're doing. We're breaking free of that illusion that they've dictated that we should follow. We should have these delusions.
Exactly. Delusions of grandeur. Going to space, going to Mars. What a delusion. Hey, come here, man. And do you know how many people that have claimed to go to space? I mean, it's like 600, whatever. It's like, okay, what's your chances? Really? I mean, there's 600 people on a football team. I mean, what's your point?
Like that TV show where they tricked the people into making them think they went to outer space.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it was done in England or Europe somewhere. Yeah, I saw part of that. I was like, somebody said, "Hey man, they did this thing." I searched it out and I watched it and I was like, "Oh my god, And even they were like, I don't think we're in space. It was kind of funny, man. There are a lot of videos that were edited from that, whatever, that reality show or whatever it was. Crazy, man. Yeah, man. People believe whatever, man. They tried to fool some people going to space. They didn't leave the studio. But what I think that they did that on purpose to say, hey, man, we can put a TV show together about how we can fake it. It was like, oh, shit, really? Oh, they have to put out their information, man. I've heard this before. I've argued it with people. You guys have all talked about it, man. They have to tell us what's going on. And then we have to make the decision, say, no. I'm not taking your crazy Coco thing. No. I did my research and it says, nah, I ain't going to do that. Same with the earth, I do. You tell me I'm spending billions and trillions of miles an hour or whatever. Fuck off. What do you got for that? Yeah.
Just like if you knew the truth for a long time and you infiltrated NASA on purpose to accidentally make mistakes to help expose it.
Yeah, there might be those kind of guys, right? That's why it's all fucked up, man. It's like, oh shit, we should show the CGI here when they grab the coffee cup. Like, oh, okay. Thank you, guys. Yeah, there might be guys out there that are on our side saying, hey, man, I know that I got to do my job, but I don't have to do it, like the movie Gravity. They came out with the movie Gravity. It's the best special effects for space, like real space, like people would think what real space would be, right? The ISS, the Chinese, those guys are out there. Yeah.
You think someone might have accidentally on purpose pulled out a plug or forgot to put a plug in that caused the live feed to go to the set without the green screen and shit?
Exactly. So, I mean, the movie Gravity, if you've ever seen it, man, is just spectacular with the graphics, man. It's spectacular. I mean, it's crazy. Exploding ISSs and shit. Get the fuck out of here, man. It was spectacular. And, it was done in such a way that it looked as real as fuck all, man. I mean, it was dead balls accurate. How it should look. And then they give us this like crappy shit. We're on the ISS, we're playing with pizzas. What? What the fuck? You're making pizza? What the fuck are you making pizza? Yeah. What the fuck? Anyway. You guys carry on. I'll listen. Speculation Sunday's almost over. I got like 9 minutes.
Well, what do you do in speculation? Do you do like Morbid Mondays or something like that?
Morbid Mondays. There we go. That's our morbid. No, I don't know, man. This particular Discord is dedicated to bringing in new people and saying, hey, man, what do you got for the globe, man?
What do you got for the globe?
Hey, you're a used globe salesman. Bring it. What do you got?
I got no globe salesman.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You're a used globe salesman? Shit. How did you get that tag, dude? That's an honored tag, man. That is high level around here.
Wait, I got gold?
Used globes. You're really a used globe salesman? No, you're just VC verified, man.
No, I'm just VC verified.
But if you want to be used globe salesman, man, you gotta know your globe, dude. You gotta know your globe. I'll tell you that.
Oh my God.
You gotta know it. You gotta own it. You gotta know everything about it, man. Radius, circumference, diameter, how far the sun and the moon, stars, light speed, closest.
Oh wow, you guys categorize them.
What's that?
You guys categorize them.
No, we didn't categorize shit, man. This is your globe, man, not ours, man. You got to know everything about the globe. Talk
There's
about
no
the globe.
dude. What globe?
The globe is everything, man. You have to know everything about the globe.
There's
Everything.
no globe.
You got to know the dip angles and refraction and sunlight, bendy light.
The bendy lights.
You got to know bendy water. Bendy water.
There's no such thing.
Bendy water is my favorite thing. There is no such thing, but the globe claim is bendy water.
Bendy water.
That's what they show us, right?
So,
bendy water.
That's what they show us. They show us on the TV.
Yeah, you got to show us the bendy water. You got to show us the bendy water. Please. I knew a guy that spent 3 years on a couch saying, "Hey, man, show me the bendy water."
Did you just drop out?
I don't know. I think.
Okay, I think
he did.
Yeah, we lost dude.
Oh well, there you go.
That might be a good thing.
I think he let go of the satellite. He wasn't hugging it tight enough.
His battery ran out for sure. He wasn't paying attention. He was just talking and talking and talking.
He was
talking about Poncho Pete here, man. We're talking about Poncho. Okay. All right. Shout out to Poncho.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. He's really into the transgender thing, man. That's
God.
his bag, man. He switched over to that camp. He's over there.
You're saying he's a trans?
No, he just investigates trans.
Oh, we said he switched over.
Yeah,
so he went trans on transgender.
See, Poncho's messed up, man, but he'll be all right. He'll figure it out eventually. He's still young. He's still young. I'll give him that.
There's this girl at my work, and she's like super blue pill, and I just think it's funny fucking with her, just like talking about like parasite studies with animals linked to homosexuality, and she just like freaks out.
Yeah, that's like dropping like anchors on. Hey, man, what? Yeah, that's probably real heavy for a millennial or something.
Hey, I'm millennial.
I know it's heavy for you, man. It's heavy.
Come on now.
You'll be fine, Crow. You'll be fine.
Look,
I like testing the waters to see what topics people can deal with. Most people at my work actually surprisingly can handle a lot of shit. I've converted a couple to flat Earth, but there's like a couple that just can't handle anything.
Can't handle the truth.
Can't do it, man.
Don't pressure them.
No, of course not.
Have fun with it and say, hey, man,
yeah.
How far is that sun out there you be feeling, man?
Yeah, dude, I just say that. I do that.
Something fun, yeah.
It's like, how about that move right there? How far do you think that moves right there?
Dude, the sun came out. It's all warm in here. What happened?
I remember last week I was like, so what do you think about the Kanye interview? And she's just like, I can't do this right now. Don't start.
Yeah, that.
I thought that shit was hilarious.
Are you guys into numerology too? Or?
Not really, man. I looked into it. It's like that's too deep for me, man.
Dude, yeah, that shit got too deep.
Gematria.
Yeah,
my favorite number is is noon. When the sun is above my head, that's my favorite gematria. When it's sunny outside, I love it.
Yeah, simple gematria is pretty interesting. I think it's mostly just fun. And sometimes I'll listen to someone and they break it down. I'm like, damn, that's pretty trippy, but I don't really know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, it's just like mathematics. It's very tricky. Calculations are tricky. Shadow links are tricky. Sextants are tricky.
But I mean, that's how apparently the Jews communicate, and that's how they know that certain teams are going to win. Because I hope everybody knows that every sport is rigged. And you can tell the refs, they definitely don't call some plays, and they do.
It's called ref ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, ref ball. It's referee ball. Hey, there was some controversy with this big soccer tournament thing that's going on. I guess it's called the World Cup.
Oh yeah, that thing.
There was a bunch of controversies, and I didn't look into it too deep. A couple of people I know talked about it and said, "Oh my God, can you believe what happened to this?" And I'm like, "No, man, what happened?" And apparently it was controversy.
You know, some people, if you say soccer, they immediately say it's football.
Well, you know, if you're American, yeah,
foosball,
it makes sense.
Foosball.
I grew up in Mexico, so I call it football, but
football.
it's
It's football.
I don't care. I know it's rigged. It's rigged.
Who grew up in Mexico?
Yeah.
Me, Crow.
Crow. Okay, cool. Crow. ¿Habla español?
Claro. Sí.
Oh, yo también.
Yo soy de la Ciudad de México, nací ahí.
Okay.
Y vine como a los 7 años hacia Estados Unidos. Y
Yo nací en Puerto Rico.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Un placer, mucho gusto.
Igualmente.
Your English is pretty good. I wasn't even able to tell any accent, actually.
Really? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, me either, man.
Does his Mexican have his Spanish have an accent?
Yeah,
a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he has an accent.
No, I mean, does it have a foreigner type accent?
It's just detectable. It's an accent.
Yeah. I mean, I could tell that he has an accent.
No, I'm asking.
I mean, no
Gems,
offense.
Gems, did you when you heard him? Did you hear kind of like someone that sounded kind of American speaking
When
Spanish?
I heard him, I thought he was just, I don't know, from the United States. I don't know.
No, I mean when
I
he spoke Spanish.
Oh, when he spoke Spanish, I can tell he definitely speaks Spanish. But
there you go.
I have an accent, definitely. Okay, I guess I have a gringo accent, if you want to say.
Yeah,
I wonder if it's possible to just have no accent perfectly and speak both languages.
I guess you can. I mean, I've tried, but it's hard. It's really where you are at the time. So if you were heavy in the South, then you just get used to, and you will speak, that accent eventually, and without you knowing, and then when you get out of it and you go to another place, you're like, oh, you have an accent. You're like, no, I don't. This is how I speak.
So if you don't want an accent, just speak like a robot, and
speak
like a robot, like the translate robot or something.
Yeah, I know. What you're talking.
Like an AI. Yeah.
I just watch a bunch of Mr. Beast videos, and that's how I get my English.
That's ridiculous.
Don't do that, man.
The funny part is it's probably true.
No, it's not. No, it's
I'm
not.
kidding.
I'm just kidding.
It better not be, man. I'll fucking somebody's gonna beat your ass out of here.
Hey, if you guys want to learn Spanish, Mr. Beast has a Spanish channel, so go ahead and watch it in Spanish.
But yeah,
Is it dubbed over?
Check it out.
I think so. Yeah, it's actually me.
Hey, Speculation Sunday's over. Back to Flat Earth, Mongos. Time to get it back. It's over. Unless there's somebody in here from Hawaii.
Yeah,
it's over.
I mean, I could pretend I'm from Hawaii.
But if you're in Hawaii and you're in here, then we can keep it going. But for another 3 hours.
Hey man, we can keep it going, and eventually everybody's gonna just leave, and tomorrow's gonna be a new day. So yeah.
All right, keep it going. All right, it's been voted. Here we go.
Where are you watching? Where are you seeing this? Oh, okay.
What are we looking at? The Copernicus principles? Is that what you're looking at? All right. That's fine. Thanks. I got an echo. Maybe
New
not.
people? New people? The science?
I don't see anybody. What do we got?
The science is unequivocal.
Unequivocal. Science is unequivocal. Well,
yeah?
Everybody knows that, man.
Yeah, you just need to know who wrote the books, and that's it. Or who paid for the mix, for the books to be made.
The Children of the Corn Syrup? Have you guys seen that one?
No.
What?
The Children of the Corn Syrup, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they are possessed by parasites. Because they were eating way too much corn.
Or corn mite. Cornworm.
Yep. Hey, science unequivocal. Can we science heaven?
Yeah. Yeah, you
we
can.
go.
You're already in it, buddy. You just have to think about it like heaven, and you'll make it heaven.
I mean, the actual heaven, the one that we look up and we see, and it's not. We can't just go there and taste it, smell it.
The second heaven. Yeah. I see what you mean.
Yeah, can we science that?
Yeah, it's called dying.
I think you're on that. You're closer than the Globers, because the Globers, you just die and you're just part of the globe Earth. But I don't think
globe Earth.
Yeah, and you just going back and
soil.
You just gotta cleanse those parasites, Gemsy, and you can teleport there.
Yeah, right. The parasites will keep your ass down here because they're gonna eat it and continue the life cycle.
Yeah.
The worm shall eat you up.
Man, I can go deep because this depending how deep I can go, because a lot of people I know when I start speaking about like certain things, they're like, oh, that's very esoteric. We can't. I'm like, oh,
Well,
okay.
I like going deep, but I'm talking about going high, heaven, not
Yes. I know what you mean.
But I guess the science guys is ignoring me. Yeah.
You have in common with your spouses.
Hey! Stop it.
I'm curious what subject Mocking wanted to bring up.
I wanted to bring up, the reincarnation and how it's bad.
Like it's a bad idea, or
no, it's a bad thing. Like it's a thing, and I think it's a bad thing. And people look at it and kind of praise it and be like, "Oh, I can't wait to be this animal," or "Can't wait to be this thing." But I think it's a bad thing, and kind of shows that you're immature and don't know what really it means to reincarnate.
Yeah, I kind of get that. I think it makes sense. Like the wheel of karma. I don't think people reincarnate as animals, but I do think that people go around the wheel if they don't wake up.
I think it's bullshit.
Really? Who thinks it's bullshit?
Actually, you know when people die and they're saying they see the light and they're going towards the light. I think what the light they're going to is the getting out of their mother's legs, out of the mother's womb, and then they're going out into the light, and the doctor is about to spank them.
That's a cool theory. Yeah.
I think there could be like a probationary period after death, but then you like shortly get thrown back around the wheel if you don't like learn all the lessons that are here to learn.
Well, this is how I learned a couple of things because of breath work. I don't know if anybody knows breath work, but that shit's kind of interesting.
Go ahead.
Breath work is kind of his name is The Iceman, and he's very popular on using it. He does like tours up the mountain shirtless and without shoes, just breathing techniques with zero temperatures.
You're talking about Wim Hof, hey?
Yeah, Wim Hof. Yeah, and that's his technique. Wim Hof method is one of his very famous breathing techniques. I kind of do or did, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna preach it. I haven't done it in a while, but I have done it, and I have felt bliss and in a way very in touch with God, if you would say, because that was weird. And I was like, what the fuck? I didn't think I would sense that presence, or what I thought at that moment, it being God, because for 27 years, and I'm 28 right now, I haven't believed in God until now. And just by doing breath work, you'd think that's silly, but I did.
It is silly.
Yeah, right. And when you do, and you do have that experience that I did, and I'm not the only one. Trust me, I've met people throughout my journey who have had similar experiences, and I'm not preaching that you should do it or should not, because it's to each his own. But to that, it led me to the whole flat Earth. And,
bro, you got lightheaded, and you confused it with meeting God. Come on, man.
He actually input too much, a lot of ether into his system, and
yeah, I did.
The parasites got high, and they were secreting way too much stuff into the system, and that's what gave him the high.
That's probably it.
I mean, I say, you do get high in meditation, but it's like a divine high. It's not like a fucked up high. It's not like it's a super. It's to me, I mean, it's like, only in stillness and silence you can ever experience like what God is for yourself.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, because a lot of people think, oh, it's a God, it's a person in the sky, but really, when you come to notice, you or yourself are God in a way.
So is there a method for this that I can look at? Is there a way to actually, like, a precise way of doing
Wim Hof. Just research Wim Hof method, and there's a ton of people that do it. But I mean, there's actual classes of Wim Hof, and you can actually even download an app that he made.
Is that the same guy that went up to Everest with a pair of shorts?
Yep.
Yeah, but he didn't go all the way.
Dude.
Oh,
he didn't go all the way.
Yeah,
okay.
He didn't go all the way up.
That's what she said.
Well, evidence, man. We need evidence. He didn't take. Okay, he wasn't.
If she didn't go all the way, then she did a bad job.
The best book I've ever read on meditation is called "The Art of Meditation" by Joel Goldsmith, and it just like I try to find a lot of meditation books, and they all suck balls. But that one was like, it's like you read it, and it's just like holy shit. He just tells you to like read any kind of spiritual scripture. It could be the Bible, whatever, and then just when something sticks out to you, you just meditate on that idea. Yep. And then
how do you meditate though?
Breathe. You breathe.
Yeah, I'll just sit in like a half.
Meditating all the time then.
No, but it's like heavy breathing. It's more like, and then.
Yeah, dude, it's like.
I actually like the idea of heavy breathing, so I gotta look into this, because I've been practicing. Yeah, she does. No, actually, I was looking to some research about breathing, and there's some actually medical expert here in Massachusetts that speaks about how your head and your face and your body actually develops correctly or incorrectly depending how you breathe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I would say, like, for me, I'll just like sit in like it doesn't really matter. I don't really think about exactly how you sit. I like the half lotus or whatever, but it's just, for me, I'll just sit there and I'll just be still and silent and receptive for maybe I'm like 25 to like 30 minutes in. It's like you get to a point where it feels like you're not even breathing anymore and something else takes over. And it's like, if you could put a name to it, it's just like it's divine. Like the spirit. It's like the spirit of God. Like, and it's. I mean, it's like how. Like, I mean, to me, like, mainstream religion just doesn't teach people how to pray. It's like, I think Jesus would have taught people to, go into your closet, shut the door on your senses, means be still, be silent, be receptive, and and then you listen for that gentle voice or whatever, and then and then you get these downloads, you just this sense of being.
See, that's the craziest thing. Like, a lot of people came from science to know about flat Earth. I came from a spiritual side to know about flat Earth.
That's great.
But yeah, so you can meditate on scripture. I think that's like, you meditate on the stuff that Jesus says, it's super fucking powerful. Or you meditate on anything you want. Or you can not have any thought in your head at all and just be still and just be like blissfully in the moment. And you keep on practicing it day after day, and you get more and more out of it. And then I think people that do that happen to find it's like the act of like, I don't know. It's hard to, for me, it's like if I'm not meditating, it's hard to say that I'm actually doing the work to like be spiritual, because I'm not taking that time to be still and silent. Then you're stuck in your left brain, your thinking brain all the time, and you got to learn how to shut it off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta go in that right hemisphere and left hemisphere of your head too. Both. That yin and yang. But yeah, try breathing, everybody. Heavy breathing. Wim Hof. Look it up. Interesting stuff.
That's interesting, actually. Just just by the breathing exercise that I actually wanna maybe go a level deeper into it. So the Wim Hof sounds good.
Yeah, it's only like 3 minutes long. You can find a video on YouTube, Wim Hof breathing technique, and it'll like just guide you through it. It's pretty good.
All right.
I would set a timer for like 30 minutes and just sit and be still and don't let yourself.
30 minutes. I say 10, dude. 10 minutes. That's all you have to do. I say
like when you go like 30 minutes, you get into a state that is so much deeper than after 10 minutes.
I understand, but it's their first time, and you got to understand.
The first time, set it for 15.
Yeah, 15.
And once you can go 15, then set it for 20, and then you don't need to go an hour. But I think for me, like the good 30 minutes, even 40 minutes is crazy good.
I agree. 15 is probably a good number.
But yeah, if you just sit there for 2 minutes and breathe, you're not going to get shit out of it, really.
No, you're not. Like, I hate to say it to you, you're going to have to put in time. It's like an exercise. It literally is.
Hey, that sounds good. Actually, guys, thanks for the pointing this out, because I do like. I've been thinking about breathing and I've been practicing it myself, but what you're saying right now about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I haven't done that, so that's interesting for me.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for this video that I found, and I tried it out, and I was speculated, and that's when I kind of felt that bliss, and I was like, okay, there's something to it, and I need to continue it, and I need to find that video right now because it's really good.
I mean, what could go wrong when you're just breathing, exercising? What is the percentage?
What can go wrong? You can you just get more oxygen,
he's asking me.
less stress.
Yeah. Who's asking me?
Oh.
No kidding.
Oh yeah, you get high and see God. I'm sorry. Yeah, you get delusional and see God.
If you breathe too much?
Yeah, if you breathe too much.
You can do like crazy Kundalini yoga shit that people can like pass out if they go too crazy with it. Yeah, but if you're just meditating, you ain't got shit to worry about.
You can barely trip the fuck out with this.
I mean, you could.
Because it's DMT.
It depends on how you're breathing. DMT. If you're exhaling like quickly and stuff, you could.
Yeah.
You could put yourself in a state of respiratory acidosis because, you're basically like you're gonna have a buildup of respiratory alkalosis. You're gonna have a buildup of oxygen relative to the carbon dioxide because you're exhaling the carbon dioxide quickly and then inhaling it slowly. and that's actually like something you can do when you have some sort of metabolic acidosis. You could actually counteract that by doing that. You could change your it's called your the CO2 and your PO2, your oxat. You can change that by doing these breathing techniques. So what divers do actually, when free divers that don't have like scuba gear and stuff, they'll like prime themselves basically by breathing a lot like that, just so, because when you hold your breath, it's not that you run out of air, it's that there's a buildup of carbon dioxide that's causing you to like want to breathe, right? You want to expel it.
Mm-hmm.
So what they do is they expel all of this, like some carbon dioxide as much as possible, so that when they take a big breath, they can hold it for longer without the carbon dioxide wanting to go out, because now there's a deficit of carbon dioxide.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's interesting. Thank you for that.
It's like if you watched like was it David Blaine or something like that on whatever it was, Oprah or what have you, before they take a deep breath and go in the water, they just breathe a lot, like just like try to expel as much carbon dioxide as possible.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I did notice that. Huh. Look at that. The more you know. But yeah, man. Hopefully, you meet God.
So can you describe what you actually felt, Carl?
Yeah, tingly sensations in my face. At one point, well, because I used this method called the Green Dragon, I felt lightning in my heart. And you would be like, what the fuck does lightning mean? Well, when you feel it, you'll feel it. I also started burping, but people said that was kind of like cleansing and kind of getting rid of those, like, bacteria or whatever. Those.
Okay.
What were we talking about? The
parasites.
The parasites, yeah. You apparently kill them that way too.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
You're speaking my language now.
Yeah, dude, you kill them. You can kill parasites that way.
No, he's still speaking English.
Hey, shut up.
We speak Spanish. We speak Spanish, so I do speak his language too.
So, did you visualize anything when you were doing it? Do you?
I have not visualized anything. I just felt, presence.
Okay.
That's it. And from there, I kind of was like, "Oh, that's God." I nobody can tell me it's an image or a person in a statue.
What if I told you it's not God, but you're correct about getting closer to God doing it?
Yeah.
In so much that what you're doing is you're basically like you're becoming lightheaded, you're depriving your brain of oxygen, you're moving closer to death, because when you're brain dead, you're dead, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And people that flatline and then come back and stuff like that, they say that their life went for before their eyes, and they had this kind of godly experience or what have you, DMT, all that jazz, right?
Yeah.
But what you're doing is you're doing a very, very minor version of that, because you're not flatlining or anything, but you are depriving your brain a little bit of oxygen, and that causes you to feel lightheaded. The prickly kind of like sensations that you felt on your face, and I imagine you felt them in your extremities as well.
Well, I used to heal people.
Hold up, is it due to the lack of circulation of blood? Because it wanted to divert as much blood as possible to your brain.
That's fine. Yeah. Yeah.
It needs to get the oxygenation up. So
yeah.
Maybe you could argue that you're closer to God because that's like when you die, that's when you meet God basically.
Yeah,
and you have the DMT, which is like that really thing, but you're not actually meeting God.
No, I'm not saying, and I said that you're not meeting a God, that you are God himself in a way, like that. Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. How is that even worse?
That's so much worse, man.
How is
it's
that
not
much
logical
worse?
at all? How are you?
Because we're in the image of. Okay, because we're in the image of him, buddy.
Are you though?
Yes.
What if I told you
we all are? Not just me. We all are.
I feel you. What if I told you that verse is commonly like a common misconception?
That's fine. A lot of things are a lot of misconceptions.
You know what I mean, though?
I do.
How?
I think for meditation, it's one of those things that you can't describe. It's like when you experience it.
You gotta
it's
do it yourself. Yeah.
I remember the first time I meditated, I was like, holy shit, I had no idea.
Right? You could feel that way.
Yeah.
No, but hold up. How? Like, what do I mean when I say it's misconception? If you know what I'm referring to.
That people might think that they are a god and probably have an ego and go at it as
No, I'm
if
talking
they
about the
can.
verse.
Oh, about the Bible verse about what us being an image of God.
Yeah, that God created man.
I
in
mean,
his
you
image.
can see it in a bunch of ways. You could see it in the James scripture, First King James, or
No, the verse
what
exists.
do you want me to
I'm saying it's commonly the misconception is that it means that we look like God, right? God created man in his image. God created man to look like God, right? That's the common interpretation. And I'm saying that that's a misconception. I'm saying it means that God imagined us and created us exactly how he imagined us. Like, you know how you have an image in your head of something? If you're visualizing something or imagining something, God created us exactly in that image of his head. Like, an artist wouldn't be able to do that, right?
And usually, what does an
actual
artist
physical
do?
Execution, they aren't perfect, so it's not going to perfectly match the image in the head. But God, because he's God, he could say be and it is, right? He has the image in his head, and God created man in his image, the image that he had in his head.
And a lot of artists like Michelangelo has similar things, like his famous painting, the Mona Lisa, has very similar attributes to him. So you could say one paints his creations to his own image.
Yeah, and that's the issue. Like Michelangelo, the Sistine Chapel, in that piece of art, he made God look like man, right? Because he was under that conception that God created man in his image. So because man looks a certain way, then God is going to look that way as well. But I'm saying that it's not that. It's be and it is. God, he has an image in his mind, and he could reproduce it in real life perfectly. Whereas men cannot do that. We're limited, we're flawed, we're fallible. We can't. If we have an image, the image might be perfect in our minds, but when we actually try to execute it, try to make it, try to sculpt it, try to draw it or paint it, it's never going to be how it is in our mind. It's never be and it is.
Maybe to you, it's interesting. I mean, your the way you think is so narrow. I feel like, or you're thinking so narrowly. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, like you.
The thing that makes us human
your
is that we're
science
imperfect, right?
Yeah. Okay. And I agree with that.
And that's why it's showing that God is perfect, because he created man in his image.
I don't think he's perfect.
In the image that we have
I don't think he's perfect. I think he
you don't
sleeps
think God
on the
is
job.
perfect?
I think he sleeps on the job.
Okay.
I think it depends on your idea of what God is too.
Exactly.
It's like, if God is, to me, God is like the source of all things. Yeah, but I would say like God is like truth. God is life. God is soul, spirit, and you can align yourself with that. And then I think you can I think we're all just instruments of God, and that God is within you. But it's not that you're God. It's just that you are. You are
part of it.
Just an instrument. You're just So, I think the I don't know. Yeah, just it makes sense to me. I mean, I think people have a very strange idea of like God and that's one that a lot of mainstream, something I never understood. Like every single mainstream religion, I always wonder if they've been corrupted to hell by like the cabal or something, because it doesn't make sense to me to teach everyone that they're hopeless sinners.
Right.
Like that doesn't make any sense, because like Jesus taught the exact opposite. He said, what did he say? He said, like, be therefore perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect. To the woman, the sinful woman, he said, go and sin no more. So it's like, but then everyone's teaching in these religions, like, no, you are a hopeless sinner. You are bound to just repeat the cycle of sin. And all you can do is just go ask some pedophile for forgiveness. And that's the way it is. And it's just like, I just think that's a very like limited, low, satanic, viewpoint on life, God, yourself. I never understood that one.
Some good angle right there. What do you think, Percentage?
Sorry, I was busy doing something.
Wait, how dare you? You're fired. It's all good, bro. No worries. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
a
I mean,
good
if you want to
combo,
restate
guys.
it quickly, if you want my opinion.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Don't worry. It wasn't meant for you to hear it.
I was sitting in it. It was just that a lot of like mainstream religions teach everyone that they're sinners, that they're hopeless sinners, and I'm saying that when I read the Bible, Jesus teaches the exact opposite. So I don't know where they get that.
I could probably
I don't
answer
know
that.
where you get that from, because most religions I know teach like that man has free will and you can choose to sin or choose to do good, and you can choose even after you sin to ask for forgiveness and seek repentance or not. But I don't know. I think the only one that I don't know if any actually say that man is a hopeless sinner, unless it was Christianity before they claim Jesus died and died for our original sin. I think Christianity is probably the only one that does that, actually. Say that we are in a default state of sin because of the original sin, and then Jesus, sacrificed himself to remove that.
I don't know. I've talked to a lot of people, and I get that a lot. Is that, oh yeah, you were created imperfectly and you're bound to sin no matter how hard you try.
Yeah, I think because evil exists, right? And you could claim that evil's, from the devil or what have you. And because of human nature, we are bound to sin because we are bound to give into that. We're fallible. We're not God, right? But that doesn't mean we're hopeless sinners, like that's our original state or anything like that. I think Christianity is the only one that says, even though other religions like Islam is where I'm mostly coming from, but other religions believe that like some believe in the Genesis and what have you, right? And they believe that there was that sin to begin with, but it doesn't say you're dictated by that. It doesn't say that it applies to everyone else. It applied to Adam and Eve, but not necessarily all their progeny. Whereas with Christianity, it says it applies to the progeny. So it's peculiar that the only one that kind of goes against what you said is the one that you thought doesn't.
Oh, maybe, I don't know. I didn't grow up in mainstream religion, so who knows?
Yeah, like for Eastern religions, you have Hinduism, Buddhism. They work on the concept of karma, basically, right? And you do good and you pay it forward and it'll come back to you. Do bad, it'll come back to you. But it doesn't say anything that your default state or you're a hopeless sinner in that regard. You always have the choice, right? You're never guilty for sins, for things that you can't control, right? And it's not inherent to you per se. What else?
I think I've just heard that notion a lot, that Jesus is the only person capable of not sinning,
Yeah, no, that's a common thing with a lot of religions, that their prophets are, so exalted that they don't sin. Or they, in Islam, for instance, they say the prophets, including Jesus, they were basically incapable of major sins, right? I think even it says maybe some of them might have even, depending on sin, the minor sin or whatever. But basically, they are in such a spiritual state. They're so good, they're so righteous that, and I've experienced like a smaller kind of like a smaller version of it. But basically, they're so righteous that they don't even think about doing a sin, or maybe if they thought about it, it would disgust them. Like, back in the day, for instance, I would, I was all about, I would smash girls and stuff like that. No issues with me, right? But then as I got older and kind of worked on being righteous and not fornicating and that sort of thing, and let me just say, in the visual of a woman, I used to be cool with girls that were promiscuous and they dressed a certain way and stuff like that, and I was enticed by it. I was seduced by it. I liked it. But now when I see a girl like that, I just think she's trashy. You know, it disgusts me a little bit when you see like a hoe just in the way she does. So you can when you build up your righteousness, you can train yourself to not even think of the sin or to avoid the sin, and it becomes almost subconscious.
I think thinking about higher frequency.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I was like, if people are always like, well, what did Jesus do from like 12 to 30? If you ask me, he was making a shit ton of mistakes. Because like I feel like the only way you learn what the right path is when you figure out what the wrong one is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know about that, because Jesus, I agree with your last thing, but like about him making a shit ton of mistakes, because Jesus was supposed to be like, the miraculous conception, and the miracle in birth is that he like spoke as a baby and stuff like that, and he was touched from the get-go, right? So you could say that he might have been righteous from that age as well. So maybe he did avoid all that stuff, who knows?
Possible, yeah. But I also think it. Yeah, I've never thought that he's. People are like, oh, Jesus is God. I'm like, Jesus embodied God, but just strange to me. I never that idea of like that God took physical form. Yeah. Nah, never.
That's weird. But like imagine though you're a man, right? And you're a messenger of God, and you're like communing with angels of God, and they're teaching you things and stuff like that from a very early age. It's probably likely that he was so righteous even in the times that we are all kind of learning and sinning and kind of in our age of ignorance and stuff like that, experimenting and experiencing things. It's possible that he was in such a righteous state that he avoided all that. Who knows?
I also wonder if he, because like all the stories of him healing people, like if he was able to do that because he didn't. I wonder if he subscribed. I mean, it seemed like he did not give a shit about the physical picture whatsoever. So I think that always makes me wonder if, like, at a higher level of consciousness, if you can completely see through disease, death, sickness. And what if maybe he was trying to teach people how to do that themselves, but people just like decided to bow down, make him an idol instead of figure out what he was actually teaching?
I think so, yeah. They were all focused on the miracles he was doing instead of learning how he actually did the miracles and to begin with. Because like I was saying, like breath work, I used it to heal some of my family members. And you could tell them, and they could tell you that they don't feel the pains that they used to feel because I cure them. And I'm not claiming that I'm a saint here, because everybody can technically do it. And if you want to learn, then really you got to do is search some breath work, and from there you find more different types of breath work, and you realize that some are you can use to boost yourself to have more endurance, or you can use some to heal yourself or others. This is cool. Like I said, with your body, pretty dope. You can do some pretty cool stuff. And Jesus was approve of it.
Yeah, the body heals itself, and then I also think that higher up than that, we might purely be, just that the physical world might not even be the real world as we sense it.
It is. It's definitely real, but it's not the only world. It's what you should think of, right?
Oh, it's real. It's real, but that it's not just matter. That it's maybe the product of consciousness, not.
Yes.
The manifestation of consciousness, not that matter in itself is what's real. That maybe the spirit, the life, the truth is what's real.
It's crazy to think that a chair is not real. Like if you really think about it, like someone's like, "Do you think a chair is real?" It's like, well, yeah, it's real, but is it? Because somebody had to make it. It's not in nature. You don't find a chair. You don't just see a chair. It is made of wood, and wood is a thing from trees. But is a chair a real thing? and it's an interesting thing I pondered about because I think it was like a Vsauce thing. Michael, whatever his name is pretty cool, even though he's a globalist. No one see Vsauce? Vsauce is pretty cool. YouTube recommended. Some stuff is cool, not all of it, but most of it.
Yeah, people posting in the chat are saying a lot of good shit. Yeah, it's because it's like it just feels like to me it's like the way that churches teach. They just teach this like, just have this emotional ecstasy for Jesus and try to be a good person and go back to your life of sin and don't try too hard. And we live on a spinning water ball and
All right, well, I'm gonna head to bed. It's been nice talking to y'all.
nice. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out too.
Yeah.
See ya.
Peace out, guys.
You guys check out those breathworks. Good night.
Now, in this documentary here, they're talking about our origins, as in, how did humans get here? But I submit to you again that we need to go back even further to the days before the creation of man, before the creation of the animals, and go to the creation of the firmament, the beginning of cosmology, the environment within which the living beings were placed. And we'll see that the narrative simply is not compatible with the conventional paradigm. So the experts say the words mean what they mean. In this case, day means day, not long periods of time or evolution or day age theory. A day means a day, a 24-hour time period. Okay, great. So now what does the non-poetic firmament thing mean then? If we allow the text to say what it says, we look up the word firmament. It's the English that we get from firmamentum in Latin, which comes from the Hebrew word rakia. That's Strong's number 7549. You look it up, for instance, in the Brown Driver Briggs lexicon, it tells you extended surface as if beaten out, flat expanse as a vice, compare as base support that supports the Yahuwah's throne, the vault of heaven or the firmament regarded by Hebrews as solid and supporting waters above it. And you can look up other resources. That's from BibleHub.com. You can look at Blue Letter Bible, for instance. So you're going to find the same thing. Words mean things, okay? And you can look the words up. This is not Rob Skiba speaking. Everything I'm going to be showing you, it's not my opinion. It's not my interpretation. Words mean things, and you, the listener, can go look these words up for yourself. I'm showing you screenshots, but you can go confirm it. Again, I told you, don't believe me. You study these things out for yourself. Search and see if these things be true. You can go to these websites and look these words up. And here on Blue Letter Bible, same thing. It's extended service, solid, expanse, firmament, expanse, flat as base support, firmament, a vault of heaven supporting the waters above, considered by Hebrews as solid and supporting waters above. Rakia from H7554, properly an expanse, the firmament or apparently visible arch of the sky, firmament. The Jacinius Hebrew Chaldee lexicon confirms this also. The firmament of heaven spread out like a hemisphere above the earth, like a splendid and pellucid sapphire, to which the stars were supposed to be fixed, and over which the Hebrews believed there was a heavenly ocean. The word rakia comes from another word, raka. You can look that one up too, and that means to beat out, stamp out, spread out, stretch, to stamp, beat out, one that beats out, to overlay, beaten out. It's like to pound the earth with as a sign of passion, overlaying sheets of metal, like if you're creating something like the laver in the tabernacle or what have you. And I simply ask people who want to say that the firmament is air, gas in the vacuum of space, it's just an expanse. Well, how do you beat air? How do you beat out air? This all of the words used here in Hebrew convey solidity. And we have an internal witness in the book of Job that this thing is a solid structure. We see in Job 37:18, pick a translation, right? Can you join him in spreading out the skies hard as a mirror of cast bronze? Reflect the heat like a bronze mirror. Can you do that? Spread out the skies hard as a cast mirror? King James, strong as molten looking glass. This is talking about a solid structure. A molten looking glass would be a mirror. It says the sky is strong. It is like cast metal. And a second witness in Scripture is in Proverbs 8:28, where he talks about making firm the skies above. The skies have been made firm. That's not talking about clouds. It's not talking about air molecules and gases in the vacuum of space. Sorry. Now, why does it need to be a hard structure? Well, we see in Genesis that it's, let's go ahead and read it. Genesis 1, verse 6. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. Now, we see that even after the flood, there's still waters up there. In Psalm 148, Praise ye the Lord, praise ye the Lord from the heavens, praise him in the heights, praise ye him, all his angels, praise ye him, all ye hosts, praise ye him, sun and moon, praise him, all ye stars of light, praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. There's still water up there. And the firmament separates the waters above from the waters below. It's also where we see the location of Yahuwah's throne. In Ezekiel 1:26, above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne. We see in Isaiah 66:1, the heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. We see in Amos 9:6 that he has founded his vaulted dome over the earth. The Hebrew word there is aguda. It's a structure fitted together. Now, this is the New American Standard Bible, but you could just look it up for yourself. It's Strong's number 92. Aguda. King James translated it as troop. Why? Well, I was in C Troop 1st of the 110th Air Cav, okay? A troop is a band of brothers. It's a tightly knit unit of people. The idea of the word is to convey something tightly knit together. In this case, the hard, firm structure of the firmament is tightly knit, bound to the earth. It's attached to the earth. The vault of heavens is fitted together, constructed. And if you don't believe me, there's, use a resource like BibleHub.com where you can compare translations, and you'll see, for the most part, with the exception of King James and maybe one or two others, they are all describing it as the heaven is founded on the earth. It's a foundation. Its foundation is on the earth. Founds his vault upon the earth. Founded his vaulted dome over the earth there in New American Standard. Founded his vault on the earth, New Hard English. God's word founded on the earth. The heavens, he builds his stairs up to heaven and sets their foundation on the earth. Chambers in heaven founded the vault on the earth. Over and over and over again, we see this idea of a vault that is founded upon the earth. And if you really want to have some fun, you can, Bible Hub actually has other translations besides just English there, and you can use like Google Translator or something and just copy the foreign language from Bible Hub into the translator, and you'll see, many examples like right here. This is the Afrikaans. You see the Afrikaans here on the top. Put that in Google Translate, and settles his dome over the earth. We see in Albanian translated, he who builds up the chambers in the heavens and places the foundation of his heavenly cup on the earth. Chinese, that is to build a building in the heavens, to settle the heavens on the earth. Buildings settled on the earth in Yahuwah's name. Korean, he built the temple in heaven and laid the foundation of his expanse on the earth. Foundations. Russian, set up his upper palaces in the heavens and set up his vault on the earth. So even in other languages, they're conveying the same idea of solidity, of this hard, firm structure that is attached, aguda, to the earth. We see other descriptions that it is like a tent, right? In Isaiah 40, beginning in verse 21. Have you not known? Have you not heard? Hath it not been told you from the beginning, i.e. Genesis? Have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, and that stretcheth out the heavens, the Shemaim, as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. So we have the word as there. What does that signify? We're talking about a simile, right? He's using like a metaphorical language here. If you're going to employ simile, if you're going to use words or metaphors, don't you think it would help to use a word that would convey in the listener's mind something that is remotely close to whatever it is you're talking about? If he meant to show this, this is the standard view, this is what science, I would say parenthetically, falsely so called, is forcing upon us. This is what's really supposedly happening. We're going around the sun like a corkscrew, and the sun itself is shooting through the galaxy, which itself is shooting through the universe. That's not conveyed with the word as a tent. Isaiah and his audience would have had something more like this in mind, like a Bedouin tent, or perhaps a yurt, something like this. What is a tent? It is a structure set up over a flat surface, and he's describing the sky that way. We might consider it something like this in modern times, right? A dome tent. Now, if you haven't heard of my friend Andy Hoy, you need to look him up. Andy Hoy, and check out his website, project314.org, 314 for pi. Now, he's a Hebrew scholar, and he's also an engineer. And as an engineer, he's reading through the text, and of course, how many of you know the Torah says don't add to and don't subtract from it? You're not supposed to add one thing to it, not supposed to subtract anything from it. And he's reading the descriptions of the tabernacle that the Hebrews had in the wilderness. And being in Israel and seeing there, I've been there myself. You can see various models set up, both miniature as well as even full-size models, replicas of what they believe the tabernacle in the wilderness looked like. And he's looking at these models, and he's looking at the text, and he's seeing, well, first of all, this is a box, which is the least structural supported thing you can create. You can flop over to either side. You got all kinds of problems with it, which is why when you build that, you have to add things that are not in the shopping list. Moses was shown a vision in the heavenlies that he was to emulate here on earth, and he was to pass on these detailed instructions to Bezalel and his partner, I think it was Holiab, to build this thing. Can't add to it, can't subtract from it, which means everything that was described in the itemized shopping list, that's it. But Andy was seeing how they're adding, extra, beams, support beams, and extra ropes and tent pegs and things like that. That would have to be added to keep that thing structurally sound, especially out in the wilderness. So he's like, what? And he really started struggling with that and was looking at the description of the curtains, and it says you connect the curtains at the end. Now, they're long rectangular strips, and everybody assumed that you connect the strips at the long end, but the text doesn't demand that. That's an assumption. And when you connect them at the long end, well, you end up with a rectangular box. But Andy said, well, what if you connected them at the short ends? And when he did that, he ended up with a very big circular dome tent using the exact description given in the Torah, with not adding or subtracting from the itemized list of materials. And this is what he came up with. And he's actually recently published all of this in a book. Check it out. The House of El Shaddai. Full color, lots of detail. Highly recommend you guys check this out. You can get it on Amazon if you are interested. Again, it's called The House of El Shaddai by Andrew L. Hoy. Check it out. Okay, so when he first approached me with this, he was looking for royalty-free images of the globe that he could use because he found pi as a big part of this thing, and he's like, oh, I'm going to use the globe, and trying to look for royalty-free images of the globe, of the Earth, from space that he could use, and he kept running into things like composite and CGI and a lot of the same problems that I ran into at the time. And in the course of his research, looking around, he stumbled across a model that I had created about the same time as he was creating his model. I created this, and he's looking at his model, he's looking at what I'm saying, and he's like, oh boy, I gotta contact this guy. So I get this package in the mail. Long story short, I look through it, I'm like, what? And this was when I was ready to throw the towel. I was done. I was like, it was a rough season in my life doing this research back in 2015, and man, I give up. And then this package shows up in the mail. I open it up and I see this. And now he did this research completely 100% apart from flat Earth research. Farthest thing from his mind. But then when he saw what I was doing and he saw what he was doing, he's like, yeah, I got to contact this guy. So he did. Show me the package. We did a show on it. You can check it out in the archives. And I would highly recommend you check out his book. You can order it on Amazon. So, could it be that now what I have depicted here, this is what I call Yahuwah's terrarium. I'm not saying this is where you live. This is not thus saith the Lord. This is thus thinketh Rob. I'm an artist. Okay. And in my mind's eye, as I read the text, this was what I envisioned. This is what I saw in my head. And so I depicted it this way. And, Andy's looking at that and I'm looking at his model, and it's like, could it be that this is what Moses saw, from a heavenly perspective, and was told to emulate here on earth? And again, I would this is probably, anytime you're presented with new information that conflicts with something to be true, that's when you got to deal with this funny thing called cognitive dissonance. You got to work through it. If you're having a knee-jerk reaction, no, that's heresy. That's not the way the tabernacle was. It was a box. It was a rectangular box. All I can say is, look, it is the mark of an intelligent mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. He that answers a matter before he hears it is folly to him, right? Condemnation before investigation is the height of ignorance. There's all these sayings that people throughout history have talked about where you don't express an opinion until you've looked into it. And I would highly recommend that you can watch the videos that I've posted on it. Go through my playlist. You'll find stuff on this. Go through his website, project314.org. Get his book. Listen to the argument. Check it out. Considering the timing of it all, both for him as well as for myself, I just took this as confirmation, And then when you start looking at other books, like, for instance, the Book of Enoch, and it clearly describes a flooded, dome-enclosed world when it's talking about a vision of the coming flood in chapter 89. And again, I raised mine eyes towards heaven and saw a lofty roof with 7 water torrents thereon, and those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in that same chapter it describes water filling up an enclosure. Well, I mean, and there are other texts like the Book of Jubilees and other texts that will confirm 7 torrents of water. And we see in Genesis the floodgates. And I've talked to people about that word that's used there, both in Hebrew and Greek, but especially in Greek, like in the Septuagint. This is like, think Hoover Dam, breaking open, and all that water coming. This massive torrential flow of water coming down. Apparently there was 7 of them around the earth in the firmament that opened up and filled up the enclosure. And this structure that I have here, this is the inside of a larger structure. This is sort of the rest of it, which also depicts water above the firmament here. And this is after the flood, so the water level is reduced. If you can imagine the water level going all the way up to the top, and then 7 torrents opening and draining the water into the bathtub, so to speak. And then later the water was pumped out into the, scripture calls it, the storehouses of the deep. That's what these boxes here on the side are. And Zen Garcia and I have done an extensive study of the Book of Enoch. You can check that out. I got a whole series of playlists on my YouTube channel, and we go into a great deal of detail talking about this if you want more. But I mean, again, Genesis, right? If you don't want to look at extra biblical texts, Genesis tells you windows of heaven were opened. Okay, windows of heaven. Now, is this just a metaphor? Is this just a figure of speech for clouds? Or is it talking about just what it means? Words mean things, right? Windows are something that are set inside of solid structures. And that there were 7 of these things that were opened according to numerous ancient Hebrew texts, and as well as the texts of other world religions and histories of various people groups and cultures around the world describe similar events. So, and have similar cosmology. And when you see words like this, which is a better fit? I mean, if you're just being honest, I gotta tell you, the one on the left makes a whole lot more sense when I'm looking at the text, the way it's written. If words mean things, and if we are to rely on the text as a historical account, then the model on the left is a much better fit, at least in my mind, than the model on the right. Now, of course, there are many people in creation ministries especially, that don't want to accept this. And sort of the arch nemesis of biblical cosmology, in the flat earth camp would be Danny Faulkner. Now, let me just say, as a human being, I like him. I've spent time talking with, not a lot of time, but, we've hung out socially at some of the conferences and stuff like that, and I found him to be actually a really fun, cool guy. And, frankly, prior to 5 years ago when I got into this research, when I was very much in the exact same camp that he's in, we probably could have been like best of buddies, I mean, just from the little bit of interaction I've had with him, he's the kind of person I could say, hey, I would consider him a friend, and I think we have a friendly rivalry. I think, he would probably express I would hope, some of the same things, that our interactions have always been cordial. A little bit intense at times, but we've both been cordial toward each other. But I think he's completely missing it in this regard here. And in his book, Universe by Design, on page 96, talking about the firmament, he recognizes that the translators of the Greek Septuagint rendered the Hebrew word rakia as stereoma, which Jerome later followed as firmamentum in the Latin Vulgate, which in the AV, or the Authorized King James Version, was transliterated as firmament. Now, Danny says this is a terrible translation, and many modern translations break from this to render rakia as expanse. The only reason he's saying it's a terrible translation is because he doesn't want to accept what the words mean, and he's an astronomer. He has a biblical foundation as well as secular education, and he spends all his time looking through telescopes and wants to believe in the Star Wars, Star Trek, ever-expanding universe, that we were all raised to believe, and frankly, it took me a long time to let go of that myself. That's what I want to be true. That's what my childhood brain was programmed with. Boldly going where no man has gone before, even though everywhere they went they found men who spoke English. But anyway, that's beside the point. We want this universe thing to be the way we've seen it in the movies. So because of that, Danny's cognitive dissonance is kicking in, and he's saying, well, that's a terrible translation. No, it's not, Danny. It's an appropriate translation. This is what the Hebrew people believed, and neither you nor anybody else has the right to dispute that. If these people wrote under inspiration of the Holy Spirit, as we believe all Scripture is divinely inspired by the Holy Spirit, written by man, right? And I would take it a step further with the Torah. Moses spoke with God face to face as one speaks with a friend. I'm not to cast any doubt on the inspired text, but I think there's a bit of a difference between inspiration and dictation. He's hanging out, on a couple of trips at least, 40 days, 40 nights. It didn't take that long to, write 10 commandments, right? I think he spent a lot of quality time with the Creator, and he described this place, accurately. The Creator told him how he made this place, and Moses wrote it down. And anyway, Danny says the word stereoma, he acknowledges this, conveys the meaning of something hard, such as the crystalline spheres of ancient Greek cosmology upon which the stars were implanted. Thus, this is Danny's rationale right here, thus the translators of the Septuagint incorporated the current cosmology of their day into their own translation. This is very similar to those who wed the Big Bang to the Genesis creation account today. Well, no, Danny. This is exactly what Danny's doing. He is imposing the current cosmological understanding of science, and I got air quotes going on here, science, I would say falsely so-called. He is trying to impose that onto the text. That's not what the translators of the Greek Septuagint did. Okay? And let's go ahead and look at that. Why is the Septuagint important? I've come to really enjoy the Septuagint, I got to tell you. Now, according to the story, this is how the Septuagint came about. 72 Jewish scholars, 6 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel, according to Philo of Alexandria. Now, this is a cut and paste from something along. I would say Jewish scholars is not a good way to say this, because Jews are just one of 12 tribes. The 12 tribes weren't known as Jews. They're known as Israelites. Anyway, 6 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel, according to Philo of Alexandria, were asked by the Greek king of Egypt, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, to translate the Torah from Biblical Hebrew into Greek for inclusion in the Library of Alexandria. The following narrative explains how this was done, and it is found in the pseudepigraphic letter of Aristeas to his brother Philocrates. It is likewise repeated by Philo of Alexandria, Josephus, and by various later sources, including St. Augustine, among others. Here's the story. King Ptolemy once gathered 72 elders. He placed them in 72 chambers, each of them in a separate one, without revealing to them why they were summoned. He entered each one's room and said, "Write for me the Torah of Moshe your teacher." And then God put it in the heart of each one to translate identically as all the others did. So, do you really believe? Okay, now Hebrews, they treated the Torah with utmost respect, especially if they're making copies. It's like you could get the whole thing done and mess up the last word and nope, scrap the whole thing, start over. They took great care. The Torah was the Bible of the people in the Bible. This was sacred to them. Okay, and you got 72 individuals locked up in 72 different rooms, and this pagan king is telling them, hey, you got to translate your Torah into Greek. And the Holy Spirit worked on each one of these guys. Now, you could say that the Hebrew language, maybe, because it had less words than other cultures had, that maybe some words are maybe a little bit ambiguous. Okay, I might give you that, all right? Greek, no, not so much. They had a much bigger vocabulary. They had plenty of words to choose from. If they wanted to convey rakia as being something as, a nebulous expanse of air, gas in the vacuum of space, there were words they could have used. Same thing with hug for the word circle. They could have used the word sphera when they were doing Isaiah, but they didn't. There are words for globe, sphere, ball in Greek, specific words that they could have used if their understanding of the circle of the earth in Isaiah 40:22 was a sphere. They didn't. They chose words like gyro and gyru and words that mean circle. Dr. Robert Schneider talks about this in some of his work. He says a circle is no more a sphere in Scripture than it is in geometry. He says, looking at these usages together, I am hard put to see how anyone could justify rendering hug in Isaiah 40:22 as sphericity. The earliest translations of these scriptures bear this out. In the Septuagint, the translators render the nominal and verbal forms of hug in every case with the Greek gyros, or euros, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, noun, circle or ring, which they use in Isaiah 40:22a, or gyru or euru, the verb to make or inscribe a circle. Gyros does not mean sphere. In fact, nowhere in any Greek recension of the Hebrew Scriptures will one find the proper word sphera, which would be the Greek word for sphere, globe, ball, used in this context at all. The history of the formation of the Septuagint is largely lost, and we do not know if the prophets were translated in Alexandria as the Torah was in the 3rd century BC. But if they were, and if the translators were familiar with the concept of a spherical earth taught at the Musion of Alexandria, then the center of Greek science, they give no hint of it in their translation of hug. So, again, just like with stereoma, the Hebrew scholars taking their Hebrew Torah, understanding the Hebrew language and the historical context and within which it was written, they understood hug to be a circle, not a sphere, not a ball, not a globe, and they understood stereoma to be the hard, firm, solid structure, the correct word to use in place of the Hebrew word rakia. So the Septuagint destroys any notion that the biblical authors believed what most people today believe. They chose the appropriate Greek words to translate their Hebrew text. And when it came to the Hebrew rakia for the firmament, they chose the word stereoma, which even Danny Faulkner recognizes is a hard, firm structure. It's a combined word from Greek where it meant solid, used with reference to hardness, solidity, three-dimensionality in the formation of compound words. It means something hard, firm. Now, I've got a friend of mine, his name is Peter, that grew up in Greece, speaks Greek fluently. He's my go-to Greek guy. And he has no dog in the hunt most of the time when I call him. He has no idea why I'm calling him. I'll just call him up out of the blue and I'll say, hey, Peter, what does this word mean in Greek? And he'll just tell me. He has no context of why I'm asking the question. He just answers it. So I say, hey, Peter, what does the word stereoma mean? And he would explain it to me. And he used words, like hard, firm, structure, foundation of a building, things of that nature. And I said, so could this word in any way be used to convey air, gas, vacuum of space? No, absolutely not. Okay? He has no dog in this hunt, doesn't even know why I'm asking the question. He just knows his language very well. And so I asked him what a word means in his language, and he tells me. And Danny Faulkner recognizes it as well, as do the fine scholars at Logos Bible Software. These are very intelligent people, letters after the name, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to go get that pretty piece of paper to hang up on their I Love Me wall that proves that they're smart. Okay? People like Dr. Michael Heiser, right? Now, these people also will tell you that this was what the Hebrew concept of the universe was. A circular, still, flat earth set on pillars with a solid dome over it. Okay? Now, they don't like me using this graphic, We had some interesting conversations about that. I am well within fair use and copyright law to do it because I'm commenting on it. But they also make it available in their software to share it. So if you pay the money for they're proud of their software. It's expensive software. If you buy this software and you get to this part, you can share it. There are share buttons. And as soon as somebody shares this graphic from this paid software onto Facebook, it's out. It's out and about, you know? And so they were saying, well, you're sharing paid content for free. I'm like, your own software allows you to do that. You know, anyway, I'm like, do you guys even, do you back your own research? Your own scholars say this. And your scholars say the Bible says this. Do you believe the Bible? You know, what's the problem here? And the reason they were getting upset with me, I think, I can't prove this, but I've got a really good suspicion, is that as this was being shared around and people are looking into it for themselves, many people are converting to biblical cosmology because the Bible says it. And their own software and their own scholars prove it. Michael Heiser does a great presentation proving that this is what the people in the Bible believe. This is what the authors of Scripture wrote. These are what the words mean. This is what it conveys. You know, he, of course, himself doesn't believe that, and he'll go in this amazing tap dancing mental gymnastic routine to, you know, basically justify the doctrine of accommodation that, you know, well, look, this is all God had to work with, you know, ignorant fishermen, farmers, you know, shepherds, stuff like that. So, you know, that's the best he had to work with. So he worked within, you know, what he had to work with. You know, this is what they believe. So he didn't bother to change it. He didn't bother to correct their cosmology. Well, you just made God into a liar. Okay? Or you made him complicit in lies because the words that he inspired or dictated the authors of Scripture to use do not convey what modern science tells us the earth and, you know, the cosmos is. So you're either making God complicit in lies or you're making him a liar outright. And I can't accept that. The doctrine of accommodation, quite frankly, is a heretical doctrine, and I want nothing to do with it. But that's what these guys have to do when they are at least intellectually honest with the text. They will say this is what the Hebrew writers, this is what they understood. Now then they have to justify why they don't believe it. Now, for me, you know, I wrestled with it for well over a year. Finally, you know, I lost the wrestling match. I said, all right, I give up. You know, your word says it. I trust you. I believe it. You know, and for me, you know, I just found that the firmament it's the key. It's what seals the deal in more ways than one. Unquestionably, the thing is hard. Job 37:18, firm. Proverbs 8:28, supporting the waters above. Genesis 1:6-8, Psalm 148:4. It's attached to the earth. Amos 9:6, within which Yahuwah placed the sun, moon, and stars. Genesis 1:14-19, and Psalm 19:1-6, and upon which his throne sits. Ezekiel 1:26, Isaiah 66:1. Clearly, this is a very important issue to Yahuwah. Psalm 19:1 says, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. So when you deny the firmament, when you want to write the firmament off as air or gas in the vacuum of space, you are nullifying it. You're making it nothing. And yet it says that this thing, this firm, hard structure, declares his handiwork. And I'll tell you that this is the reason why so many people, atheists and agnostics, are writing to me, is because once they start to look at the evidence, and I don't have time to go through all that here. There's plenty of other videos that I've done and other people have done as well for why we have come to believe these things aside from what the text says. When they see this stuff, they're like, wait a minute. If we're in a terrarium, then there has to be a creator. I mean, there's no alternative. You know, Big Bang cosmology is what has birthed evolution in the first place. Evolution, in its later developed panspermia thesis that ancient aliens seeded this world with the ingredients for life, none of that's possible without the ever-expanding universe. The Big Bang cosmology, the ever-expanding universe model is what makes evolution and ancient aliens and all that stuff even remotely plausible. But if you take all that away, which the firmament certainly does, because everything's in the firmament, we'll talk about that in a minute, well, then you realize, man, wait a minute. If we're in a firmament enclosed terrarium, then somebody made this thing, and maybe I should go figure out who that somebody is. You know, the firmament shows his handiwork. The only model that accommodates every aspect of the firmament is the circular enclosed world model. The only way around this is to grossly misrepresent the scriptures, yanking the true meanings of the words used out of context and fantasizing about definitions for those words which are not even remotely supported by the text or the historical context in which the scriptures were written. All right, let's go back to Genesis. What else was placed inside the firmament? All right, we see that God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. Question: do you see planets being created on the fourth day? Because I don't. All right? And that's because the word planet does not exist in Scripture. Again, read Genesis 1 and show me any mention of Yahuwah creating planets. It's not there. What you see is earth created first, and the sun, moon, and stars created to serve it. No, heliocentricity is totally foreign to the biblical narrative of the cosmos, and what we call planets are in fact the wandering stars of Jude, which are reserved for judgment. Now, I got to ask you, why would rocks need to be judged? Why does God need to judge a gas ball? Why does God need to judge a fireball, a rock? Only ascension beings are judged, for the choices that they make. We see in Jude 13, raging waves of the sea, foaming out their own shame, wandering stars to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. Okay, they're getting ready to be judged. Planets as we know them exist nowhere in Scripture, not even in 2 Kings 23:5. And I know that those are the King James only people out there. They're going to go right there. See, yep, it's in the Bible. Planets, right there. 2 Kings 23:5. Oh, sorry. No, the word used there is Mazaloth, which is a reference to the signs of the zodiac. You can look it up. Other translations get it right. They call them constellations or things of that nature. But King Jimmy, the only one that uses the word planets. And you can look up the word for yourself. Strong's number 4208. It's the constellations, or what we might consider the zodiac. And that's confirmed in other texts like the Jacinius Hebrew Chaldee lexicon as well. It does not mean planets. Now, interesting regarding the word used there. In Matthew 24, the disciples came to him privately saying, "Tell us, when shall these things be?" Talk about the end times, right? "What shall be the sign of thy coming and the end of the world?" And Jesus answered and said unto them, "Take heed that no man deceive you." The word deceive there is the Greek word planeo. It means to lead astray, to deceive, to cause to wonder. Planeo, properly to go astray, get off course, to deviate from the correct path, circuit or course, roaming into error, wandering, passive, be misled. Planeo is the root of the English term planet, or wandering body. The term nearly always conveys the sin of roaming. That's 4105. Now, it comes from plane, 4106. Plane, a wandering, deceit, delusion, error, feminine noun derived from planeo. Deviant behavior, departure from what God says is true, error, which results in wandering, from planos, Strong's number 4108. Same thing, misleading, deceiver, misleading, deceiving, wandering as a deceiver, imposter. Planos, derived from planeo, wanderer, a deceiver, trying to get others to also veer off God's course. Well, when we look at the wandering stars that I mentioned a minute ago there in Jude 13, that's Strong's number 4107, which is planetes, if I pronounced that right. A wandering star, planet, figuratively, a false teacher operating without moral compass and exploiting other aimless people, prompting them also to stray from God's circle of safety. So keep this in mind anytime you say planet Earth, because when you say planet Earth, what you're really saying is the wandering, deceptive Earth that leads people away from the circle of God's truth. All right? That's the word planet. That's where it comes from. Now, They were placed in the firmament. In, when you put the letter bait as a prefix, it means in, not outside or around. In. Now, people get all wrapped around the axle on this. They don't understand, well, is it in as in, like, I'm sitting in a room right now, or is it in as in the peppermint is in the candy? Like, this was a conversation I had to have with Dr. Robertson Jenis, who, by the way, has done some phenomenal work showing scientifically that heliocentricity is false and that geocentricity is true. So if you have trouble accepting what I'm accepting, just go watch the documentary, The Principle. Go look into his work. Look into the science that proves that this place is not moving. If the Earth is not rotating, then that throws out the whole Copernican, Newton, all of that stuff that everybody teaches us in school. That goes out the window. And there are scientific tests that prove that this Earth is not moving, and that in fact it is the sun, moon, and stars that are moving above us. Well, I mean, if you can just look into that, look into the science, look into the scriptures. Scriptures also support geocentricity over heliocentricity. If you can destroy heliocentricity, you got to start over anyway. That's why I say geocentricity is the gateway drug to flat Earth, because once you accept that this place is not moving and it is in fact the sun, moon, and stars that are moving above us, then you have to throw out everything you think you know anyway, because the Copernican principle, all the stuff that we're taught in school, everything we think we understand about Earth and the science of the cosmos is based on that premise that that we're going around the sun and the sun's going around this and everything's moving all over the place, and okay, he couldn't seem to wrap his mind around the in issue because he kept defaulting to the peppermint is in the candy. And I'm like, dude, you're in a room talking to me. In can mean inside. I'm sitting in my room. I'm sitting in my car. We even use those words when we describe things. It's not rocket science.
When the Bible is saying that the rakia, the firmament, is the space that the birds fly in, and the outer space that the sun, moon, and stars move in, they can do so because God created a substance so discrete, so fine, so solid, so hard, and yet so flexible. Hard and flexible at the same time. Only God could do that. Because if it's a substance, and an outer space has to be a substance, it can't be nothing. Science tells us that it can be the hardest thing that we could ever conceive of because it's so compact, more compact than the atom and its electrons ever could be because of the way that God made it. So compact, and yet its indivisible particles are so small that they can be so flexible because of that smallness that birds could fly right through it without any problem whatsoever. Okay? Now, I am trying to be faithful to the text because the text tells me that the birds fly in the firmament. And if it's some hard dome that rockets can't penetrate or that nothing from outer space can fall in, however it's described in the flat earth model, okay? That means that birds could not fly in it. But the text insists that birds do fly in it, okay? Now, we already went through the Hebrew, and I told you that Hebrew has very specific ways of telling us whether it's inside, or underneath. None of those words are used in Genesis 1. Okay? The only one that's used is bet and the root word, and that means they fly in this substance, whatever it is. Okay? And we know that he's trying to tell us that because as he used the word firmament in the first verses from 6 to 9 in Genesis 1, he uses them again in verses 14 to 19. 3 times he uses the same word, telling us that the birds fly in it and the stars and the sun move in it. So what we have here is basically in the first chapter of Genesis, we have matter being created, that's the earth and the water. We have energy being created, that was the light that God made on the first day. We have space being created, which is the rakia. and we have time being created, which is the evening and morning of each day of Genesis. So matter, energy, space, and time, all created, and that's all we have to live with. That's all we need. Matter, energy, space, and time. Now, I have a minute left, and since Rob talked about the helio versus geocentric, what can I say? You know, I wish we could all get together on this. I really do. I wish that, as I discovered 15 years ago, and one of the greatest discoveries I made was that the Earth was in the center of the universe and everything was revolving around it. I just consider that one of the most phenomenal aspects of my life. And I'm very passionate about it, as you can tell. You know, making a movie is not something easy, but we did it. And, you know, and at the same time, the whole flat Earth movement took off. And, you know, I wish there was a way, because we do believe that the Earth is central, and it is the apple of God's eye, and we all do believe that, and it's great, and I like to see that. But where we go from here, I don't know. My time is up.
That is it. All right, then, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, begin, Rob.
Okay. For my rebuttal, I'd like to zero in on some of the things that we've both talked about, as well as some of the things that you heard in Dr. Sungenis' opening remarks, and thank you for that, Dr. Sungenis. Let's start with the issue of the firmament. On page 263 of Dr. Sungenis' book, Flat Earth, Flat Wrong, under the title, What is the Firmament?, we see he starts out with 3 key points you see at the top there. He says, we read in Genesis 1, 6 through 9, that 1, the firmament is synonymous with the heavens. 2, the sun, moon, and stars are placed in the firmament. And 3, the birds fly in the firmament. The only way for these 3 criteria to be fulfilled is to understand that the firmament is simply the constitution of space. We look up and see that the heavens are filled with a lot of space. We see that the celestial bodies reside in that space. Lower, towards the earth, we see the birds flying in the same space. There's nothing but space. As it stands, we do not see birds flying in a dome, and we do not see celestial bodies in a dome. If one wants to use dome as a translation for the Hebrew rakia, he can only say that the birds and stars exist underneath a dome, but they are not, as the text of Genesis 1 specifies, in the rakia, a very important point we will address later. Okay, so he's talking about, in Genesis 1, the sun, moon, and stars being placed in the firmament, and in verse 20, we see that the birds are flying in the open firmament. Now, on page 306 of his book, this is where he later addresses the issue of in versus inside. This is a screenshot from page 308. He says, first, the Hebrew language, although it didn't have the most comprehensive vocabulary, did indeed have different words for in and inside. As noted by Skiba himself, in is usually denoted by putting the letter bait before the noun. We find this information, for example, in the first phrase of Genesis 1, in the beginning, or the phrase in the firmament, in which bait begins, you got a typo there, brother, begins the word reading right to left in Hebrew. But when Hebrew wants to say inside, it does not use a bait before the noun. Rather, it uses a different letter, the letter mem. For example, in Genesis 6:14, it says, and cover it inside and out with pitch, from the word mabit, forgive me if I butcher these words. The same occurs in Leviticus 14:41, and he shall cause the inside of the house to be scraped round about. 1 Kings 6:15, he lined the walls of the house on the inside with boards of cedar. In 2 Chronicles 3:4, he overlaid it on the inside with pure gold. You guys can look online at any website that teaches Hebrew. Hebrew for Christians is a good one that I've used. There's many others out there that you could use. I would direct your attention to this book right here. This is a really great book I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, called Hebrew Word Pictures, How Does the Hebrew Alphabet Reveal Prophetic Truths, by Dr. Frank T. Seekins. In this book, he goes into tremendous detail regarding each letter of the Hebrew alphabet, including how they're used as prefixes and suffixes and whatnot. So we see the letter bait. We say bait. The word bait means house. And the letter bait itself has the meaning of a house, a dwelling place, something that you live inside of. And you'll see where it says, concerning the prefix, be added to the front of a Hebrew word, the letter bet, is used to mean in, inside, or into. Likewise with related languages who derive similar meanings with their equivalent to the letter bet in Hebrew. He goes on to say and differentiate between bet and mem on pages 18 and 62. Dr. Seekins tells you point blank how these letters are used as prefixes and what they mean when you do. As you see there, bet means in, inside, into, whereas the letter mem means from or than. On page 185, he again explains the function of the letter mem as a prefix meaning from. When mem is added as a prefix in front of a word, mem becomes the inseparable or the particle preposition that means from, unto, or than. The letter mem in front of a word is the equivalent of the Hebrew word min, or from. See page 166 for more on that. So let's go back to Dr. Sungenis' paragraph there, his examples, Genesis 6:14, and so forth. What's really being said there is from within, or from the inside. That's a better way of understanding that. And to prove the point, please consider using software, something like Scripture, the Interlinear Scripture Analyzer, for example. It will show you the word right there, and it means from inside. Okay, in Genesis 6:14, you can check that for yourself. And I want to thank my friend Andy Hoy, who is also a trained Hebrew scholar, for pointing something out to me. He said, in 3 of the 4 examples that Sungenis uses, the letter mem precedes the word bet, which is the word for house, which in fact is the meaning of the letter bet. In this regard, Hoy says, quote, in some cases, bet, the word, is used to refer to interior features like a housing that is carved into something solid. As I understand it, a house with an interior or without an interior, e.g. a house filled with concrete, would cease to be a house because there would be no more inside left. This is why something like mabet could be literally translated as from house, is actually better translated as inside, because the word bet is always referring to something with an interior or that is capable of housing something, end quote. And in the remaining example, 2 Chronicles 3:4, that Dr. Sungenis used, likewise, it means the same thing, from inside. And we see it right there, from inside. Hence, again, to prove my point, we can better understand these passages to mean from within or from the inside. But in general, apart from these examples, the letter bet is the prefix of choice when trying to convey the concept of in or inside of something. And mem is rather the prefix of choice to convey the idea of from or out of something. So, to the issue of birds flying inside the firmament, the text indicates that they are, in fact, flying under or toward it. We see there in Genesis 1:20, they're flying in the open firmament of the heavens. The word there is al panei, across the face. We see the same phrase, across the face, there, meaning toward, in another passage. We see in Genesis 18:16, the men rose from thence and looked toward Sodom. So al panei means toward. So we can think of the birds flying toward the firmament. We could see, looking into the Greek, that says they fly below the firmament. Or Dr. Sungenis can just pick up his Catholic Bible, and it would help him out probably tremendously to solve his problem here. It says the birds fly over the earth under the firmament of heaven. In short, this isn't rocket science we're dealing with here.
The sun, moon, and stars are in the rakia, in the stereoma, in the firmamentum, in the firmament, the same way I'm in a room right now. Now, before I came to this understanding, I was very much on the same page as people like Dr. Ken Hovind and Dr. Carl Baugh, creationists who taught that the what's called the canopy theory, that the firmament was a crystalline canopy that surrounded the earth, and they will point to moons of Jupiter like Europa, as of course now even I question that, but what we're told is that Europa is a moon that has a ice canopy surrounding it, and volcanic earth underneath it. And so see, we have an example in our own solar system with Europa. That's what the earth was like, so they would say. Well, and I used to teach it myself. Okay, I believe very much that model for most of my life, mainly because of their teachings. But there's a problem. After the flood, David said there's still waters up there, because the canopy theory basically says with the flood, the way it was caused is perhaps a comet or something burst through the canopy and impacted the earth, and that's what caused the fountains of the great deep to break up. And then over the course of 40 days and 40 nights, the ice canopy began to disintegrate, and that's what rained on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. And so the canopy was destroyed, and that was what caused the flood. Well, but David said there's still waters up there after the flood. That's problem number one. The bigger problem, however, is their model, this whole canopy model, requires the sun, moon, and stars to be outside of the firmament, not in it, as Scripture clearly states. Now, Kent, realizing this, as you saw earlier, he believes that there must be another crystalline firmament out the farthest reaches of the universe, wherever the edge of the universe is. There must be another, crystalline firmament out there. He just expanded the snow globe, basically to fit the Star Trek model. No, Kent, one firmament. Sorry. I love you, brother. You had a huge influence and impact on my life. Your research was phenomenal in equipping young people like myself to take a stand against evolution in our secular schools. I thank you for that, but you're missing it, brother. You have shown in video after video after video after video and resource after resource how the science textbooks lie to us about evolution. Why you now accept the science textbooks and organizations like NASA, founded by Luciferians, occultists, Freemasons, and Nazis, for crying out loud. Why you accept their word over what the Bible itself says, I will never know, brother. But sorry, your model, and Dr. Carl Ball, same thing. Anybody who subscribes to this model, this model requires the sun, moon, and stars to be outside of the firmament, when the Scripture clearly tells you that they're in the firmament. And Brother Hovind, among others that I grew up listening to, taught me that I should take the Bible literally. The Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate.
Well, my name's Kent Hovind. I taught high school science for 15 years, and I take the position that the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate.
Well, okay. Are we going to take the Bible literally or not? Because Isaiah said in Isaiah 34:4, "And the hosts of heaven," is a phrase used to describe the stars, and it's also a phrase used to describe the heavenly hosts, as in the armies of heaven, captain of the heavenly hosts and whatnot. So interchangeably, the hosts of heaven represent the armies of heaven, and they represent the stars of heaven. The hosts of heaven shall be dissolved, and the heavens shall be rolled together as a scroll, and all their hosts shall fall down, as the leaf falleth off from the vine, and as a falling fig from the fig tree. Okay, we have the word "as" there to describe. It's not there in the red text that I've got highlighted there. It's saying the hosts are going to fall down. How are they going to fall down? To earth. They're going to fall down like a fig. Anybody that's seen a fig fall off a tree would say, "Oh, okay, I understand the allegory. I understand the metaphor." Yeah. Okay. So you have a metaphor there. You have a simile as a fig falling to the ground. So also the stars, all of them, are going to fall to the earth. Yeshua said this too, backing this up, I believe, backing up Isaiah. "And the stars of heaven shall fall." The stars of heaven, the hosts of heaven, and the powers that are in heaven shall be shaken. 2 Peter, he says, "The heavens shall pass away with a great noise." And in Revelation 6:13, it says, "And the stars of heaven," how many of them? According to Isaiah, all of them fell to the earth. Again, even as a fig tree casts her untimely figs when she is shaken in a mighty wind. So both Yeshua, John, Peter, they're backing up what Isaiah said. Now I'm going to ask you, creationists out there, allegorical, metaphorical, figure of speech, or literal? I don't see an indication. Any of these people, Isaiah, Yeshua, Peter, John, none of them are waxing poetic here. And even if they were, okay, roses are red, violets are blue. You just heard poetry, and yet it's still true. Okay, even if it was poetic, that doesn't nullify it, from being true. But this is not poetry. This is not allegory. This is not symbolic. There's no indication that it is. It's telling you all the stars are going to fall to earth. Okay? Now, we can take this literally, right? Because, this is Andromeda, right? I mean, if Andromeda's headed our way, you can forget, what's going on in the world today. That's nothing. We got bigger problems if Betelgeuse is headed our way, or Andromeda. And by the way, Andromeda is just one of many galaxies, supposedly, out there. If all this is going to fall to earth, according to Isaiah, Yeshua, Jesus Christ, the creator of the cosmos himself, right? Peter and John said all the stars are falling to earth. Somebody is lying to us. Somebody's lying to us. All right? And I'm not prepared to say that it's Isaiah, Yeshua, Peter, or John, or any other author of Scripture. I'm going to tell you that it's Copernicus, it's Newton, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's Carl Sagan, it's Gene Roddenberry. These people gave us fiction. It's not true. If the Bible's true, then this can't be true. If this is true, then the Bible can't be true. You got a decision to make. For me, just looking through the various texts, we see that we live in a self-contained three-tiered system according to all the references you see on the screen there. There's a solid firmament, dome, vault over us according to all the references you see there. Yahuwah's throne sits above the heavens according to all the references that you see there. The earth is inscribed in a circular, flat fashion into something with four corners and surrounded by water, according to all the references that you see there. The sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament, and they're all going to fall down to earth, according to the text that you see there. There are floodgates or windows in the firmament, according to the text you see there. Earth is a geocentric, stationary world set on pillars, according to the references you see there. All right? You can't get around this, folks. From Genesis to Revelation, the earth is consistently described by Holy Spirit-inspired authors as fixed and not moving, spinning, orbiting, etc. Circular, with edges, corners, pillars, foundations, etc. And under a dome within which the sun, moon, and stars were placed on day 4. Again, looking at the models, which one's a better fit for a stationary world set on a firm foundation of pillars under a dome within which the sun, moon, and stars move, and which will accommodate all, how many? All the stars falling to earth. I'm going to go with the footstool. Isaiah 66:1. Thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. What kind of footstool spins at 1,000 miles an hour and, runs off at 66,000 miles an hour away from you? I mean, is you on a Disney World ride or what? I mean, what kind of footstool is that? No. Now, why do I believe this is important? Why did I spend 5 years of my life doing little else but researching this, doing experiments and diving into Scripture, and looking into other ancient texts and stuff like that? Why did I do that? Why is this so important? Well, I'll be honest with you. I think biblical cosmology, especially in light of end times, is critically important for the following reasons. 1. Genesis, again, as I said before, is the foundation of all that we believe in the Bible to be true. If Genesis is wrong, then it all crumbles under a faulty foundation. Why should we believe anything at the back of the book, i.e. the New Testament, if the front of the book, Genesis, is full of nonsense? Yeshua endorsed Moses. So if Moses is full of it, what does that say about Yeshua, his disciples, or every other author of Scripture for that matter, all of which viewed the Torah as their Bible at the time? 2. If what we are seeing concerning the flat enclosed earth thesis is true, then we are all there is. We are center stage. We are the main attraction, and there can be no argument as to whether or not there is a creator. None. His existence could not possibly become more blatantly obvious than in this model. 3. If the flat enclosed earth thesis is true, evolution goes out the window, and the theory of ancient alien seeders is also obliterated. In this regard, I believe we become painfully aware of the great deception, and we will not be fooled by it. 4. If the flat enclosed earth thesis is true, then we cannot ever trust NASA or the government about anything, and we will finally be forced to fully trust Yahuwah's word as our sole source for truth, and stop trying to bend it and manipulate it to fit false paradigms. 5. If the flat enclosed earth thesis is true, then we must reevaluate things like UFOs and aliens in light of the spiritual realm as opposed to the physical realm. We are not dealing with beings from other worlds out in space. Rather, we are dealing with fallen spiritual entities who are at war with Yahuwah and man. And that leads us into the rest of this discussion. And I needed this as a foundation. We have to establish the realm that we are in, the environment that we're in, because everything I'm going to be discussing after that is taking place within this realm. So we have to understand the playing field, right? We're in a circular, enclosed world, sealed in environment. Some may call it a prison. Maybe. It happens to be a very beautiful one when we're not screwing it up, but nonetheless, all of the events of Scripture and history are taking place in that battlefield.
The popular modern scientific materialist atheist worldview propagated by NASA, the mainstream media, and the public education system is that you are here because nothingness, for no reason, exploded and created everything. Before time, space, matter, consciousness, intelligence, and life, there was nothing. Then the nothingness exploded, and instead of destroying things like every other explosion ever, this explosion created things. Created everything. The nothingness explosion somehow created space, time, and all matter in the universe in an instant and for no reason at all. Then all of the creationary explosive debris flying outward at over 670 million miles per hour for 14 billion years culminated to create you. Yes, first some of the more gaseous nothing came together, forming suns and stars. Then solid pieces of the nothing came together, forming planets and moons. Then the nothing turned hydrogen and oxygen came together, forming water on the nothing planet Earth, out of which single-celled living organisms magically appeared, got to work dividing and multiplying into multi-celled conscious organisms, which multiplied and divided and mutated into various forms of sea life, which adapted and evolved and crawled onto land, replacing gills with lungs, lost tails, grew opposable thumbs, and started grasping at straws.